Well, good morning, everybody. How we doing? Spectre here. Good to see you on a Saturday now, this 11th day of September. A day in which we will always remember, I suppose, in infamy now here 20 years later. Purpose of today's broadcast, a couple things. One, to commemorate, remember what happened 20 years ago now. And I'm actually going to simulcast here today. Over on the soapbox, as here coming up at the top of the next hour, we're going to have a roundtable with a lot of the show hosts. We're going to take some call-ins, things of that nature, but I'm going to leave this stream up to capture it in its entirety so everything is all in one piece. We'll let that run however long it's going to run, and that way we have that commemorated as well. It's not to say we don't archive this stuff, but it does tend to break things up, and we're going to be going over people's normal slots, I guess, and times and things of that nature, and that's just how we're broken up. So this will be one contiguous broadcast from that regard. Just to kind of kick things off today, I think what I will do, weather is looking pretty good, by the way, here stateside. It looks like Larry has now shifted off to the east. Doesn't look like it impacted anything along the coastal side, eastern coast of the United States. Olaf's still kind of hanging out there down in the old Yucatan. And real quick, I'll just highlight before I move into some of the prepared material here. Looks like the typhoons and that have definitely picked up over around China here. We got Chantu. It looks like it's kind of over by Taiwan in that area. Yesterday they were talking it was going to impact potentially some of the ports and that, major ports and that in China. We'll have to see how that plays out. And then we got Kansun and that looking like it's going to hit over near Vietnam here either a little bit later today, what have you. And let's see, yeah, 4, 10, 15. Let's bring that up to about now, I suppose. There we go, about 11 a.m. So, yeah, both those typhoons look like they're gathering strength. Going to be hitting here before long. But, yeah, up at telling, yeah, it's hard to believe it's been 20 years for sure. So, that being said here this morning, a couple things that I want to cover. Zero Hedge had this. It says 20 years since 9/11, how events unfolded that morning. I'll come back to the graphic. Visual Capitalists did a pretty good job of, as they always do with their graphics net. It says, for Americans and people watching around the world, September 11, 2001 is a day that will never be forgotten. As visual capitalist Nick Routley details below, within 3 hours, New York's tallest buildings were reduced to rubble, and the Pentagon, the nerve center of the American armed forces, was burning and partially collapsed. Thousands of civilians had lost their lives and were seriously injured, and the entire country was in collective shock, still trying to make sense of how a coordinated act of terrorism of that magnitude was allowed to take place on American soil. And I think since then, obviously, we can all question whether or not various conspiracies, theories or not, that can be proven. To this day, you know, we still get facts trickling out. And I think the one thing that most Americans would probably agree is that the official report in that came out some years later was bunk. Loaded with issues and you know, just all sorts of things that just were falsities in that took place that day. And to that end, there were plenty of coincidences that, you know, we've since learned there are no such thing as coincidences, and just laid over itself a little too well. So in the 20 years since 9/11, the events that occurred that morning have been analyzed in depth from 1,000 different angles. Even though the attacks took place in the era just before mobile phones had viable cameras, there are countless images and videos of the event. As well, we now have the 9/11 Commission report, which compiles interviews from over 1,200 people in 10 countries and draws upon 2.5 million pages of documents to present its findings. For many people younger than Generation X, 9/11 is a feeling, a grim milestone from their youth. But the details are likely more fuzzy. The timeline visualization above is a high-level record of what happened that morning during the 3 hours when everything changed. So, a chronology of terror. In its most simple form, the 9/11 attacks can be described as a coordinated hijacking of 4 commercial airplanes, which were then used to fly into high-profile targets in New York City and Washington, D.C. Here's a summary of the planes involved in the incident. And that's taken from the graphic. Obviously, we had American Airlines 11. It was en route from Boston to LAX, 92 occupants. There were 5 hijackers aboard, and that was the one that hit the North Tower, 1 World Trade Center. United Airlines 175, Boston to LAX, 65 occupants, 5 terrorists aboard on that one, and that one was the one that hit South Tower, or 2 World Trade Center. Flight 77, American Airlines, flying from IAD to LAX, 64 aboard, another 5 hijackers there. That one was the one that struck the Pentagon, supposedly. And, of course, the United Airlines number 93 from EWR to SFO had 44 passengers aboard and 4 hijackers. And that was the one that landed in a field out in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. So these 4 flights play a central role in what unfolded that morning. In the early hours of September 11, 2001, a collection of 19 would-be hijackers made their way through security at airports in Boston, Newark, and Washington, D.C. Our 3-hour timeline begins just before 8 a.m. as the first plane involved in the attack leaves the tarmac just outside of Boston. In situations where the exact time isn't known, a range is given. So, starting off September 11, 2001 at 7:59 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767 carrying 81 passengers and 11 crew members, departs from Logan International Airport in Boston, bound for Los Angeles International Airport. At 8:14, the United Airlines Flight 175, a Boeing 767 carrying 56 passengers and 9 crew members, departs from Logan International Airport in Boston, bound for Los Angeles International Airport. At 8:14 also, Flight 11 is hijacked over central Massachusetts. There are 5 hijackers on board. At 8:20, American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757 with 58 passengers and 6 crew members, departs from Washington Dulles International Airport for Los Angeles International Airport. At 8:42, United Airlines Flight 93, a Boeing 757 with 37 passengers and 7 crew members, departs from Newark International Airport, bound for San Francisco International Airport. Between 8:42 and 8:46 a.m., Flight 175 is hijacked above Northwest New Jersey. There are 5 hijackers on board. At 8:46, Flight 11 crashes into the north face of the tower, 1 World Trade Center, of the World Trade Center between floors 93 and 99. All 92 people on board are killed. At 8:50 to 8:54, Flight 77 is hijacked above southern Ohio. There are 5 hijackers on board. At 9:03, Flight 175 crashes into the south face of the South Tower, 2 World Trade Center, of the World Trade Center between floors 77 and 85. All 65 people on board are killed. At 9:28, Flight 93 is hijacked above northern Ohio. There are 4 hijackers on board. At 9:37, Flight 77 crashes into the western side of the Pentagon. All 64 people on board are killed. At 9:45, United States airspace is shut down. All operating aircraft are ordered to land at the nearest airport. By 9:59, the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses, 56 minutes after the impact of Flight 175. At 10:03 a.m., Flight 93 is crashed by its hijackers in a field in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Later reports indicate that passengers had learned about the World Trade Center and Pentagon crashes and were resisting the hijackers. All 44 people on board are killed in the crash. At 10:28 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses, 1 hour and 42 minutes after the impact of Flight 11. The Marriott Hotel at the base of the 2 towers is also destroyed. At 10:50 a.m., 5 stories of the western side of the Pentagon collapse due to the fire. 2.5 hours after the first plane left Boston, the iconic Twin Towers lay in ruins in lower Manhattan, and brave first responders and military personnel were scrambling to save lives and secure the country. Life in America was set on a new trajectory. So then we get to the information shockwave, as it were. And we get to this, as 2 decades is a long time in the world of technology and media. Though the communication channels of that era may seem slow by today's standards, the September 11th terrorist attack still took place in the age of 24-hour cable news coverage and nascent online reporting. Add in the fact that New York was, and still is, a linchpin of global media, and it's easy to see why media coverage of the attack spread so quickly. And so here's a bit of a timeline there. Highlighting at 8:46, you see the fire dispatch office is notified of the crash. By 8:47 there, flashing forward to 8:48, a WNYW camera crew covering New York's mayoral primary election began broadcasting a live feed of the burning tower. Still about 8:48 a.m., it says a traffic reporter broadcast first radio report of the incident from the helicopter. A minute later, says news of the World Trade Center incident crosses the AP newswire. Just before 8:50 a.m., CNN begins coverage. At 8:50, CNN and MSNBC send email alerts about the crash. Just before 8:51, CNBC begins coverage. At 8:51, ABC and NBC begin coverage. At 8:52, CBS began their coverage. Coverage begins in Canada on CBC and the UK on Sky News. 8:53, 8:54, 8:54 a.m. we get BBC begins their coverage. Fox News begins their coverage. And then President Bush is informed of the crash at 8:55. So all of that in a span of, less than 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes. The networks were all aboard covering, diverted in New York City. All the major networks, and then Bush apparently got word after they had already begun coverage. So it was within 2 minutes of the first impact on the World Trade Center, a nearby camera crew covering New York's mayoral primary election was already broadcasting a live feed of the burning building to a TV audience. Within 3 minutes, news of the attack hit the Associated Press newswire, and moments after that, most major networks cut away from scheduled programming to cover the story. Less than 10 minutes after the impact, President Bush, who was attending an event at a Florida elementary school, was informed of the crash, which at that point was characterized as an accident. Because media outlets were able to cover the incident so quickly, millions of people witnessed a second plane striking the South Tower in real time, a mere 17 minutes after the first impact. This was a defining moment, as millions of people around the world experience the events precisely as they unfolded. The still young internet was strained that day. Moments after the impact of the North Tower, the CNN and MSNBC websites experienced a crushing load of traffic that overwhelmed servers. The FBI's website also experienced issues after posting the images of the 9/11 hijackers later that day. The lasting impact: the Pentagon has been repaired, and a shiny 94-story World Trade Center now punctuates the skyline of lower Manhattan. But not all wounds have healed. For one, many 9/11 survivors are living with lingering health issues believed to be linked to the toxic smoke from the attack and building collapse. Many others are living with the absence of the nearly 3,000 loved ones who died during the attacks. The Department of Homeland Security is still a lasting legacy of the 9/11 attacks. When the Department of Homeland Security began operations in 2003, it was the largest U.S. government reorganization in the 50 years since the Department of Defense was created. In addition to this largely hidden layer of security, people now encounter more vigorous security protocol at airports around the world. As well, the recent withdrawal from Afghanistan was a reminder that long shadow of the attack is still influencing events today, even 2 decades later. So let's go back up to the graphic here real quick. I'll have to blow this open so we can actually see this a little better here. Let's see if I can blow this up. There we go. I'll take the old round tripper around here, hopefully. All right, so at 8 a.m., again, at least according to this graphic here, we'll kind of go left or right, clockwise around here. President Bush receives his daily intelligence briefing. There is no intention in the report of Osama bin Laden or Al-Qaeda. That was at 8 a.m. And right there we can kind of see, I guess, chasing up the inside here, you see the various flights, Flight 11, Flight 175, and Flight 77. At 8:14 a.m., mathematician and entrepreneur Daniel Lewin becomes the first victim of the attacks after being totally stabbed by a hijacker. And I presume that means that he must have been on Flight 11 there. At 8:19 a.m., a flight attendant, Betty Ong, becomes the first person to alert authorities to the hijackings. At 8:20 a.m., an accidental transmission is received from Flight 11, confirming suspicions that the flight had been hijacked. Nobody... What's that say? We got to blow that open even a little more. Nobody something. I can't read that. It says everything will be okay. Oh, nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any moves, you'll endanger yourself and the airplane, but stay quiet. Apparently that was the quote. Let's see, flashing up to 8:46 a.m., Flight 11 crashes into the north face of the North Tower. The FDNY Manhattan Fire Dispatch Office is immediately notified of the crash by firefighters investigating a gas leak nearby. To 8:49 a.m., the first report of an incident at World Trade Center crosses the AP newswire. Moments later, numerous cable outlets cut away from programming to cover the story. At 8:55 a.m., President Bush, who is visiting a Florida elementary school, is informed that a small twin-engine plane has crashed into the World Trade Center. Now we cross the 9 o'clock hour here. And it shows that at 9:03, Flight 175 crashes into the south face of the South Tower. Because cable news outlets covered the incident so quickly, millions of people witnessed the second plane striking the South Tower in real time. At 9:05, President Bush is about to begin reading the Pet Goat to students when Chief of Staff Andrew Card interrupts with news of the second plane impact. A second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack. At 9:13 a.m., F-15 fighters leave military airspace near Long Island, bound for Manhattan. At 9:21 a.m., it says all bridges and tunnels into Manhattan are closed. At 9:26 a.m., the FAA turns takeoffs of all FAA. I guess they must have prevented planes from taking off of all civilian aircraft, so basically they shut down airspace at that time. At 9:37 a.m., Flight 77 crashes into the western side of the Pentagon. And from there to 9:41, it says the falling man photograph is taken, one of the jumpers of said day. At 9:45, it says U.S. airspace is shut down. All operating aircraft are ordered to land at the nearest airport. Evacuations take place at the Capitol building and the White House. 9:57, President Bush leaves Sarasota, Florida on Air Force One. Also at 9:57, passengers aboard Flight 93 fight back against the hijackers in an attempt to take control of the plane. At 9:59 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. The tower collapsed 56 minutes after the impact of Flight 175. At 10:03 a.m., Flight 93 crashes in a field in Somerset County, Pennsylvania after fighting between hijackers and passengers. The 9/11 Commission believed that Flight 93's target was either the Capitol building or the White House in Washington, D.C. At 10:20 a.m., President Bush, aboard Air Force One, tells VP Cheney that he has authorized a shoot-down of aircraft if necessary. At 10:28 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. The tower collapses 1 hour and 42 minutes after the impact of Flight 11. At 10:50 a.m., a portion of the Pentagon collapses due to fire. At 10:53 a.m., Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld orders the U.S. military placed at DEFCON 3 for the first time since 1973's Yom Kippur War. At 11:02 a.m., Mayor Rudolph Giuliani urges the public to evacuate Lower Manhattan. And at 12:15, the airspace over the contiguous United States is clear of all commercial and private flights. Civilian air traffic wouldn't resume for 3 days. So that's a little bit of a round tripper there. It says here are just a few of the tenants at the World Trade Center during the time of the attack. We had the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey there, Bank of America, Verizon, New York Stock Exchange, Morgan Stanley, the SEC, Standard Chartered Bank, and U.S. Secret Service, just to name a few. And of course, here it depicts where in the Pentagon Flight 77 hit. And of course, between the two towers here, South Tower, here's where we see that Flight 175 hit. And of course, Flight 11 hitting the floors 93 to 99 of the North Tower. So, just to give a little flavor to that. But perhaps maybe you guys recall that day as well. Where were you when it happened? Yeah, I think many of us remember exactly where we were. We talked briefly about this the other night on the soapbox as well. And of course, we're probably going to get into that here during the roundtable here today. But I recall exactly where I was at work at the time. And of course, I was plenty green to world events, I guess, or any alternative media. At that time, I was still, pretty well buying into the networks, as many Americans probably were. Internet was still semi in its infancy at that point. We didn't have a lot of alt media, independent media sites, so everybody either crammed into a CNN or MSNBC or CNBC or sites like that. And I think I had just got done checking a test or something that I was working on. Walking through the hallway, came back near the break room and saw the TV in the break room showing this stuff. And I think many of us were just kind of looking at it like in disbelief. Like, what the heck is going on here? This was maybe about an hour and a half into the morning. Maybe 2 hours, I suppose. I think I used to get in about 7:30. And of course, we all saw that and we kind of stood in disbelief. And I seem to recall the rest of the day that most folks just kind of mulled about in disbelief. I don't think any real work technically got done the rest of the day, because most of us were either back at our respective PCs net, checking what the heck was going on, things of that nature. And it was just crazy. It was hard to believe at that time of the events that unfolded. And, I think many of us probably left early that day, myself included. There were reports at the time that gas prices now were spiking. And I says, well, it's probably happening there. It's not happening where I'm at, here in the central part of the country. But lo and behold, I drive back, maybe a 10-minute drive to where my humble abode was. And I kid you not, the lines were backed up at the old gas stations for at least a mile in either direction, waiting to get in. Gas prices had peaked up to, or spiked up to about $4 and change a gallon. It's like, what the heck is going on here? And I thought, well, I don't know. I guess I need to probably get gas just in case for whatever may happen here. And so I decided, this probably be in, I don't know, between 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, mid part of the country. I decided to drive out of town to the next small town that had a gas station, and they didn't have issues. They hadn't spiked prices or anything along those lines. So luckily I got gas there. It wasn't too bad. And then the rest of the night, I think most, probably like many Americans, probably spent the rest of the night watching what was playing out on TV. And it was just absolutely a crazy time. And, at that time, I don't think, at least for myself, I wouldn't say that the first thing that I thought of was, hey, this thing was planned by folks internal to our government or things of that nature. I wasn't the level of researcher that I am now. That didn't come till much later. And of course, as events unfolded and more information became available, obviously feelings and opinions and things of that nature have definitely changed. So yeah, I like I said, I just recall at the time, just I and I'm guessing folks older than myself who probably lived through Kennedy probably experienced similar situations back then, back in uh, the time when JFK was assassinated down in Dallas. That it's one of those days that'll forever be etched in your memory, and I think that's exactly what they want. They do see these as max fear, and of course, if you can instill fear in the populace, you can control them, right? And of course, since all of this is played out, we know that behind the scenes, things like, PNAC was developed, the project for a new American century, with various signers like the Bushes and Rumsfeld and that were involved with that. That didn't come out till much later. And of course, many, many, many other things that just ran afoul of the official narrative that came out. Just plenty of things that were suspect, right? I think many of us would probably agree in that regard. And so, you look back on that here 20 years later. You do these types of shows to, one, commemorate what took place. Pray that it doesn't happen again. I pray that we don't have a situation like that unfold here again today or in ensuing days, things of that nature. And, it is a matter of good versus evil, what it boils down to here, right? Those who wish to take down a country like ours that was built upon the notion that we would actually be a free people. And there are people in this world who would rather try and control us. And of course, if you look back to 2001, mysteriously, Congress immediately had the old NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, and the Patriot Acts already at the ready to be passed, as if somehow they were able to whip this up in a matter of minutes and pass such bills, right? That was crazy. And then, of course, we find out later on what's really in these things, and just like Congress typically does, they name these bills that are exactly 180 degrees opposite of what they profess to be. And here we are, 20 years later, pretty much a surveillance state. We're looking at something like this COVID pandemic, meant to further encapsulate us and enslave a populace. And of course, we've got the Davos World Economic Forum reset and that just so happens to be ready to use, a crisis. Don't let a good crisis go to waste. And they're at the ready to try and take over. And we're seeing all that play out now, aren't we? So, yeah, very, very interesting times indeed. And so, aside from that, let's see here. Oops, I think I grabbed the wrong article. I do have one more. Let me see here. Throw that over here real quick. Bear with me a second. There we go. I'll do one more, and then I'll probably, by about quarter to the top of the hour, I'll probably throw this over briefly and then head over to the old soapbox, and I'll let this thing play through. But let's see. Let's throw this guy up here. Another article came through Zero Edge this morning. Says 20 years later, the heroes of 9/11 teach us truths about America. This from Adam Carrington over at RealClearPublicAffairs.com. Says on the cusp of 9/11's 20th anniversary, we hear more and more about American decadence. Some point merely to recent policies, such as our foreign endeavors in the Middle East. Others, however, take their critique to deeper and darker depths. America was born to fail, we now hear. Scholars and pundits declare the classical liberal views underlying our founding as fraudulent. America was destined to decline into wanton licentiousness and banal consumerism, all feeding a lonely, arrogant, yet yearning hyper-individualism. a country dedicated to the self-evident truth that all men were created equal. In other words, inevitably descends into suburban materialist mediocrity. Yet the anniversary we remember should give these deeper critics pause. September 11, 2001 displayed something of the American character. We saw firefighters and policemen in New York City running into the Twin Towers, many never to return. We heard of citizens storming the cockpit of Flight 93 to stop the hijackers from reaching their intended target, revealed later to be either the White House or the U.S. Capitol. In the tragedy's aftermath, we saw Americans rally around each other financially, physically, and spiritually. Our citizens, moreover, fended off various temptations, including animosity against fellow citizens of the Muslim faith. In these deeds, the American character bore little resemblance to the above criticisms. Instead, we saw a love of community that was antithetical to hyper-individualism. Men and women sacrificed themselves for who they loved, their families and neighbors, and what they loved, their country and its principles. In so loving, they showed a nobility that scoffed at accusations of amorality or crass consumerism. In so dying, they showed their belief that humans possess souls and that such souls partake of immortality. They were heroes, but they were no anomalies. The heroes of 9/11 exemplified the true American character. To see this point, we must link their deeds to our founding thoughts. The principles of the American founding helped to explain this character. In our country's early days, Americans clearly understood the difference between liberty and license. True liberty consisted in self-government, in the cultivation of virtue that made the consent of the governed the rule of reasonable persons. They understood the source of their duties and rights in the laws of nature and of nature's God, truths confirmed both by reason and revelation. Humans were more than matter and motion. They were formed in the image of their Creator and endowed by Him with rights to protect and capacities to exercise. America's critics do pinpoint true flaws in our present and even in elements of our past. Many rightly see a nation now in a crisis that stems from certain viewpoints gaining ever more adherence among its citizens. But those who see these flaws as essential and the crisis as inevitable misunderstand their country. Our present crisis lies in losing our way, not in any measure of faithfulness to our true ethos. Thus, we must do more than remember the examples of heroism and sacrifice displayed on September 11, 2001. We must return to them to learn and to be strengthened. Bruce Springsteen's 2002 album, The Rising, captures this point. He sings of those who, on 9/11, went up the stairs into the fire. He continues with a call to the living to learn from those men. In the form of a prayer, he asks, "May your strength give us strength. May your faith give us faith. May your hope give us hope. May your love give us love." Now, 20 years later, we must let those heroes continue to teach us the virtues inherent within the American character. Moreover, we must understand them in light of the principles that birthed our country. This noble combination of example and principle illuminates a brighter American past. In doing so, it may still yet point the way toward a better future, toward a renewed republic, strengthened by faith, hope, and love. So there you have it. Quick little ditty on the faith and character of the country. Tend to agree with the sentiment of it. But a day that will go down in infamy for sure. And like I said, here coming up at the top of the hour, I'm going to throw it over to the old soapbox, and we'll simulcast that here in its entirety, provided I don't have any issues here, I suppose. But appreciate you guys tuning in here this morning. As always, seems that I've gotten some of my issues fixed. Switched over to a different headset, little setup change net here, and I think it should be good. So, good possibility come Monday, I may start throwing this up here throughout the day, let it run, and I'll do some updates in that throughout the day. Like I said, on the trial balloon broadcast here, if you happen to catch that at the very beginning, I kind of indicated probably in the morning I'll do a quick run through of some of the highlights of the old stock market from the day before and some headlines that are coming up. And if anything major breaks throughout the day, I'll be able to quickly jump on, as I'll have the stream up. I'll go ahead and give a quick update on that stuff, and then I'll probably do a market wrap up or something along those lines a little bit later in the day. And anything else that may come up, and we'll call it good. So I can't say that I'll probably run this thing 24/7, but we'll definitely have it up throughout most of the day streaming. And of course, you'll be able to see the old headlines poking throughout the day as well. So let's see what's going on in chat here this morning. Pretty quiet out there, I guess. Cue the Hammer, good to see you. Good morning, almost afternoon. Yep. Cue the Hammer. How are things over in your neck of the woods? We've got some stuff going on uptown here today, honoring heroes, and they've got a couple, 2-3 hours net slated for various first responders, things of that nature going on here. I think they've got a pork chop cookout, things of that nature to support the various first responders, police, fire departments, things of that nature here. Don't know if they've got anybody speaking, but just got back from the old farmers market uptown here this morning. They were getting set up, so perhaps around small town USA, similar events are taking place. Lurking and working. There you go. Good to see you over on old Twitch here this morning. Working and lurking seems to be the deal of the day here. Well, good to have you aboard. So, now let's say you guys, what were you guys doing on 9/11/2001? And I guess the other thing too, we tend to forget, and perhaps this gets snowed over a little bit. I was talking with Homesteader about this the other night on broadcast. Back in 2012, we had that little Benghazi deal thing go on, just so happened to be on the same day. And I'm sure they would love us to forget about what happened in Benghazi as well, and the folks who died trying to get out of the compound over there, the consulate. And of course, I'm sure many people will probably remember HRC's testimony in front of Congress. At this point, what difference does it make, right? Well, it does make a difference. And we don't leave people behind, unlike what we just saw play out here in Afghanistan. And it's just, it's a kick in the gut. I think most people would probably agree, the level of treason, the aiding and abetting of the enemy that we have just now witnessed. And you can't really call it anything but that at this point. Heading into work. Yeah. I think many of us were kind of in the same boat. Crazy. It just seems so surreal. And then of course, you see the iPet goat stuff come out, and the animation of that and where that leads, and the fact that Bush was reading the pet goat. The kids were reciting some crazy chant and that depicted what was about to take place or did take place. It just, the coincidences were absolutely insane. And of course, we also heard of the cases of Department of Homeland Security running a drill, which was part of the reason why the F-15s net were slightly late in taking off, because they didn't know if it was part of the drill or if this was real. Typically when they do these, dare I say, false flag operations, they really don't know if this is a simulation, an exercise, or if it's actually gone hot, right? And then, of course, since 2001, since the introduction of the NDAA and the Patriot Act, things of those nature, How many additional false flags have we seen around the country that bear a striking resemblance? Right? Way too many coincidences. So, all right. Well, I got about 5 minutes here, and I will round things out, leave the old stream up, and then I'm going to head over to the old soapbox here, and I'll get the broadcast brought up here as well, and let that play through on the day. You guys can check in as you see fit. Jump over to the soapbox if you wish to jump in with chat. We do plan to take calls net from the audience a little bit later in the show today. Not really playing it ad hoc. We do have kind of a plan, but I think we'll probably see what sort of turnout we get with all the various show hosts and that, recollecting any sort of research, things of that nature that we'll go through, maybe the first hour or so, however long it takes. And then we'll open up the phone lines and that. Don't know if we'll use Telegram. If you guys got Telegram accounts, obviously you guys can jump over there and come in that way. And I don't know if they're planning on opening up the Skype call in that the Common Sense folks use. We'll have to see if Gloria Non's around here today or not. But one way or another, we will get your calls in and have a open, frank discussion here this day. So, let's see here. Yeah, let's take a bounce over to the old threat map, see what's doing out there. And that's what our cyber warfare looks like. Continual attacks, web attacks, DDoS attacks, intruders, scanners. Lit up like a Christmas tree today, so welcome to this cyber age, right? Jump over to PBS, check back here later. All right, appreciate it, T-Mar, over on D-Live. Charmaine, good to see you this morning. Hopefully things are well down south, down your way. Old Rust Bucket says, I was at work at the power plant, armed guards everywhere. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I can't remember where I was at, if there was increased security or not. I think there might have been, because we always had to badge in just to gain access to the facilities, things of that nature. That was normal and customary. I don't remember that far back if they increased security when we came in the next day. It's all been kind of a blur, I suppose. All right, well, I am going to bounce over to the soapbox here. Like I said, I'm going to leave this thing up here, let it run, and I will switch over here at the top of the hour once we get started. And once that's complete, I'll jump off, close things out, and we'll go from there. Alrighty, so I will see you back here on the other side in just a minute.
A half hour? I got in hour and 45 minutes. I'm surprised. But I appreciate your attention, and I'm going to turn it over to Pamphlet Anon. Well, I don't see him. No, there he is. But he's not visible yet, but he has his machinery turned on.
Brent, I believe they're doing a host roundtable today to talk about 911 things. So we've got folks in the room besides Pamphlet. So someone is going to speak up and take the mic from you.
Okay. Well, when they speak up, I'll shut up.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yes.
And, here we go.
Spectre here. Morning.
Morning.
How we doing?
All right.
I always love when you bring up the old stories of Illinois and up around Peoria and all up through that area, because that's kind of my general location up here. So I always find it fascinating, some of the history up in these parts.
What county are you in? Knox County?
No, I'm actually in Woodford County, which is right around Peoria, Tazewell, all around the Illinois River here.
Oh, yeah, that's Edward Dirksen country.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, Peoria is an important point in the history of the state and in the history of the country, but it's obscured because Caterpillar Bulldozer Company has moved their manufacturing plant out to Morton across the river, didn't they?
There's plants all throughout the area. Morton's where distribution is, but here within the last few years, they moved their headquarters from Peoria up to Deerfield, Illinois, and likely just to be closer to O'Hare Airport for bigwigs and things of that nature coming in, I suppose.
Well, are you having a conference with a roundtable conference with other people here? I won't want to keep you from it.
No, you're welcome to sit in if you want. We were just going to have a discussion with show hosts and that. I don't see everybody in here yet. They seem to be a little bit late to the party, but that's all right. But, just kind of a frank discussion here today on the events of what took place 20 years ago. I think once we get enough bodies in here, we'll just kind of share our experiences of the day. I'm sure many of us probably remember exactly where we were, what was going on, and, kind of like the days of JFK assassination, I suppose. It's one of those deals where it's forever etched in your memory, right?
Where were you?
I was at work, actually, when it happened, right around 9 o'clock in the morning. I had just gone and checked on a test out in the lab, and we had a break room and that with the TV on right around the time this stuff started to break, around 9 a.m. I believe it was on CNN at the time. And I think many of us probably just kind of stood in disbelief as to what was going on. And, I think many of us probably didn't get squat done the rest of the day because we were sitting here refresh, waiting to see what the heck was going to come across the news next. And, obviously many of us probably saw in real time the events that unfolded when the second tower was hit and then subsequent collapse of both towers a little bit later on. It was just surreal, I guess, is the best way to describe it. The events of the day, the fact that airspace had been completely shut down. Thursday night, when I talked a little bit about this with a couple other folks here, the thing that distinctly stands out in my mind is that later on in the day, after leaving work, I had gone to get gas, which at the time, gas prices had spiked up over $4 a gallon. There were lines miles long trying to pack into the pumps. And I drove out of town to hit another small town with a gas station. This is ridiculous. And I recall looking up in the skies and seeing 3 planes in the sky. And the 3 planes that I can surmise being authorized to even fly at the time, obviously, would have been a pair of F-15s or whatever, guiding Air Force One with Bush on it. And I can't remember if he was going to or coming from probably the Nebraska bunker at the time. And it was just maybe eerie, I guess, to see that.
Oh, I was in the air at the time. I was in an airplane at the time. I'll tell you more about that maybe later. just got a message here, a request from a listener said, Brent, can you say a prayer, please? And of course, I'm pleased to do that. But what I'm wondering is, what this to pray about? Plenty to pray about. Of course, you can always do this, and I would advise everybody to do this. If you don't do it at least once a day, you're not being smart. You ought to pray the Lord's Prayer at least once a day if you don't pray anything else, and that helps remind you, brings you back to fundamentals. So since you didn't say any particular thing, you can if you want to. I'll just pray the Lord's Prayer, and you can pray it with me. And if you don't know it, you need to know it, and you need to learn it. And if you say it every day, read it out loud every day, you'll learn it. But when you're in a pinch, that's a prayer to pray. Oh boy! Well, let's pray. Let's just pray through the Lord's Prayer. That's always a good thing to do. So buckle your seatbelts. Here we go. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen to that.
Well, if there isn't anybody else in the room, I'll tell real quick.
Sure.
Oh, okay. I was in the air, and we landed in airport at Orlando, and the place was empty as a blown bladder. There wasn't anybody there. That was a shocker. I walked around, tried to find somebody to talk to, find out why the place was empty, and I couldn't find anybody. And finally, I found one of the employees of one of the airlines, I forget which one. He said, oh, yeah, he said, they flew airplanes into the Twin Tower. There's no air traffic in the United States anywhere. No commercial, private. Well, I thought, now what am I going to do? And I was scheduled to get on an airplane and fly to an island in the Caribbean on business. And I was supposed to meet a fellow there. And I had bought his plane ticket, and we were going to go there, and I was trying to get him to take care of a transaction that he was supposed to take care of, that other people wanted him to take care of. He ended up going to federal prison because he didn't do it. And I didn't know where he was. He was supposed to meet me there. So I called his wife, and she was frantic and panicked. She couldn't find him. And we were calling the airlines to try to find this fellow. And the airlines at that time would tell us anything we wanted to know. As a matter of fact, everybody I called was willing to say anything. They told me that he was on a plane and it got diverted to Mexico City, and he's probably down there. Well, we looked and looked, and we finally called the sheriff and down where he was from in Louisiana, the parish down there, and put out a notice to all law enforcement officers in the United States and in the embassies in South America, Mexico, Central America, any place we get this guy. And he didn't turn up for 2 full years. Nobody ever knew where he was. And I don't remember all the details, but he pulled some real fast ones and just tried to get away because he was afraid he was going to go to jail. And I don't think he was really a thief, but he got in a situation in the bull market back in those earlier days when people were making so much money in the stock market, and he was making money for other people. But then all of a sudden, that's the way it is. With the stock market, it flipped upside down. He lost everything. And he wouldn't take any more money from people. They accused him of running a Ponzi scheme, but he didn't, because it got so people were trying to write him checks for $100,000, and he wouldn't take them. But when the feds got involved, they stole all the money he did have, and that's the way they do it when they get involved. It's never seen again, and then he's never seen again, and then they send him off to prison to make it look like that he's the thief, and they aren't. That's the way that usually works. And Well, I was stuck down there, and I said, well, I'll rent a car and drive home, because I couldn't fly home on an airplane. And I couldn't, he had disappeared. No sense me being there. I went to rent a car, and all the cars, of course, were rented up. There were thousands of people in my position. They needed to go home and couldn't fly. So I finally got to culling around and I thought I'd rent a U-Haul truck and drive home. I couldn't even find a U-Haul truck. They were all rented up too. So fortunately, I had $1 in my pocket. That was a good thing. So I found a room. I think I ended up finding a room at Disney World or something. I don't remember what it was, but I had to look a lot to find a room. And then a few days later, they said that people could fly home. What I ended up doing was waiting until my return ticket came up due, and they'd got the airport reopened. But I went down there to the airport, and there still wasn't anybody there. And I got on the airplane pretty much by myself and flew home. Well, then, of course, after that, that's when I got involved with the radio. And I was on the radio there in Terre Haute, Indiana for a long time. And then I began to see that there was something smelly and fishy about all this. And there were people coming through and just driving through and wanting to get on the radio station. Didn't know who they were. They said they were first responders. That was a new word, first responders. And everybody, all of a sudden, everybody's a hero, right? Everybody's a hero that we didn't think were heroes before. And now the flag flies at half-mast every day of the year, and we don't have a clue why. All this promotion of everything that formerly wasn't promoted. This is a distraction, friends, neighbors, and kin, when the Twin Towers blew up. A lot of things happened. Well, you can learn a lot from what happened there, but keep in mind, even if you believe it really happened, it was still nothing but an opportunity for the government to get more money and get more people killed and make foreign ventures in other countries. And now then we pull out of Afghanistan after being there 20 years. Good comes when the government gets involved. You want to keep that to an absolute minimum. And that's what happened in this case. But I don't even see any credible evidence of the government's line of what happened there. But I observe a lot of things. We can learn a lot of things from what happened there. And one of them is there were over 300. I got a message. Wait, got a message. And I may need to quit and turn it over to you fellas. You may be all in the room now, and I need to shut up for a little bit. Are you all there? Okay, everyone is in the room, it says. I see that. Okay, I can sign off if I want. Well, thank you so much, and
Always.
Hope your pump is primed and you folks have a wonderful discussion.
Well, appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, folks. Well, looks like we do have a few that have joined here in the last little bit. Looks like Pam's in the room. Baby Rock, I don't know if you're still hanging around. Pinata, looks like you've joined in. Looks like we got Didi and Kara Jean jumping in. 80s Aaron, all in house. So we'll give it a go with the folks that we got here today. And any more that wish to join, obviously they can come in, give their experience, take on things, et cetera, et cetera. As I alluded to previously, it's not anything I would say set in stone as to what all we're going to cover here today. So it's not going to be any one particular topic or any, I don't know, I guess a documentary or anything of that nature. Obviously, there's so much that has come out since. All of us as researchers probably have the ability to go find a lot of that stuff. And I would encourage folks in chat, if you've got stuff and wish to share it, go ahead and do so. We may take a look at some of that throughout the broadcast too. Don't know. But once we get through the host here, I think the plan is we'll probably take some of the calls from you folks out in the audience and try and get the old call in and that working here. So I'm going to turn it over to one of you other folks, Nat, to kind of give what your experience was, if anybody wants to raise their hand and go next.
I'll go.
Go ahead.
Hey, Spectre, how you doing?
Good to see you, 80s Aaron.
So let's see. So I had been in Chicago for like 10 years in the entertainment business and decided to hang up my spurs on that. And my grandmother's health was failing. So I picked up my car and went all the way to a very, very rural part of Missouri, not too far from you, Specter, near Quincy area, Quincy, Illinois. And so I was living out in the middle of nowhere. I attended the family business, got a job in town, which was like 25 miles away. And my grandma went back to Illinois for the winter, and she left like a couple weeks before 9/11, so I was there alone. And so I was, it was like a summer cottage, so I was sleeping on little bunk beds, you know, where I'd stayed when I was a little kid, because I always spent my summers in Missouri. It's a nice house on a lake. Been in our family a long time, and I fell asleep with the TV on. And so I woke up. I worked kind of evenings. So the TV woke me up. Something woke me up. I always actually sleep with the TV on, or, you know, Patriot Soapbox or whatever. And I looked and saw that first tower go down. And, you know, I was just kind of like, I wasn't sure what to think. But when I realized, you know, I'd lived in Chicago, you can't fly, you know, commercial jumbo jets over Chicago, you know, and like buzz the Sears Tower or whatever. So I'm like, okay, if that was like a little private plane, because, you know, like cities have little helicopter and private planes things going on, like tourist type things. But when I saw that was a commercial airline, so I was actually dating the man who I ended up marrying a few years later, and then having my son a few years later. I called him. I said, hey, turn the TV on. And so we're sitting there, and then I saw that other plane hit, and I just said to him, I said, this is going to be war, right? So anyway, I was just really kind of numb. And then I called my uncle in New York, because my uncle lives on Manhattan, kind of swanky area. He actually is back in the 70s. It was he's an artist. He had bought the building with other people in a thing they call a co-op in New York. So he's kind of like the landlord, I guess you'd say. There's, I think, 4 floors, 4 apartments. So I called over there because I'm like, I have 2 cousins. Both my cousins were missing, and my uncle was frantic. There was there's really no way to get around. They had shut down the subway. You know, in New York, you don't have a car generally. You take the subway or buses. So he set out on foot, and he had to walk all the way to New Jersey and cross the bridge. Luckily, they had probably flip phones at that time. They did have cell phones. So his daughter had been at school in New Jersey, and he said that it was, you know, we were talking to him on and off, and it was hard to get through on the cell phones. You know, I mean, cell phones were kind of new at that time, but he did fight the crowd. It took him all day long with a backpack and water and stuff. Met her at a bridge, walked her back to the building, and then he was, you know, we kept calling him on and off if you could get through, because really even on the landline, it was very hard to get through to New York. So one family came home, the next family came home, but the 4th family in this building never came home. So, you know, he had to deal with that. It's just like they were there 1 minute and gone the next, just never came home. So it wasn't too, you know, I think at first I was just kind of in shock, but being like a libertarian or whatever, I talked to my mom a lot. And then when they started with this Patriot Act nonsense, that was not good. We were calling Congress, telling them, do not do the Patriot Act. And, you know, we can see that's really led us to where we are today. I guess the other interesting thing that happened was it wasn't too many months later. Again, I was in the middle of nowhere, and I would have to drive to town on this long, windy road past beautiful old churches and little towns. And that's Mennonite country, these neat little Mennonite farms and everything, very beautiful. And so I was driving to town, and all of a sudden the ground started shaking. And I pulled my car over, and I looked up, and you probably know this, Spectre, but they store, and I'm an idiot, they store all those big planes, transport planes, whatever those are called. Are they B-2s or something?
C-130s.
Right. They store those in Missouri, right? Because it's the middle of the country. It's like an old bombing thing where it'd be the hardest to get to the middle of the country. So a lot of stuff stored in Missouri and Kansas. And I had been seeing the trains, because I cross a lot of trains when I travel around. The trains with just miles and miles and miles of, I guess, like the Humvee type things and tank things and stuff like that. I'm like, this isn't good. But when I felt that ground rumble and I looked up, it was like a World War II movie. I've never seen so many planes in my life. I sat there, it felt like a half an hour, but it was probably less. I just laid on the hood of my car and looked up at the sky, and just the biggest planes, gray planes I'd ever seen in my life. Just, they were like lined up, like it was like watching geese, when they're in like their formation, but huge, massive power of it. The whole ground was shaking, and they weren't flying low necessarily. It's just there were so many planes. I don't know if they were coming up out of Cape Girardeau or where they were coming from, but just I broke into a sweat. I was crying because I knew what it meant. And still to this day, when I think about it, it's very upsetting. It was like awe-inspiring, but at the same time terrifying. And so, sure enough, then the wars all started. And I've told the story about so many of my friends who went. I'd moved back to Chicago and had contact again with people I'd grown up with and stuff, and just the heroin and drugs and all of that, just awful. I mean, it's really defined. I'm Gen X, but really, a lot of our kids, if I'd had a child earlier, went into this war, and it's just defined our entire generation and younger. So, as the years have gone on, a lot of people have messed with the story, a lot of hoaxes about really wild stuff, but I don't believe for 1 minute as the years have gone on that 9/11 is exactly what they want us to believe it was. There's definitely lots of loose ends or loose change, if you want to call it that. And I think loose change, really, that movie really woke people up. So that's my story.
All right. Anybody else? Don't all jump at once.
I can go.
I'll tell it again.
I have a very short one.
Yep.
I don't really have a story. It's just of where I was interesting because it would be verboten at this time. I was in an interpersonal communications class in my freshman year college. Back when people actually we attempted to relate to each other without all the divisiveness. Like it was like, that's like, you don't even see anything like that now. But things started happening. Classes canceled. Then I had very little access to a TV where I was, so I didn't see much of it until years later. That's all I got.
I'll jump in. Sorry, Pam. I'll jump in.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell you.
I had just brought my son to school, and my oldest sister lived on first floor of the building that I was living in. And I had stopped into her apartment, and she was watching some stupid soap opera. And the news cut in and said that one of the towers had been hit. And we were sitting there watching the coverage, and we saw the second tower get hit. And we just looked at each other and said, what the hell is going on? And it was just so scary. And that's my memory of it. And I remember after that, when the wars started over there, I was petrified. I didn't know anything about politics. That kind of woke me up to, girl, you better get your head out of the sand. And that's when I started looking into everything. That's when I found out about Bohemian Grove and all of that stuff. And the reason why this is a meaningful memory for me is because my oldest sister has now passed away. So that's one of the memories that I share with her. So yeah, it's changed my life dramatically. And here I am today with all of you guys, and thank you so much for all of your support, even out in chat. You have no idea how much support you give us all. So thank you. All set.
Cool. I'll go. Yeah, I know I've told this a couple times, at least in the past couple of years, but probably good to tell it again. I must be the youngest out of the bunch, so I was a sophomore in high school. I was still a child, especially when it comes to this kind of stuff. My generation, I did not really experience anything like this. I was too young to remember Desert Storm really all that well. Obviously born well after Vietnam. My experience was the 90s, which most people know as a very calm and good time. So I remember going to school that day, and I remember the day just being like stunningly gorgeous, like beautiful, clearest blue skies you'd ever seen. Not a cloud in the sky. This cool, just perfect air, perfect temperature. Actually lived in this house at the time. I grew up in this house, so I was right in the middle of a good part of it, right, being here in the DC area. So started out obviously pretty normal day. Got into Chinese class around, it must have been like 9:30 or 10 a.m. And we walked into class, and things had already been going by that time. Obviously, it had already started, but we were unaware. So we changed classes, went from English to Chinese, and walked into the classroom. And our teacher had the TV in the corner of the room playing, which was an unusual thing because that did not really get broken out unless we were watching a movie that day. It was usually rolled back against the wall, not plugged in, not turned on or anything. And he had it turned on to the news. And there was a burning building, a massive burning building. So naturally, everybody, all the students walking in, just kind of silently went and sat down. We would usually talk during this time, but everyone just kind of went in and sat down and started watching to try to figure out what the heck was going on. Quickly became clear it was New York City, one of the Twin Towers. And the entire class and the teacher just spent the time between periods, just sitting there watching the news together, silent, totally silent. Not a clue what was going on. It's pretty terrifying because, especially for some, because New York City's kind of within commuting distance of DC. You can take a train and get there in about 3 hours. And believe it or not, people do commute from the area up to New York City. People who, politicians and business and contractors and all sorts of people do it. And I know there were kids at my school that had parents that worked in New York City. From time to time would go, at least once a week, something like that. So then class started, and the teacher, I remember, just walked over, just despite this like absolute chaos going on. Totally never seen anything like it before. Right? He just walks over and clicks the TV off and tried to start class normally. He did. He started trying to go through the motions. You could see his face was just like drained of color, and his eyes were like beet red. And he was barely talking above a whisper. I remember that. He was very, very quiet. And then after about 30 minutes or so of that, I don't think anybody was really able to pay attention. Too many people were just wondering what the hell was going on. But after about 30 minutes of that, the announcement came over the school PA that school was being let out for the day. I remember, I think, getting a ride home with my best friend's mom. She came to pick him up and rode home in their van. He lived right up the street that way, just a half a block. So he came and dropped me here at home. And I remember getting out of the car, parked in the driveway, and walking out into our front yard and just staring up into the sky. And at that time, there was obviously by that time, all flights had been grounded. And I think we had seen that on the news. At the time when we were still in school, the word was it was an accidental, like possibly a small plane that had somehow gone off course and crashed into the tower. I think it was all just speculation at that point. That was the prevailing theory, I think, at the time, although possibility of terrorist attack had been floated, I'm sure. But when I was standing there staring up into the sky, I remember hearing this like deafening roar just filling the entire sky. I have to assume it was a fighter jet because I'd never heard anything like it in my life before. It was, you could like feel it in your chest. It was just deafening. And we don't hear that around here ever. I've only heard it a few times since, and it's been recently, like within the past couple of years. I'd never seen it before or since up until the past few years. It was just totally crazy. And I remember just like that frozen like moment in time, just like this beautiful, gorgeous, unbelievably gorgeous day. Just beautiful breeze, perfect temperature, and the clearest, crystal clear blue skies you can possibly have. It was just it was surreal, really, like surreal. And I remember wondering, while looking up, what was going to happen next. Like, what would there be more attacks? If this was an attack, would we have another? Would this happen somewhere else? Since I didn't know what the planes were, I even wondered if this was I don't know, like a missiles or something, freaking going to hunt down another plane, something, something crazy like that, because you couldn't see it. You couldn't see what the where the noise was coming from. I guess because it's so high up and moving so fast. Then I think I went inside, and my mom was sitting in the living room, just watching the news, and the second plane had hit, and that's of course when everyone. It's what we were told at the time. I'm sure there's plenty of debate on that front, but we found out that something had happened to the second tower, right? And we just sat there and watched until the first tower fell, and then the second. I was all of 14 years old, 15. And it was just, it was terrifying. I had the same thoughts rolling through my mind as Aaron. War. This has to mean war. As a 15-year-old, like thinking, what am I going to be drafted? I remember thinking that. Am I going to be drafted in a few years, in a couple years' time? Remember thinking about my friends being drafted. Speaking of friends, at some point in the midst of all this, it might have even been back before we'd left the school, there were reports of bomb threats, like unattended cars in front of the State Department. And one of my other good friends, Lindsay, she lived right up the street, a couple houses away from my best friend, Alex. Her parents both worked at State. And she was just terrified out of her mind, crying. Hadn't heard from either of her parents, I assume because things were just so hectic. Of course, she later found out they were fine. The threat at the State Department, of course, turned out to be nothing, but it was horrifying for everyone. And then, of course, the Pentagon happened. And obviously, around here, there are families all over the place with people working in and around the Pentagon, everywhere. Kids whose parents can't tell them what they do, that kind of stuff. So it was a pretty common thing. It was terrifying, though. And in the couple years after that, I think in my senior year of high school, I think was the first time I watched like an early version of Loose Change. I think that came out pretty early, or something like it. Was there another one, something similar to Loose Change? Don't remember, but I do remember looking into this stuff and finding out some disturbing things about the Bush family, and that was kind of the start of my questioning everything. Right, didn't really start sticking until like a good decade later, but that was when it first kind of crossed my path. Just a crazy day. Yeah. Scary. Anyone else here? Ladies here. And Glory.
Lady, you want to go first? Go.
Sure. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Well, I just want to go way back. Like, well, I probably, let me see, 99, 2000, maybe 2000, the spring of 2000. My husband and my daughter was in band and guard. She was in the guard, right? And we decided to just up spontaneously. I live in Indiana, by the way. Decided, let's go to New York. You know, took the girls, and it was fun. And we, you know, it was spontaneously. So we didn't know what to do or whatever. Never been to New York or whatever. But we did not go to the World Trade Center, okay? But we did go to Ellis Island, where you could see those massive edifices, you know, just across the bay there or whatever. And thinking to myself, wow, those buildings are so majestic, so beautiful, right? So it's incredible because my daughter at the time, she was a junior, hang on, because she graduated in 2002. This happened 2001. So 7 months later after 9/11, I remember thinking, let me back that up even, where I was during 9/11. I was working for a AC HVAC place. I was the receptionist. And of course, we took care of our technicians. One of our technicians, who is a veteran from the Navy, calls in. He goes, you guys, the Twin Towers have been, you know, there's planes going into the Twin Towers. And we're like, what? And turn on the TV. So our service manager went and got the television and put it, you know, in the reception area. And we watched in disbelief what was going on. Okay. I mean, we didn't work that day. We pretty much watched everything unfold on TV and the different reports and, you know, CNN of all people. And I can also recall, say around noon, across the street there is a gas station. And everybody lined up. I was like, what the heck is going on with the gas? You know, there was a long line. I don't know if you guys recall that or not. But anyways, going back to my daughter, we had planned this trip way before 9/11 to go to New York. The band and guard, you know, raised money to go to New York. And we already had everything. And we already had picked out a show that we were going to watch, which was Les Mis on Broadway. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so we go and we were preparing to go and this happened, right? 9/11. And the parents were deciding, well, should we go or shouldn't we? We should leave it up to the kids. The kids still wanted to go. So 7 months after 9/11, we went to New York. Okay. And one of the focus that we wanted to do then was to go to Ground Zero. And some kids did not want to go and certainly understand because they saw what was going on in school, right? With their TVs on. So there was only a few that opted out. So we walked. Okay, first of all, let me back up. Remember when I went with the girls prior to 9/11? It was so, you know, noisy and people were kind of rude and, you know, you had to be on the right side of the sidewalk or else you'll get cussed out. You know, it's like, get on the other side. I mean, they're rude, right? When we got to New York, from my perspective, after 9/11, people were a lot nicer. It's like they got humbled, in my opinion. Okay. So we walk towards ground zero. And as we get there, it's like the hustle and bustle, right? And then you get towards ground zero. It was just quiet, you guys, quiet. Very somber. Okay. And when we got to ground zero, you should have seen all the stuff that was on the fence, you know, memories and memorabilia, I guess. Sorry, I'm getting teary-eyed because it was emotional for me. It was very emotional. And all I saw was they were still working where the towers were sitting. There was a big hole. It was pretty much cleaned up. You know, the debris and everything was gone. But I have not been back since, and I would like to go because I saw that there's a museum. But then again, at the same time, knowing what we know, what 10 decades later, things, you know, I wasn't awake then, sort of, kind of. But then it really hit me when I found out what they have done, not only 9/11, but let's go back to World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Afghanistan. Oh, I'm just so upset, you guys. But here we are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pam, you know me. I was the first one to come on Freedom Rings and bitching about the immigration. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, but anyway, that was my experience with 9/11. And like I said, I did go to ground zero. And even though it was 7 months later, but still, it was still moving. So, but you know what? All I have to say is we got to give this to God. And God is a God of vengeance. He will avenge. And it's coming. Tick tock. Over to somebody else. Thank you guys for the opportunity to share my story.
That was wonderful, lady. RWB. You got to see it in real time, you know?
Pretty much.
I've never been to New York, but I can tell you what happened. It changed my life forever, actually physically, and I'm going to have to be real nursey about what it affected me physically. But hubby, Third Rock, and I were living at the beach in the beach house, restoring it for family. And he came in. We had the TV on. We always watched Fox, you know, and other than, we had the TV on in the bedroom, and we would have the radio in the living room because we got to listen to Coast, you know, and all those, you know, that's what we were into. We didn't have the computer. My girls would go, and they were, early 20s, 20, 22. They would go to the library and use the computer, you know. So anyways, they were in town at the time. But anyways, he came and he says, come look at the TV. Come look. You got to see what's happening. And it was just a normal day, you know. So I went in there, and he didn't say anything. He says, you got to see this. Sit down. And I remember that. He said, sit down for me to see it, right? So the first plane had already hit the first tower. And at the time we were in street ministry, back in that day, we simply called it the underground because, you know, we just helped people that needed help, whatever they needed. A lot of people out on the street, so on and so forth, and just help people. So my first reaction was, oh my God, this is what we've, so fought against in prayer. He's a prayer warrior. I'm an intercessor at the time. And I said, this is what we've been praying against. This is what we've been binding in the spirit from happening, because everybody, it seemed like, was talking about it. Oh yeah, New York's Babylon. They're going to, and I just would come against that prayer. So there's that. So I didn't feel defeated. Something rose up within me, and I looked at Third Rock and I said, okay, now we go to work. And he looked at me, and he, with those beautiful brown eyes, and he says, yep, we'll go to work now. So right after, diverting a little bit from that moment, right after that, I did go to work locally in a care facility for disabled adults, and I was in the thick of it. I was like, okay, anybody I can talk to, any change I can make, anything I can do. This is a war event, not just in the military. This is a social thing. You know what I'm saying? This affects everything, and I wanted to be in the thick of it. So I came out of my prayer closet and intercession and working with people, like I said, what we called the underground. I don't even know what you'd call it, just anonymously, And he started pastoring on the streets, and I went to work with disabled adults and their families. And you'd be surprised, those people aren't as disabled as you might think. Very smart. And so anyways, long story short, I did see the building 7 go down on film. And at that moment, I was like, wait a minute, that didn't have anything fly into it. Why is it falling? And knowing enough about construction, it looked like a demolition work. Just, it's just what I knew, right? But I got to tell you guys, I was telling my viewers this morning and talking with friends in Zoom and such, I was totally on board with going to war, because George W. Bush was perfect. I was a Bush Republican, and I had been red-pilled since 1982, and I still believed that little curmudgeon was right on the money, and we're safe. Well, I learned a couple months later that there might have been some explosives going on, and so from that point on, pretty much, I've been out and about trying to verbally and, physically as well, wake people up. I think 9/11 triggered me to go forward and to come out of my calling of intercession. Not because it wasn't working, just because I knew inside myself, hey, now it's at a whole new level. Now you go out and you minister again. God, I believe God calls us at times to have that time with him alone to prepare us to go out and minister. So the timing was perfect. I was ready to go, but the physical thing that happened, and I hope I can say this in a nice way, I was standing there, and when President Bush finally said something about this is war or something to the effect, while we were waiting all day to hear what he was going to do, I literally had a kidney function, shall we say? And to this day, when I'm nervous, that kidney function is still an illness that I have, 20 years later. Okay. So that's my story. And I hope that I've been able to help people with my gift of not so much gab. So love you guys. Love all of you. couldn't be more thankful than to be with people with like minds today. Thank you.
Thank you, Baby Rock. And may I just step in just a little bit, talking about Bush Jr. and the Patriot Act. Oh, we're gonna get. Remember when he wore his leather jacket, bomber jacket? I was like, man, this is a cool president, man. He's gonna go. He's gonna fight. He's gonna get these people. I mean, he had us convinced, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I had no clue that he was. I knew his dad was one world globalist from the first.
Right.
Yeah, in was it Iraq or Iran?
Yes.
Yeah. But I didn't think he was. Boy, oh boy, I've learned so much from y'all, and I'm thankful.
Me too. All of us. I mean, all of us are in this together, and the Patriot Act. And boy, were we patriotic. I could just hear them in their brains saying, "Oh, we're gonna get them. These are Americans, and they're patriots, but we're gonna get them, and they won't know what hit them." Here we are 20 years later. Just saying. Thank you.
Homesteader, looks like you're up.
Howdy, guys. Well, I came on today to share one. Today, there's a lot of discussions, but I think we have 364 other days to have discussions that we should today be a remembrance of the people that did lose their lives, both on 2001 and 2012. So from that perspective, I'll just share a little bit of my story. I was at the World Trade Center roughly 1 to 2 weeks before 9/11. I was on business at New York, and my colleague had never been, that went with me, we were in upstate New York, had never been to Manhattan. So I took her to the World Trade Center. It was kind of eerie when 9/11 actually happened, because we saw each other again in the office. And what was eerie is that not only were we at the observation floor and the observation deck, which is was on the upper floor of the South Tower, before going up, there was a tourist type of attraction where they took your photo, and after you came back down, you saw, or actually I think it was upstairs, once you were up there, your photo showed up, and what they were reenacting was you falling off the building, which was kind of weird once, of course, we saw that back in 9/11. Then after the 9/11 event, a week later, while they were still doing the rescue efforts and basically the rubble, about as close as I could get was about a block away, because they had everything blocked off and everything else. But I spent saw that, and then I spent most of my time at St. Paul's Chapel, was just a few blocks away, and was where most of the remembrance material, people either looking for their loved ones or remembering the firefighter, police officers, etc., and was able to sit through a mass that they had at the church. So it was very sobering to have been in those buildings. And I have been to the World Trade Center multiple times, had dinner at Windows to the World, as well as been on the observation. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I still have and cherish is the video that I have that I took walking all the way around the observation deck on the tower. And for those of you that haven't had a chance to visit or have been in that size of a building, it's impressive when you're standing up on that floor and you're looking down at airplanes flying below you. You cannot imagine how photos or a video does not convey the size of those buildings, how tall they actually were. Or when you're going up the elevator, and you experience this kind of at the at other buildings, of course, but when your ears are popping, right, going up or down, and the speed of the elevator, and yet you're traveling 100 plus floors. So it was pretty impressive, but it was really an odd feeling. It was a sad feeling to be in the church. It was a very odd feeling to see the smoldering remains that were about 2 to 3 stories high. And those I actually saw. So it's very, very weird to remember. And of course, like many others, you don't forget. For those of you who are old enough to remember when Kennedy was killed, you don't forget that time when you heard about it, right? That's what it's burned into your memory. Well, the same thing happens when I heard about 9/11, because I was traveling to work, and my wife and I were in the car, and I could tell you exactly where we were on the freeway as we were rounding the curve to go to the office complex that I worked at the time in California. But that's my story.
Glory, looks like you joined back in. You got anything to share? Maybe not. All right, well, looks like that's everybody that's on the panel, at least it's dialed in so far. Aside from experiences of the day, I guess maybe one question I might have for you guys is, at the time, do you remember World Trade Center 7 falling? And what was your thoughts, if you did remember seeing that at that time? What was your thoughts about that building falling so late in the day? Did that seem to make sense to anybody at that time?
For me, Spectre, it was after the fact, because as with many others, of course, it's me, at least from my perspective, since I was there, my focus was on the North and South Tower, because that's where, it hit the closest to home for me, having been there and all that kind of stuff. So I didn't notice it and didn't have the first impression until after the fact, when you start seeing some of the videos and some of the discussion, etc.
Yeah, and that was the thing that triggered me, like I said previously. But it took me a long time to balance that in my mind. It was like the shock of it. I didn't even think about that. I just thought about, we need to go to war and kill these people. I was, yeah. That's where I was.
I mean, what was interesting about that day to me, and it's hard to remember because you've seen so many videos since then, but my recollection was that like everyone was flipping around different channels, at least I was. I'm assuming most people were. But they had a bunch of like subplots going on, like Where is Rudy Giuliani was one of them, right? And they had gotten trapped in the building. They were showing clips that allegedly people took, and this was kind of pre-cell phones. So these are people with like, their little handy cams and stuff. And so when I saw, there had been talk, at least on the channel where I was, about pulling buildings down. And they were talking about the church and a few other buildings that they were unstable. So when, other buildings went down, I was thinking, man, it must have felt like an earthquake, and it shook up all the buildings. So at that moment, I didn't think much of it. But when I later saw the nature of how it went down, I was like, there was something just breathtaking about how all the buildings went down. There seemed to be no resistance. And I remember even then, in my state of shock and stuff, and having lived in the city most of my life, sometimes you just sit there and look at buildings. Like Tien was saying, they're so tall. I mean, I lived with Sears Tower in the John Hancock, right? And the Sears Tower was the tallest building in the world at the time. I'd been up there many times. I'd always wondered what would happen if somebody hit the side of the Sears Tower with like a cement truck. The Sears Tower, I used to think, which way would it fall? Like, when you cut a tree down. I'm like, this tower could take out, if it fell like timber, like a tree, this would take out blocks and blocks and blocks of people. And I'd never in my mind's eye, when you're in Chicago, you're on elevated trains and you're going by buildings and you're just kind of thinking about things. Never in my mind did I ever imagine that buildings would fall into their own footprint and it was like breathless. It was literally, you're watching a movie, because I'm like, why aren't the girders, like, it just seems like maybe the top 20 or 30 floors might collapse and the top would fall off. Like if you knock the top level of a wedding cake off. But it never occurred to me the whole thing would collapse into the basement. And I did notice that because I was, an urban dweller. And we had, it's like stuff people would talk about on the radio. Like, what if the Sears Tower fell? What if, in Illinois, you have the whole deal with the Mississippi River and earthquakes. The largest earthquake in the world was New Madrid, or the largest earthquake in memory, I guess you could say, in the United States. So people in Illinois are familiar with earthquakes, and you do feel them there. So, when there'd be an earthquake, people would talk about, well, what would happen if the Sears Tower fell? And everybody knew they put springs in the Sears Tower so it sways in the wind and it's not going to fall down. So I was just in disbelief. I don't know how else to say it, but I thought, well, maybe they built buildings different in New York where it's not in segments. So I just didn't know what to think.
That's one of the things that's interesting about the towers. They were a unique construction. The closest that I think they comes to it is the Hancock building, because the Hancock building has the superstructure on the outside. That's
right.
All the silver that you see in the photos and stuff, the shell, if you may, of the World Trade Centers, that was the superstructure. It was on the outside. It's not on the inside. So it's not built. It's kind of like the closest thing I can think of it is like a box, a very tall box. The strength is on the outside, the walls being kept together in that fashion. That's what was so unique about that building. It was revolutionary construction technique at the time when they built them, because both of them were built the same way. So that's what makes it very, very interesting in the way that it not only collapsed, and the way that it looks, at least to me, because of if you actually then had an opportunity to see the rubble at the end, you could see the superstructure in pieces, with some of them at the very bottom still standing, and which is that shell. That's why you see those metal fragments that are going straight up in some of the photos. That's that actual structure of the building was on the outside, not on the inside. There was a center core that was, let's say, poured concrete from that perspective, where the elevator and as well as the stairs and all that center core structure. But the strength of the building was actually kept like tension going in. And if you were up on the upper floor at the observation deck on a windy day, and some days you couldn't go up to the upper deck, only on the observation floor, you can actually feel that building moving.
Right. I mean, you can hear buildings sway in cities. Like, people who don't live in cities don't realize this. And it's very normal for you to go on a tour of a building, and they have a tour guide who will say, this building is built to resist 7.0 earthquake, planes hitting the tower. I mean, when you go on the Sears Tower or the John Hancock, they do all that kind of stuff. It's kind of like, ooh, it kind of scares you. And then you get up there and you hear like the creak,
yep.
creak,
Hey guys, I
because
put
the
in.
whole building's rocking. It's just normal.
Hey, I put in a video. Maybe just play it without the sound, just so people can have a visual of what we're talking about. If we're talking about the buildings, I put a link in the live chat of the construction of the Twin Towers.
Yep.
If somebody wants to bring it up, go ahead.
Yeah.
So while you're doing that, maybe I'll introduce another thought too. Technology-wise, back 2001, there weren't a lot of cell phones with cameras, things of that nature, where you could get a lot of footage. Likewise, you think about a captive audience that the Mockingbird media had. The internet still kind of, I would say, in its infancy, if you will, in 2001. I mean, Google just came aboard 95. As far as I recall back then, there weren't sites like Breitbart, Daily Caller, places like that. A lot of alternative media, independent media outside of the CNNs, MSNBCs, et cetera, et cetera. On top of that, you think, probably back then, a lot of people did not have broadband modems, things of that nature. At least from my perspective, I think I was still on a 56K modem on dial-up.
Yeah,
so
dial-up was still there.
The flow of
Dial-up
information back then.
Yeah, those 56K, 96.
If you were lucky.
Yeah, if you were lucky, exactly. Broadband was not. That was shortly after AOL. I remember because I actually, at the time, Spectre, interesting enough, at the time I was working for Southwestern Bell Internet Services. And it had just acquired Prodigy.
Prodigy.
I was working on the aspect of integrating Prodigy into the network and the OSSs, the operational support systems, into the.
So how many AOL CDs did you have stacked up at that time?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and Prodigy CDs, because you have to learn their authentication methods and so forth. But yeah, and actually, that's the funny part is the when I went to New York that trip right before 9/11, what I was there was to meet with the Prodigy folks, which were in White Plains, which is just north of Manhattan. Not just north; it's north of Manhattan, but that was it. So yeah, in those days, you're absolutely correct. That was the video cam days, right? And if you're lucky, you had one of those micro video cams, not necessarily, and not micro in the sense of the digital size.
Oh, they were big honking things back then.
Yeah. There you go. That's exactly you see what Pinata was, the video.
Right.
Was
it's essentially it's a building built on the outside of a building. So they're almost two separate buildings.
Yep. Yeah. It's impressive. When Windows to the World, the restaurant that was on the North Tower, it was, at night, it was an absolute experience to dine there. Because most of the tables are window, and the windows are kind of tilted, so they lean out, so to speak, at least as well. That's why it's the windows to the world, and the view was stupendous. I remember that, and then having to take a subway back to my hotel. That was an experience that night. That was not the trip that I'm talking about. This was earlier, years earlier, but yeah.
With the structure, and again, I sometimes forget if I imagine something. I've seen so many videos. I kind of remember Donald Trump coming on Fox News. And he knew a lot about what you're talking about with the building structure. And he was saying that he was just like in disbelief. He's like, these buildings this could not have happened, kind of thing. Did I imagine that, or did that really happen?
Well, he was there. I don't remember him saying that it cannot happen. I think it was, he was surprised.
Yeah, he's like.
But, and not to give it credit or anything, but it's like, and I used this on the show the other night when we were talking about this. For those of you who know what a rocket stove is, and I use this as an example, you can build a rocket stove, which is essentially a very small fire that can produce a tremendous amount of heat because of the column effect. And you can actually build one inside of a log, and it won't burn the log, but it'll melt the can up above it. It'll cook your food and stuff like that. And that's what it's kind of designed for. If anybody's curious, all you have to do is just search for rocket stove, and you'll see. And the designs are almost essentially what this building looked like. It's just a tube where you have the fire down at the bottom and the air intake, and that convection approach, that Venturi approach. That's why it's referred to as a rocket, because when it comes out of the other end, it sounds like a rocket, like a jet engine, the fire, type of thing. So, and there's a lot of things about this that make you think many different thoughts. Not saying that it wasn't contrived or basically used for nefarious purposes. I'm not saying that at all. But the buildings were very interesting buildings and unique in their own right.
How many of you guys know about the B-25 that hit the Empire State Building back in 1945?
Yeah, I read up on that as well, and that left a pretty interesting hole, and that was on the Empire State Building, which is a completely traditional and very heavy concrete use building.
I've put a link in the chat if somebody wants to pull it up. Excuse me.
I'll stop this one since it's going into ads.
Yeah, they have pictures. The pictures are very interesting.
Let me stop sharing here.
My mom had a book that was written about what happened, and it went step by step of how everything happened that day, where people were standing when the plane hit. It was firsthand stories from people that were in there and survived. It was amazing. It was amazing what happened. That building is still standing to this day.
Yep. Yeah, this is Pasovic. Do you want me to share the Pasovic video that Baby Rock put from a tweet? Because there's a photo floating around of Biden screaming at somebody that apparently was screaming at him. He's yelling at the people. It's not a good look. It's a still. It's not a video, but it's not a good look.
Yeah, sure. Bring it up.
Okay, this one. First, while I get that one, I'm going to put the video from the tweet. Okay, hold on. Let me pause that. I'm still looking for the other one. It's in my Gab. I don't have it. I didn't have it handy.
Just for the record, any photo of Biden is not a good look.
That was a redundant statement, wasn't it? But this one was like cringe. Well, of course, cringeworthy is redundant as well. Darn it! As soon as here it is. Okay, hold on. This is in the Gateway Pundit, so you guys may have already seen it. Let me share that.
Yeah, and apparently today they where's Trump is trending, because they're critical. Why wasn't he there? And you know damn well if he was anywhere at one of these memorials, they'd be like, why is Trump there? You know what I mean? So for him to show up and surprise the first responders, that's really cool.
Yeah, and I just recall that whatever that alternate media video that you played the other day is there's no evidence of Trump being there on 9/11. Remember that? So this is the one that I was talking about. Let me zoom in here. This is the photo of Slow Joe.
Classy as ever.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish there was video to show what. Oh, wait, maybe.
There's got to be one somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a tweet. It's still a still, not a video. This one here, let me see if this. All the lefty dignitaries. One of the gabs I think it was that I saw was that the people that were there that were family members and those of either survivors or family members of those that were deceased were all roped off and kept to the back. It kind of shows you that what their level of interest is, and also, in my opinion, is also the aspect of saying they do not want to mingle with those people, not because they're bourgeois, but it's more like I don't think they want the camera up of these people just basically virtually spitting on them.
Right? Hey, who's that man that Biden's touching?
Is this looping already?
Yeah,
it's 37 seconds.
I agree with your assessment on this. They're there for the photo op and to look like they care about America. That's why they shoved everybody that had anything directly to anybody that suffered anything is way in the back of the theater so that these guys can have their photo op and look like heroes. It's disgusting.
Exactly. I mean, if you really want to have a photo op that represent that, is you want to not shake hands with the other politicians, right? And like Clinton was doing there, you want to shake hands and with the grieving families, because this day is memorable for everyone. I don't know. My mom passed away on January 3rd.
I'm sorry.
So no, that was about 3 years ago now. But thank you. And the reason I bring that up is because you associate the event to the date, and particularly in this case, New Year's, right? And my baby sister, way years before that, passed away right around the same time. I think that my mom and my baby sister were like 2 days apart. So January 1st is always a significant day for us. I can't even imagine what these families go through every 9/11, right? And there's not, I mean, I'm sure there's other people that had that loved one lost the same day that I have, but I know what it feels like for me. I can't imagine what it feels like for them to see these asswipes, oh, how great you are. Oh, let me kiss your ring, Mr. Clinton,
Especially this year, when the Taliban,
right,
that we exchanged the Bo Bergdahl with the Iman father or whatever. That whole thing is shady as crap. Right. And then we get the whatever they were, the Taliban 5 are running the country now. All these people dead. All of this going on. They're painting their flag up on the whatever they said it was, $2 billion embassy we built. And these politicians have the nerve to show their face after they've killed all these millions of people who fought for this country, these millennial kids who are patriotic and signed up to fight. And now look where we are. And here these guys are, yucking it up at 9/11 Ground Zero. They shouldn't have even shown up.
Let me show you some before. Give me 1 second. Let me show you a little bit of how ridiculously hypocritical they all are. What did Biden just do a couple of days ago? Right now, you see this whole row right here wearing masks, and everybody that they're talking to just like 3 feet away, shaking hands, kissing each other, and so forth. No masks. I thought you were supposed to be wearing masks even if you were vaccinated. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, lest we forget about Benghazi in 2012, right? Hillary
Correct.
and her, at this point, what difference does it make? And
Yeah.
yet here we see these criminal class as if nothing.
Exactly.
Only thing that they need to be seeing right now is orange jumpsuits down in Guantanamo, period.
Is that the real Hillary?
If not a khaki colored rope.
Yeah, is that the real Hillary though? Didn't we just see her with Huma, fat as you please and ugly and old? That chickie looks pretty young, just saying.
Right?
Could be.
Well,
I mean, after all, what was it, 2017, 2018, when she got thrown like a sack of beef into the back of the van?
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and she does not look to like the 2-ton that we saw in that beach photo, does he? Wide load coming. Sorry, that's bad.
Beep, beep, beep.
Well, here's a yeah, exactly. Here's a let me share this one. This is a black and white version, and so that gives a slightly different perspective. And it was enough of showing these clowns. So today I put out in memory of Benghazi, I put this. Let me bring that up. I made this gab. That's not showing up on my timeline. That's interesting. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I'm fumbling here. Okay, so I put this one out there, which is an interesting thing. So consider this: 2001 to 2012 is 11 years. 2012 to 2021 is 9 years. Benghazi was in 9/11, 2012, 9/11. The deep state at work. Hello, Susan. Daughtery, Smith, Stevens, and Woods. Isn't that interesting how that worked out? Because there was no other significant event as in between these three dates, or 3 years, if you may.
Well, let me ask you this too, Homesteader, I guess, in regards to numbers. You know, we had a little bit of a premonition to 9/11 if we would have heeded the call back in 93 when we had the guys in the basement of the World Trade Center try and detonate. And of course, Slick Willie was in charge at that time, right?
Correct.
Can you imagine how differently things had been had we heeded the call even back then?
Yep.
I don't remember the specific date when that occurred in 93, what month and date that was, but...
Oh, yeah, let me look it up.
Remember the blind shake thing when they supposedly tried to take the buildings down with
1993.
Yes, external van. I think that was done on purpose by the people that took the towers down in 2000 or 2001. By what they did was they had to have an excuse to get in there and retrofit everything. I think the wires were put in, charges, everything was put into the buildings for the day when they had to take it down. And the weekend before 9/11 happened, the buildings were closed down. You remember that? Nobody was in them. They had people in there working. I think what they did, they were setting the explosives and checking everything to make sure it was ready to come down. You look at how they felt. You look at there's a compilation of videos of different buildings that have caught fire and burned, and then how they fall. They never fall in on themselves. Just like the building in, was it Surfside, Florida, that fell in on itself. It was a perfect demolition. I think the one part of the building that remained standing was also supposed to come down. McAfee supposedly committed suicide the day before. His cousin lived in that building. Something was up, but they took the building down. I think it was set all along to come down. Just some weird stuff going on. I don't know. My mom and I did extensive research on this. I hope she still has them somewhere around here. They burned a lot of the videos and threw a lot of them away, but my mom and I both recorded full day on day, at night and day from the second that happened. The stuff was on TV was being recorded. So because you catch a lot of things that you never see again. But I've got tons of videos here out in the shop, so I'll have to go through them and see where, because she always kept really good files, so they'll be filed up. But the things that you see, like the Murrah building, there were things I saw there only once about them moving. I think it was Dan Rather. We had to move back because they found more RPGs and bombs in the building, or not bombs. It was grenades, or no, rocket launchers in the building. They were talking about different things happening around them and that you never saw reported in the news anywhere. They found a leg with military fatigue on it and a military boot. They never identified who it belonged to at the Murrah building. There are all kinds of stuff like this going on that if you pay attention and record what's happening, they're somewhat more careful now, but with the trade centers, that went on for week after week after week. And a lot of things were pretty strange, or the whole thing was strange. Like I said, let me put up I'll put up a share screen real quick.
While you do that, Spectre, the date was February 26, 1993.
Very good.
Dates are important. McAfee, I don't know if you guys, I happen to believe, I'm one of those people who do not believe McAfee is dead. I think he's still alive. There's a telegram, official McAfee telegram. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's his. There have been posts up there of his passport, his wedding picture from looked like the 60s. There were things that mostly only he would have, or somebody close to him. But he just put this up moments ago, showing the video where Hillary is tossed like a sack of spuds into this van. And I noticed that as soon as she started to falter, all these guys ran around and stood so you couldn't see what was going on. And I saw one of the guys that was supposed to be her doctor I got video of that. He threw something on the ground, like a silver chamber of some sort, before he rushed to her. It was really strange. Anyway, see if I can find where
well, maybe it was like an EpiPen or something.
It kind of it didn't really look like one. You could actually zoom in on it and see pretty good. He had his back right here at this van. I wonder if it shows this. I'll have to dig up my old videos on this. He throws it down, and she had something. I think she shook her foot, and something fell out of her pant leg too. It was weird. There was some weird stuff going on with this. What's that?
I think she lost a shoe.
She did. Yep. One of her shoes was left behind, and for a billionaire, it didn't look like a very nice shoe. Let me see if I can. Yeah, here we go. So a lot of people don't know about this. I want to read this off real quick, because this happened in 1945. When this happened, the person who designed the trade centers knew about this and put extra precautions and security safety measures into the trade centers because they were so tall, they were likely to be hit by a plane. And he said they could withstand the impact of a 737 or 747. I can't remember now. Anyway, there are pictures of this. I'll show you guys in a second. It says, well, in 1945, while flying low in a haze, of heavy fog, a B-25 bomber made a wrong turn in New York City and crashed into the Empire State Building. How many of you guys there knew about this? A lot of people don't know. They don't want you to know about this, I think. The pilot said, "An English day if ever I saw one." Those were some of the last words that Lieutenant Colonel William Franklin Smith Jr. said to his wife before accidentally piloting his B-25 Mitchell bomber into the side of the New York City Empire State Building, killing 14 people in the process. On a routine transport mission from Bedford Army Field to LaGuardia Airport just before 9:40 a.m. on Saturday, July 28, 1945, Smith found himself lost in a heavy fog. With his view distorted, he was instructed to land at Newark Airport instead. However, as he was flying slow and low to seek better visibility, he made a wrong turn to avoid the Chrysler Building and found himself staring at the Empire State Building, the city's tallest building at the time. Excuse me. Upon crashing between the 78th and 80th floors of the building's north side, the plane's fuel exploded, filling the skyscraper with flames. What does that sound like, folks? One of the plane's engines shot through the building to the other side, landing in sculptor Henry Herring's penthouse across the street, destroying about $75,000 worth of art. Other pieces of the plane landed on the street and on top of nearby structures. As a shocked crowd watched from the street, police, firemen, and rescue workers rushed to the scene to aid those trapped and injured in the building. One of those injured was elevator operator Betty Lou Oliver, who was working on the 80th floor when the plane struck. As rescue workers loaded Oliver into an elevator for transport, the car's cable snapped and was sent into a 75-floor free fall to the building's basement. Miraculously, Betty Lou survived with only a broken pelvis, back, and neck to complain about. It is said that her Guinness World Book record fall was cushioned by broken cables, which piled up in a spring-like spiral on the floor of the shaft. It's also thought that the narrow lift shaft acted as a compressor for the air and softened the blow. Actually, the book I was reading about this, there were rubber stoppers at the bottom to cushion if the elevator did drop. It wasn't expected that far of a drop, but there were rubber cushions at the bottom of the shaft, and that supposedly also helped. Because it's New York City, despite the damage and the giant 18 by 20 foot hole at the top of the building, occupants returned to work the following Monday. So I'll show you guys some pictures from this thing. I guess I have to go back because I was looking at them and it didn't rewind. Back. It's going to let me do it. Oh, here we go. The first one. Oh, my unresponsive computer. Sorry, guys. So you can see them in reverse. Okay, here we go. This is Betty Lou Oliver. She's the one that fell 75 floors. She returns to the scene of the tragic accident December 2nd. So from July to December, it shows her with her elevator. She worked the elevator. What is going on with this stupid thing? You hear me pounding on my computer? That's my, yeah, okay. Lost in the fog. I gotta move my. Lost in the fog that hung low over New York City on the morning of July 28th. It just tells you what happened. This was Henry Herring's apartment that had the artwork in it, where the engine blew through it. You know what? It's kind of interesting. I didn't see this picture before. Oh, come on. The site is really screwy. Let's see if I can go back now. Okay, Don Maloney, Coast Guardsman, carries a first aid kit as he helps injured woman downstairs at the Empire State Building after the bomber crashed into the building July 28, 1945. A man examines charred documents in an office in the Empire State Building. This shows the location and the plane's route. Well, that's a precarious spot to be standing. It's interesting to see the concrete skeleton when that plane hit. It's buckled in a little bit, but you can plainly see the hole that see where it looks like where the wings hit. I'm not sure, but these pictures are really interesting to look at. Look at around it. You can see where things burned on the sides, but you can see this open office building window here. The whole floor apparently suffered damage. There is still a marker. They did not repair the entire damage as a monument to what happened. If you look at the Empire State Building on the floor where this happened, you'll see. But yeah, does this look like the whole building fell? This is towards the top. I think it's 78. They're reassembling the plane here, oddly enough. It says that they're clearing up wreckage, but they're actually pulling pieces of the plane and putting them all in because this is not burned. They're bringing them all in and setting it up, I think, to see if there was something wrong. I think it's just something they do. Gruesome task. There's what the plane looked like. that hit. Good sized plane. Here's the floor that's burning. Does that bring back memories, folks? But you look at this, why didn't this fall down? There's quite a few floors above it yet. Why didn't this whole area here fall down?
One of the things you have to consider, the B-25 Mitchell is only 52 feet long. The 757 is 124 feet long. It's
aluminum skeleton, or what was the Mitchell made with? Was it aluminum?
Same thing.
Was it?
Yeah, I don't think they can really be compared.
It's like
the B-25 weighed about 20,000 pounds, and the 767s that hit the towers weighed 176,000 pounds empty.
Yeah.
Plus fuel because they were loaded. Yeah. But what they're trying to say is that the planes, it wasn't the planes that took
probably about twice as fast.
Yeah, I think that he throttled down when he was in there. But think about it. They're trying to claim that the fuel is what took the towers down, right? They're trying to say that's what the stories I was hearing, that that's what happened. But still, the amount of damage that would have happened, it's not going to let me close it. The amount of damage that would have happened from that.
And while we're on that particular subject, aircraft aluminum and wings full of fuel is not the same as an empty tin can, by the way.
Right.
One of my biggest beef spot 9/11 research is all the disinformation that's out there.
Did we lose you?
Yeah, he's still there, but I can't hear you.
Kenyatta, you're roboting.
Well, as he comes back, Homesteader, you can probably attest from an engineering perspective, aircraft aluminum, you either use like 6061 or you use, 7074. I think those are the ASTM standards that are considered aircraft grade.
Right, and they're different at different points between the aspects of the structure versus the fuselage and the leading edge of the wings versus the tailing and the edge of the wings and the reinforcement of the fuel.
7075. Sorry about that. Whiskey Peddler corrected me.
Well, the plane had to have hit. I don't know what the speed was. I think I probably did at one time. That plane that hit the Empire State Building had to have been going fairly fast because the engine ended up through the building across the road and into the other building across the way, which would probably be a city block.
It was about 225 miles an hour.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's just interesting. And, like somebody out there said, aluminum cannot penetrate steel, period. And that's true. It can break concrete if it's going the right, and anything can break concrete if it's going the right speed, I think. But yeah, I look at that and I think about it is the damage that was done. Say the plane is half of what the one that hit the trade centers is. The damage is far less than half. It's they put the fire out. There's been, I don't know, everything about the thing was just, people weren't buying. I remember I was in Indiana. We were on one of the very first flights after this happened. We had booked a flight to Indiana to do some family research. And I think it was like 3 days out, something like that. Airports were ghost towns. I think there were like 5 people on our flight. And it was like a big flight. I can't remember the size of the plane. And the airport at Indianapolis Airport, empty. And we went to get a taxi, and the guy said, "Where's the rest of the people? Are we going to wait for him?" He goes, "You're the first fare of the day." And we were there like 4 p.m. Nobody was flying. They were terrified to fly. And I remember going to our cousin's house, and he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. He's a sweetheart of a guy, but totally politically ignorant. And he was sitting there, and he says, "Come here, I want to talk to you." And we went into his office, and he pulls up the 9/11 stuff, and he looked at me and he says, "This isn't right. Something doesn't make sense." He says, "This is all wrong." He says, "What happened? What happened?" He knew. He wasn't even a political person, and he knew the story that he was getting was a bunch of crap. And it was something his life was riding his motorcycle and playing pool. That was his life. He never watched TV, nothing, but he knew when that happened, something wasn't right. It was just, they could sense it. People could sense it. And then watching how that creep Bush handled everything, keeping everybody's hopes up. I watched my dad, who was retired military, Bush sitting there on the TV. We'd stop every morning before we went out, and Bush would have his little indoctrination sessions on TV, and everybody's glued to the TV. And after about the fourth day, I watched the light go out of my dad's eyes, realizing that idiot wasn't going to do anything. And whoever did it was never going to, he knew. I watched him. My mom and I kind of already knew. I remember coming down I was in this house the morning of 9/11. I'd slept in, don't know why, I don't even know why I was here, but I was here. And my mom's sitting on the sofa there watching TV. And she goes, "You got to watch this." And I came down the stairs and watched the TV just as it showed the plane hitting the building. And my first thought and my first words were, "I wonder what took them so long." I knew something was coming. I didn't know what it was, but it was a pretty obvious target. And then looking at all the symbolism tied into that and all the warnings we got through The Simpsons, what was that? The Lone Gunman, all these different shows were talking about it before it ever happened. They were telling us and nobody picked up on it because we couldn't believe they would be that so blatant about it. Yeah, and now look where we're at. The whole thing was to get that Patriot Act in. I remember there was 3,000 pages. Biden takes responsibility. I wrote that. Of course, he lies through his teeth, but he voluntarily took responsibility for writing that, which was done before 9/11. There's no way they got that written that fast. The whole point was to get that put in, because look where we're at now. Well, Taliban, all that stuff over there. Well, how come we still have the Patriot Act? Don't need it, right? It's still there. They'll just add to it because we're now the terrorists, right? It's disgusting what's happening, but people are waking up and they recognize what's going on.
Right, I remember openly getting into fights with people about the Patriot Act. It was like really divided the country. A lot of really good people thought that the Patriot Act had to happen. Whereas it scared, I'm more libertarian leaning person. It scared the crap out of me.
Yeah.
And I remember calling Congress and trying to talk to people because my mom had always been politically active. I can't remember if she was a committee man at that point or not. Probably. And we were like, hell no. And whose store did that come out of? And I remember, yes, Biden and the Democrats were trying to claim credit for this. And we were like, this is disastrous. I mean, people are like, well, why did you get into the Tea Party and stuff? I mean, you were like in the entertainment industry before that. I would say the Patriot Act is one of the defining political moments for me. When they passed that sucker and it came out of nowhere, I'm like, okay, I see where this is going. Remembering that my dad's family escaped Eastern Europe before the Iron Curtain came down. So I've always been in tune with that.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom's Canadian or was Canadian, and one of her parents came from Eastern Europe also. But she said she would dug into the Birch Society like in the early 60s. I remember sitting under the dining room table when she had her meetings at the house and listening to everything. And I was signed into the John Birch Society by Alan Stang at a summer camp one year when I was 11 or 12 years old. Yeah, so I was not that I was politically active, but I was very politically aware of what was going on and what was coming, how to a good degree, how they were going to be doing it. My mom was an exhaustive researcher, political researcher. She's the first person I ever knew that had a computer. She used to get on the phone and call people or fax, remember old faxes and stuff like that. But she knew a lot. She knew the head of the Birch Society. They bought the back page of the New American. They had a permanent spot with that for my dad's business as a way of giving them money. But she knew a lot of people. It always shocks me when I find out more people that she knew. And she said, all I do is I get on the phone and call people. They'll answer their phone. So that's what she did. And so she made a lot of links with people, but we were aware of what was coming. I was aware of what was coming for years at this dirty cabal where they were. I used to write letters. I remember sitting at a local politician's house when I was like 12 years old, writing letters to congressmen just pissed, writing letters to congressmen and sending them off. And everybody's always amazed that I got a reply because I wrote such mean letters. My mom wrote a letter to Bobby Kennedy and just read him the riot act about something he had done. And he sent her back a filthy letter. Filthy. I found it in the basement about 15 years ago. I was like, whoa. I told my mom, I said, this stupid thing's probably worth some money. She goes, yeah, that son of a bitch. She didn't like him at all and hated Bobby Kennedy. But no, it's when you go way back, they laid the groundwork for all of this decades ago. And they were working with our enemies. They were working with Khrushchev, and they were working with Brzezinski. All these people were up to their necks in this, and they worked tirelessly to accomplish this. If you ever read the book, Jean Sartre's book, what's the name of it? It explains how these people get together and do this. They don't even know each other, and they will work to bring things down. Gosh, why can't I remember the name of it? It's a short book that thick. I sat in the Bakersfield Library and read the whole thing in one sitting. Very fast book. It's filled with a lot of big words to throw people off, but he tried to make himself look like an intellectual. But it basically explained, I remember reading, thinking, this explains Hillary Clinton. This explains so much how they work as a group without even knowing each other. But at the time I didn't put Satan into it. You put Satan into it, he's the one guiding them and leading them to do this stuff. The dead zone.
That's a good.
Pardon?
Maybe that's a good segue, Chris, as to where I was going to go next, because, before Rahm Emanuel really popularized the saying, never let a good crisis go to waste, how many different agendas and that were at play as part of 9/11? You think of the gold heist that took place from the basement. Mm-hmm. You think of, the Israelis wiring things up, surveillance state, the police state, the asbestos that lined the building. How are they going to get rid of it, dispose of it? Giuliani mysteriously shipping all this stuff up as fast as they possibly could truck it and get it the hell out of New York. All these things, how many different ones came to play just as a result of that one event?
Insurance fraud. Yeah, they got a lot accomplished with that, didn't they? They got a lot accomplished. It was a heist of the century. And now what they're doing, back they did that with the gold and all the holdings, and then the insurance fraud Silverstein was involved in. And you start now, one thing about Q that I really appreciated was that he helped everyone link the names together. It wasn't just Clinton. There are certain people who are the figurehead. They're like they're a placeholder so everybody can aim their vitriol at them, like Soros. He's not the top guy, but he's the one that's out there that everybody hates. He has this, he does that. They never use their own money, by the way. They always use your money. But yes, they have certain things. They know how people operate. They know the psychology to get people to all hate on somebody. And while you're hating on this guy, the 50 of them over here are laughing at you and doing whatever they want, stealing from you, giving you clot shots, whatever, planning your demise. Excuse me. While the bad guys over here, what you think is a bad guy, they're very good at distraction, but also they're good at stealing. They're good at doing everything rotten and creepy you can think of. But Q actually woke a lot of people up to what really is going on and who these people are and how to research. Look at the wives. People didn't think to look at the wives. You go look at the wives, Lisa Barsumian, who they had claimed the internet of her name. I found like 3 pages on the internet about her. They had wiped her history. Certain ones, they've wiped their history, but you go look at the Berggruen Institute. That's where one of the meeting houses, clubhouses for these people is. And you go find out who they are. Condoleezza Rice, Sarkozy, all these different people, and all the like Jack Dorsey, Eric Schmidt, Arianna Huffington. I couldn't find Facebook in there. I was like, where's Facebook? So I had to go into each person, people I didn't recognize, and look them up. I found out Facebook is in there too. All of the social media are in the Berggruen Institute, and they had it splashed on their front page right after the 2016 election that social media was going to have to change, and they were going to do it. They were going to get rid of this. They figured that the Hillary won. That was their excuse. Hillary won because of social media, or lost because of social media. So they came right out and said all social media is going to change. Well, Facebook is in there. Facebook through the co-founder. That member is there. So you've got heads of state, philosophers. They are directly tied to China, deeply directly tied to China. They have universities that they run back and forth. They've got people here from China in the universities. They are also in the universities. The Chinese are also in CDC, FDA. They're all over. This whole thing has been done under our noses with organizations that we didn't elect the people in, like the CDC. Why are we obeying what the CDC tells us to do? They're nobody. They're a bunch of none of them have been elected. We need to abolish all of the friggin' alphabets. And I mean every mother loving one of them. Every one of them. They've been using those to enslave us. Get rid of them. We don't like the Medical Association, the CDC, the FBI, the CIA, all of them need to be gone. They need to be gone because they are doing things, illegal things, and we don't have the power to stop them because we can't write them letters. We can write our congressman letters. We can get rid of our congressmen. We can recall them. We can't recall the head of the CIA. We need to get rid of them because they're running things and they're not supposed to be there. They are illegal constructs, absolutely illegal constructs. They need to go, all of them.
Perhaps another angle to consider too is, the righteous anger we've seen build up across the country with all these school board meetings about CRT and the masks and everything else. The other thing to consider is this, folks. For those that have kids that are being taught, if you're still in the indoctrination centers today, take a look at what your history books are writing about 9/11. I want to encourage you to take a look at that and see how they have already started now here 20 years later to whitewash it. You may be surprised.
Yeah. Well, they're still tearing down statues.
It goes back to Obama and Wright, coming home to roost.
Yeah.
Right.
It goes back to that narrative, and not necessarily that he made that comment directly towards 9/11, but it's that same narrative. I mean, you're right, Spectre. It's the subtlety of through the government indoctrination centers that have now become a communist indoctrination center. I mean, all out, right? They have been by manipulating the children and through little bit by little bit. I mean, when you think about it, the so-called teachers and professors of today, such as we saw exposed in California by Veritas, were the students of yesterday, were the children, the grammar schools of the day before that. And now, a little story, just a tiny bit on that theme. On the I believe it was the 10th birthday. Sorry, go ahead, Spectre. I didn't mean to.
You want a little snack?
Sure. What you got?
Open mic.
Got some Scooby snacks over there, Pinata?
So it was my godson's. I think it was his 10th birthday. Don't quote me on that because this was years ago. So we were having a birthday party at a restaurant, and he had one of his schoolmates next to him, and it was during the 2008 election cycle, right? And so they asked me, "Are you going to vote?" Which I found surprising, and I said, "Yeah, of course I am." And he says, "Are you going to vote? Are you going to vote for Barack?" That's how the 10-year-old referred to him. So where he got it, it's either through his parents or through school, mostly through school, because both of them did that same thing. I said, "No, I'm not." He says, "Oh, you're voting for the other guy." And it's like, but it was the thing that caught my ear was, "Oh, are you voting for Barack?" And it's like, oh, and then you remember the kindergartners being taught, that little song that the teacher was teaching them to sing. It's like, sorry, it's been building up for quite a while. We're now just Trump was a hurdle for them. and not to go into the politics aspects of it, but Trump was a hurdle, and they're trying to catch up with the idiot Dementia Joe.
Yeah. I want to show you guys something. Some of you have probably seen it, but maybe not. I've been pushing this thing ever since I found it during the Chaz and Chop thing. This blazing star was spray painted all over Seattle's Chaz area. And when I saw this, liberation will be won by any means necessary. Remember Nancy Pelosi saying that Donald Trump would be removed by any means necessary? This is where she got it. This is where she got it. This is all part of their Marxist communist platform. And when you read this, this explains, this is a group, they're tied to Antifa as a part of this. This is their list of points of action. We will destroy the state, police, military. What are they doing with the shots? What are they doing with the police? Corporations and all those who run the American plantation. This is all part of the white privilege crap. We will live with dignity in a world without prisons. What have they been doing? They've been letting prisoners out of prison. So if you don't have prisoners in there, why do you need a prison, right? This is all coming from these people. This is their plan. Systems of punishment will be abolished. There will be no law to enforce, no money to protect. What are they doing with the money? What are they doing with the law? They are ignoring it. Blatantly ignoring it. I don't know if you guys heard the video yesterday of a lawyer who called up Michigan or Minnesota police, sheriff, and said that the mask use was illegal. Demands for masks were illegal in schools. And she blatantly refused to accept what he was saying or enforce the law. Revolutionary justice will be determined by those who are oppressed. What are we seeing? Black Lives Matter. There will be no government. No person or group will have power over another. If you go through this, it totally what they're doing is all backwards. It makes no sense. But this is what they're telling people who are joining this group, and this is what they're doing to tear us down. Communities will make decisions about how they live and will make sure that everyone has what they need to live a dignified life. But you'll have nothing and be happy, right? Land is not property. Who said land is not property? De Blasio. There are other people that came out and said, you cannot own property. You cannot own land. This is if you listen to what they say, they all back this whole thing up. It is alive, communal, and must be protected. Alongside international comrades, international comrades. Gee, could it be like ISIS-K? Don't know. We will destroy all borders for the free movement of people everywhere. Militant networks will defend our revolutionary communities. Liberation begins where America dies. Read up on these guys. I'll give you guys a link out there. Keep that. And when you memorize to some degree what's being said, because when you hear what they're saying on TV or in these news clips, you'll hearken back to that and realize right where this is coming from. This is their mantra. This is their guideline. All worldwide. It's not just American politicians. You'll see it everywhere. So anyway, there's a link to that up there in chat in DLive, and I'll put one in the Zoom chat too if anybody's interested. But I'd looked into this over a year and a half ago now.
Dee Dee, we haven't heard from you yet. Got to elbow your way in here if you want to say something.
I'm listening. You guys are fascinating, and I'm more of a visual person. I pick up on visual things. So, yeah. Thank you.
Well, don't be bashful.
I am.
Another thing, like specifically with 9/11, I had been like more of a JFK researcher type, books and notebooks and all that in the 90s before computers. One of the things that I learned from 9/11 is I did spend several months looking into it, sort of, I guess, a deep dive. But it's the first time that, of course, JFK was, a cover-up of a cover-up of a cover-up of a cover-up. But the, faked videos, I've seen the most ridiculous crap in relations to 9/11. And they still come out with them now. They'll just all of a sudden say new footage, whatever, and it's like some kind of crazy thing, aliens flying over 9/11 or whatever, or to me a crazy thing with no other evidence, let's put it that way, and professionally done, right? And trying to research 9/11 made me very aware of very early on the kind of counterintelligence squads out on the internet creating fake information, fueling up chat rooms. It was sort of my first experience with that. And it just makes you more suspicious about what they're really trying to hide. So it's like, some of the stuff people dig up are real diggers and real stuff, but there's just so much stuff that there is no accompanying information that you can verify the video or whatever. It's a very visual thing. And there are people who really got discouraged out of the truther movement because of 9/11, because at some point you're just like, and this of course is the point of the disinfo, at some point you throw your hands up in the air and you're like, I'm walking from this. I have no idea what's going on. I've seen so many videos. I've seen so much stuff and so many theories, and I learned a lot from that, which of course nowadays is key. You just can't go on YouTube and find out what really happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make earlier. Sorry, I was driving when I was roboting. Yeah, that disinformation, that was during when I was doing my 9/11 research. That was my first real, like you're saying, because I got caught up in all of it. I'm going to be honest about that. But then you start to realize, okay, how do I know what I think I know? And when you re-examine a lot of this stuff, you realize that there was no real evidence. It was just somebody said something on some video one time, and then you just took that and just ran with it, right? And put it in this pile of, because it differed from the official story, I'm just going to go ahead and take that over this, right? Without really having any solid proof. So, and we saw the same kind of thing within Q as well, right? So I think that was
on a bigger scale, even.
Yeah.
Yep. Drive me nuts.
Yes.
Yep. And it's really, what's the word I'm looking for?
Pam, are you trying to say that Q did not say to attack the Capitol on January 6th? That can't be true.
There's one example of it from the enemy side of things, but I think what they're talking about is the stuff that comes from people on our side, people getting caught up in really crazy things with literally no evidence, and watching so many people get caught up in that, willing to believe literally like anything just because it differs from the official narrative, is really, really frustrating. And it does cause people to just say, screw this. There's no way to tell up from down anymore. No one takes, or at least half the people don't take this seriously. I just give up. Yeah.
Well, we used an example the other day, like where the kids are in the classroom with Bush when they, and they say, and I don't disagree with the phonetic or the potential of what ritualistically, what phonetically, what it meant, but the words that they're saying, like I said, you see these videos people produce, they're like, they're saying steal and plane and hit. Well, the word is steal as in stolen, not steal as in material. It's not plane, it's playing, ing, play ing. And it's not hit with an H, it's kit with a K. I mean, those types of details are the things that people see that they might have an open mind. They see that and they walk away. So that's the type of discernment that we have to have. Hyper vigilant and make sure you know what you know.
Yeah, and when I was in school, it was actually an alternative school, and I was 16 going on 17, and they made a list for us of communism versus, freedom. And, there are no absolutes on the communist side. That's what they want. They don't want you to have a firm foundation. So that's why they do that. No absolutes with them.
Well, and if nothing else, those of us who have a mind to kind of think forward, backward, upside down, and reverse. 1/6, we see the insurrection, or so they call it. 9/11, obviously 2001, 2012. It's the matter of on 1/6, 6/1, 9/1, 9/11. Should we always continue to expect to see or have a continued heightened awareness around dates where they like to mirror and flip and just be cognizant of said dates, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, we found that out, didn't we?
Well, I mean, there's a couple of different things we could take actually as guidance on that. It's like as above, so below, right? Which basically says if the good guys are using the calendar, so are the bad guys. Can they be using the same calendar? Absolutely. The difference is how are you looking at the aspects of the dates? How many times have we seen the back and forth between certain dates in the Christian side, Catholic or whatever, right? The different sects of Christianity and the pagan side of those same dates. So it's one of those things, and then going along with what Spectre was saying is that you have to be vigilant because they're using that calendar too.
And I think that's how. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Aaron.
No, I was just going to say that I was glad 9/11 fell on a Saturday, because if it hadn't, I honestly, I honestly may have insisted my son stay home. I mean, that's how crazy I've gotten over this stuff.
You're not the only one. One of my favorite people in the PSB family, she was glad that her daughter got on a plane and she's home with her today too. It's a real thing, sis.
Mm-hmm.
Still to this day, especially today.
Well, and there's enough crazy people that we've seen surface nowadays, in the various hotspots, Portland, et cetera, that are more than willing to use this as an excuse to blame somebody else. So today or any other day of significance, but from that perspective. But yeah, I mean, that's why we have the term false flag, right? Doesn't mean it's not a real event, but it means that it's been an event that's capitalized upon for a purpose.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Tian. I did learn through all of us being together that the Illuminati, one of their ways that they must do things is that they need to show us before it happens. And I never knew that before. I've learned so much from you all. It's amazing.
Right. And the way they show you doesn't necessarily mean you have to recognize it. They just have to show it.
Yeah, they'd rather we didn't recognize it, I think.
Yeah. But it's true. I mean, we've seen a lot of examples of that after the fact you kind of recognize it, but you don't up front. And that's intentionally, in my opinion, because that's the operational model. The acceptance, whether you are cognizant of it or not.
And we keep learning. I mean, you look back, like sometimes it's fun to watch. I don't know, just take anything that was weird, like the Manson murders or anything. Since we've been a group sharing knowledge, there's almost nothing, I'll just say weird, that you look back on that when you look back on it now, having been a part of a group like this one, where your mind just doesn't start firing. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. I just it's like everything starts clicking together. It's like a history book you read and then you go to reread it and all the words are different in the book.
Yeah, we were all trying to put together a puzzle, but finally we actually got a picture of the box of the puzzle, so we know what the picture looks like, Yeah,
everything isn't so random. I guess we're probably now at a point where maybe we want to go ahead and start opening up the phone lines. Gloria, I don't know if you or somebody can drop the phone number to dial in on the various chats here on DLive, Trovo, what have you. But whatever way we're going to do that, we can entertain that here in the next little bit.
Yeah, sure. Which my camera's frozen.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, looks like my device I was using for my camera's battery died. Anyways.
There you go.
So let's see. We have a phone number that people can call in, and it is area code 202-657-5235. And I'll be standing by to bring you in. If you've never called in on that line, like during the Common Sense show or something, if you could text that number, it'd be great. And I don't have chat pulled up to post it in chat, but I'm going to post it in Zoom chat here real quick. There's also a direct link that you can click that will connect through Skype too. And yeah.
Chris, I wanted to tell you one of my favorite shows on PSB was that day that you were showing us all those photos of fake people that didn't exist.
Yeah, isn't that something?
That was amazing. I was like, oh, yeah that's cool.
They look real. I still have that site up somewhere on one of my tabs. I've got like 300 tabs open. I just never closed it. But every time you hit that button, it pulls up a new face that is nobody. They don't exist. And they look as real as you or me. Unbelievable.
So, Glory, do you want me to put this link then out in all the chats?
Yes, that'd be great.
I'll do it.
I mean, Annabelle's calling, so I can't go on there.
Radio silent.
Okay, I'm going to DLive. You can call the phone number, or if you want to use your Skype, click on the link. I'm going to go over to all of them. Now I'm going over to Trovo, and I'll go over to Rumble.
Dynamax,
Okay.
I'll be disappointed if Dynamax isn't the first one on the phone.
Yeah, come on, Dynamax. All right, so Trovo, you got it. I'll go over to, oops, go over to Rumble. All right, Rumble, here you go.
I got Vaughn.
I will go over to Foxhole. Come on, guys, call in. I'm putting the link out there. That means you have to call.
And that's an order. 80s Aaron says so.
That's right.
We do have a caller.
Yay.
A couple of them, actually. Let's see. The first one ends in, oh, okay. When we have multiple callers, the thing is they're all going to kind of conglomerate into one, although it's doesn't seem to be doing that right now. But we have one caller right now who ends, the number ends in 16. You are on the air.
Go ahead.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hello?
You are loud and clear.
I go by the name of Praying Mantis, Real Praying Mantis. I live in New York City, and I wanted to comment on the program.
All right.
Yeah, so other people. Oh, that's me. Okay.
Yeah, if you've got, I was going to say, if you've got your broadcast up in the background, turn it down.
I grew up in New York City, and I worked in the World Trade Center early on for a Japanese bank. And that was at a time where they were filming King Kong, and Japanese officers at the bank worked very late in the evening, and there were bomb threats, and they used to climb down from the 46th floor where our bank was. And the day of this event, I used to be the chairperson of a local daycare center, and I left the center with some other parents, and everybody was standing on cars saying that a plane hit the World Trade Center. And we were all like amazed, and I was, we were very fortunate as a center of 90 families that we did not lose any parents in the event. But it was pretty horrific here in New York City. I'm very nervous talking on the phone right now, and usually I'm pretty obnoxious. But it's something that really affected a lot of people, and people actually, had very nervous conditions about this, and we were locked down as a community. The guard was here, and they blocked off streets, and a lot of money was thrown around and offered to people, but I don't know if people really ever got the payouts. I live a little further than the Trade Center, so I never applied for anything, but I know that unions were really pushing everybody to sign up for, that they would be ill in the future. And it just seemed like it was just a big cash out that was going on from the time that they had that man in Washington, D.C. paying out people to the elected officials, and I'm too nervous, and I'm not making any sense anymore. It's just that too many people knew what was going on beforehand, and the money was already in place, and money disappeared on other levels other than the money that was missing from the Pentagon. A lot of cash just dissipated into the air. And it's truly disgusting to kill 3,000 people and turn our whole nation upside down behind this. But I'm going to get off because I'm not making any sense anymore. Thank you.
You kicked total butt. That was actually a very good call. Very good. It's true. The insurance scams and everything with Silverstein. Then to say nothing of all the defense contractors that I'm sure were rolling in cash after the forays into the Middle East started. That's a lot of money. That's way more than Silverstein ever raked in from this. Huge amount of money.
That's too
Goodness
bad
knows how many knew beforehand.
All right, we got another caller. This one ending in 66. You are on the air.
Is it me?
Sounds
Hello?
like it. Who would you like to be called?
Webster Sham.
Webster Sham, what's up?
Okay, so I'm not sure if it's been discussed already, but it wasn't knowledge at the time, but it turns out that when Silverstein bought that from the Port Authority, bought the trade centers, it was technically condemned for its asbestos content. It was going to have to be taken down. And there's a term, this is not meant to be anti-Semitic, but it's called Jewish lightning. It's a building burns. And that is always something that, I mean, from the moment that I saw that thing go down, I knew it was an absolute bullshit. It actually violates the laws of physics. Things that are engineered to stand are meant to support the weight above in excess. And it doesn't matter how much of that weight coming down, transferring, it should just schlep off to one side or another. So the entire narrative that those things came down from jet fuel, that's such a bullshit statement. And I don't understand why people can't rationalize that it violated the laws of physics. Just the same as it did with the magic bullet violated the laws of physics. It's always the official narrative.
Well, I guess to that end, maybe not everybody studies physics, so they're not aware of things like gravity, I suppose.
People also, I mean, they still believe magic. They believe magic tricks, you know? I mean, and a lot of people, like I said, they've never been in a big building. They've never touched one. Like, they've only ever seen it on TV and in movies.
Well, correct. The interior core of those buildings, because it was a building within a building, there was an inner core, 48-inch steel I-beams encased in concrete, and then the stairwells and the elevators. Everything hanging off of that to the exterior frame building, which was steel. And they claim, oh, well, these failure points weakened by the fire. Well, all of that entire class, I wouldn't call it cladding because it was actual building framing, would have slept off, leaving this standing column on 110 stories high. There's absolutely, I mean, fire could not weaken that steel inside that concrete 48-inch I-beams. It just is, I mean, well, actually there is one way. It's called thermate paste, applied over months and months as they did asbestos remediation. They just sprayed it on the steel. Go ahead.
So that's the theory that you think makes the most sense, that the one about the thermite, that the workmen were basically not wiring, but chemicaling that building to go.
Well, it's not a secret. For months and months, there was an asbestos remediation. They were removing the asbestos-laden fire protection that had been sprayed on exposed steel members, and they were supposed to be doing some, reapplying it. Well, what they were reapplying it with was most logically was a thermate paste, because the failure, I mean, the free fall speed, we're talking free fall speed, no resistance. That in physics, that does not happen. Never happened before. Buildings burned 14 hours, the skyscraper in Russia. 14 hours engulfed in flames, still standing. Whereas this, with the cascading pancake, that means that there are thousands of failure points all the way down. And when they engineer a building, they engineer it with what's called ductility, meaning that it will bend and deform. So if anything, those things should have slept off to one side or the other from the initial impact point, if you want to even believe that. That less than quarter-inch aluminum penetrated the steel exterior framing, or a few thousand gallons of jet fuel, which flashed off. We all saw that part. I mean, I just don't understand how people can't. I mean, it's the official story. It's always been that way.
Well, the problem is that not everybody has thinking brains, or they think logically and with facts, and that's what they bank on and how they get a willing populace to go along. Because if you just strike enough fear in it, you somehow mysteriously just cast all that by the wayside, right?
Absolutely. And then, of course, we're also talking about Building 7. Building 7 had one major point where there could have potentially been an issue, and that was, I believe, 20,000 gallons of diesel, because it was the emergency management station for the city, for the mayor's office, and all that. Now, we're not going to get into the FBI offices that had the evidence for MCI, WorldCom, Enron, all those people, all upstairs, just like the same in the Murrah building in Oklahoma, had the Waco evidence, the Clinton evidence from Whitewater. Funny how that is. Now there's evidence of major corruption just seems to get blown up. Not to mention the CIA offices that were upstairs in Building 7.
No, I just had a funny thought cross my mind. in the wake of everything that has happened with Q and you bringing up evidence, think back to a pair of white airplanes, all white DOJ airplanes flying in and out of Arkansas. Do we know where those landed and where said evidence went? And who might want to make that stuff disappear?
Oh yeah, exactly. I believe those went back to somewhere in Virginia, if I remember right. Was that not where they landed?
Presumably, but we have no idea where they went.
Well, I guess that would be a question for Monkey Works, because or somebody that can go back in time as far as the somebody did flight tracking on those things, I believe. Some sort of sauce was developed. But it just goes back to, and then of course the one thing that the previous caller mentioned, having worked there and understood what's going on with financials, in those, it was the World Trade Center. There was what's called clearinghouses, where money transfers were cleared, meaning counterparts were vetted, for against financial crimes. Well, as soon as those things were destroyed, all of a sudden we get this like 3 to 5 day grace period where any financial instrument should be cleared without proper vetting. And that is when the, I can't remember, it had something to do with the Black Eagle Trust. And $900 billion in bonds, which were set to, I'm not sure if they were set to expire, but they needed to be transferred. And there's such a dubious background on these things that no normal clearinghouse would have accepted them. But as soon as those buildings came down, we had a financial emergency. And I believe all that had to do with Daddy Bush was involved in all that. So when W signed the emergency order, allowing people to just transfer shit without any sort of background checks, somebody who created $900 billion on paper turned it into reality the day after that happened. I'm going to get off the line. Thank you, guys. I'll be listening in the background.
Thanks for the call.
All right. Well, we had another caller on deck, but I guess they hung up. But yeah, feel free to call at 202-657-5235. That's 202-657-5235. If you call in and somebody's already on, go ahead and mute yourself, and I'll either call you out by name or by the last 2 digits of your phone number. So there you go. But yeah, I mean, for me, I was, oh, there we go. All right. As you can hear, we have another caller.
Hello.
You are on the air.
Okay, this is Snoopy Freak.
Snoopy Freak?
Yeah. And I'm calling from Nebraska to say I'm still pissed that Bruce landed in Omaha.
That's right. That's where he went, right? He was hiding, and where's Bush, right?
Yep, he went to our StratCon. I was like, damn it.
Yeah, for me,
So why does that make you mad? Because you feel like now you're part of the story?
Yeah. Okay, especially as liberal as Omaha and Lincoln are. Thanks for nothing.
Right. So, when it first happened, what were you thinking?
I knew as soon as the second plane came in, we were at war, and I said that to my younger daughter who was homesick that day. Said, we're at war. We just don't know who the enemy is yet. Just very matter of factly. I mean, it was just, you knew.
Yeah, that's what I said.
My sister-in-law's plane got grounded. She got put in a motel and she had a stroke. She lived. Sobering day. I wanted to say thank you to all of the show hosts. You've done an incredible job with this day. It's very appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
Yep. Next caller.
Thank you.
Before I start crying.
Aw, you and me both, honey.
Next caller's number ends in 83.
Oh, and that's me. I'm Eric. How's everybody doing?
Doing great.
Yeah, we're doing good. How about you?
Hey, I'm actually, it wasn't doing good for quite a while for a number of reasons, which I'm not going to go into, but I just wanted to know I was supposed to be one of your hosts late night for the Echo Chamber of Truth coming up. And I thought I would never get here, but I made the full escape. Well, not full, but almost full, from Massachusetts to West Virginia, and I am in paradise.
Cool, good. Yeah, I remember we were waiting on you to move. Yep. Good.
I can't believe it. I have a street, 2 streets down from me, called Water Street, that's predominated by ducks and geese and the kids that play with them. And everybody yields to the ducks and geese obediently. And all the corporatocracy businesses have all the signage up, and the poor people that work there have to do some level of compliance with the submission muzzles. But the West Virginians aren't having it. Yeah. They walk in freely in every business here. It is a beautiful sight. I don't think many of them are jabbed. I don't think there's anybody here that's less than 20 or 30% awake. It's fabulous here.
That's cool. That's got to be a big change. Wow.
What do you remember?
It's unbelievable. What's that?
What do you remember about the day, Eric, back then?
All right, here we go. Guess where I was on that day? I was working with Tony Fauci at the Institutes of Health.
Oh, gosh.
How about that one? Oh, my God. I was an AV technician, which I was because I was a musician in the Navy before that, and I was fired for being disabled, my feet. And our sound engineer, who took full advantage of the benefits of the Navy, and he had some education as well, became the AV chief. So he hired a bunch of us, and musicians, if you're not aware of this, make fabulous AV technicians because we're not afraid of 1,000-butt auditoriums, and we're good with people, and most of us love technology. So it was a lot of fun working there, but I'll never forget, we had a big conference going that day, and it was terrifying. I was afraid to drive home on the roads because obviously we'd been so hoodwinked from what we all thought, that it was like, oh my God, they got all the roads planned out. They're going to start bombing and shooting us just driving home in the slavery traffic. So I was terrified on that day. I was so glad to finally make it home. I also had a sister in the air on a Delta flight coming from Boston. Talk about crazy.
Yikes.
Yep. So I didn't wake up to it. You know, I knew something was crazy, but I probably didn't really say to myself, there's no way, probably for a solid year, you know, because we all went back into normal, go back to sleep land after all the wars and all that garbage. And, I never woke up until the coof. Last year, March-ish, April-ish, I woke up screaming to Tom Hanks reality. And it's funny, when I tell people that I woke up because of Tom Hanks screaming, I say, the Tom Hanks story? And I'd say 7 out of 10 people start nodding. Oh, yeah, that went viral. That's how I know about most of these people are like 20, 30% awake. You cannot know about the Tom Hanks Hollywood stuff and not be at least 20 or 30% awake at this point,
Yep.
Crazy. Anyway, the one thing I would like to leave you guys with, I'll get off, let somebody else have a shot, is I can't believe my luck. I'm here in this beautiful home. It's an old house, but it's solid. And this house in Salem, Massachusetts would cost about $6,000 a month. And my mortgage is $394 a month for this 1,700 square hometown home in a quiet, safe, beautiful neighborhood. It's amazing to have all of you there in one place commemorating this day. I wish it was for a better reason. This is such an awful day, but it's got to be done. But I love all of you. You're all so fabulous. And wow, it's amazing having you all in one place at one time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, have a great one.
Anybody else, Glory?
Nope. So the lines are open. There were a lot of missed calls earlier, people trying to call. So call in if you haven't made it on the air yet.
Ooh, interesting out there while we wait for someone. I see Reeferman and DLive chat saying, why is the radio replaying 9/11 to instill fear into the people again? That's creepy. I would like to know where that's happening. Reeferman, that's disturbing. Is anyone else aware of this going on? Places replaying coverage from 9/11? Certainly sounds like fear programming to me. That's really creepy.
I heard of somewhere else they were going to do the minute by minute replay of it and link it up to the real time. So maybe that's what it was. I did hear of that.
Wow.
All right. We now have 3 callers.
Oh, cool.
First one ends in 42. If your phone number ends in 42, you are up.
Oh, this is Webster Sham again. Has anybody discussed the issue with the foreknowledge of the BBC and their broadcast of the doom of Building 7 20 seconds before it fell?
Yeah, that's a weird one. It's definitely weird. Yeah.
I mean, it's just, that's like what you call a smoking gun.
Yeah.
Where somebody on the other side of the world has already been told because of satellite delay, maybe. I mean, that the building is actually standing in the shot behind the person, the reporter, as they're saying the building has fallen. That's when you're reading from a script.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if we talked about that. Has anyone talked about that today? I don't think any of us have mentioned it.
No, we've not mentioned the BBC stuff, but around World Trade Center 7, yeah, I mean, there's that anomaly. And I was just covering an article this morning, too. It was talking about the quick response of the Mockingbird media to the story. And I think they said that there was an outlet in New York that broke away from something, was the first, and within 10 minutes of all of this happening, all the major networks, including BBC, they laid it out minute by minute as to when each picked up the broadcast. BBC was on it. So think how far in advance they would have had to have this narrative cooked and baked.
Yeah. Well, let me share something with you guys. It's fairly important in today's times as well. Hello? I had the great pleasure of growing up as a grandchild of 2 men that held the highest security clearances in our land. One was DOE with a Q clearance, and the other worked for the CIA and Lockheed Martin at Area 51. And what they did discuss with me, because they didn't share secrets, was the official narrative. When they signed those giant stack of NDAs, they are legally required to tout the official narrative. Whenever it's been established by commission or through their department or whatever, what the story of the government is going to be, they're legally required to parrot that and nothing else. So there are I'm sure there are probably tens of thousands of people who were bound by their official secret non-disclosure agreements were required to repeat the official narrative of the NIST, the National Institute of Science and Technology, what their findings were, if you want to call them findings, because certainly they found a script. So unfortunately, there are a lot of people who would want to question the fact that physics didn't matter on one specific day, but they can't. They are bound by something that literally life in prison if they were to disclose. So maybe in time there will be people that will break that silence. And so no, 20 years later is actually not enough, unless they were near death themselves. So someday we'll get the real story out of people that were told the official story. Signing off.
Right, we did get, I think, genuine deathbed confessions on JFK. Of course, no one reports on them, but it did happen. So there are people who, I would say, in the media who know, because they clearly, it's just like Dan Rather, right, and the JFK thing, and he went and handled with Life magazine the pictures, Zapruder film, right? There's a lot of people around 9/11 who I'm sure know a whole lot of stuff, but for one reason or another, they can't talk about it. You know, imagine how, like, I mean, there's just people on TV all the time. Like when I look at Rudy Giuliani and stuff, I wonder to myself, what does this guy know? Besides the fact Wiener's laptop, but that's another thing.
All right. I was going to say Q Who was up next, and he was also going to talk about the BBC thing.
I'm here and unmuted. Am I clear to go?
Yes.
All right. Hey, what's happening, everybody?
Hello.
Hey, hello. I can hear you. Yeah, Glory, I sent you in a text that video on Rumble of exactly what that guy was talking about, the BBC reporter. Anyway, I was just kind of give my memorial memory of what happened that day. A, I was a single dad. B, I was self-employed. I dropped my daughter off at daycare in the morning. It's probably 7:30, 8 o'clock. Showed up to a lady's house. The ceiling in her kitchen was falling down, and my task that day was to tear out all the old drywall and re-drywall it, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm all set up. I've got, ladders and scaffolding out, and I'm starting to tear out her ceiling. She's sitting in the living room watching the news. All of a sudden it comes on, and she calls me into the living room. She goes, "Hey, you might want to come see this." So I stood there and I watched it, and I was just in awe. So it was right after the first plane had hit. And I just stood in her living room, probably literally for about 2 hours, watching this play out. And I was just dumbfounded. I'm like, what in the hell is going on? What are we witnessing? So I said, "Ma'am, I am so sorry, but based on these events and what we're watching right now, I cannot continue to work today. I'm going to pack up my tools and get out of here." And she's like, "I totally understand. I get it." I went and grabbed my daughter from daycare, went home, and we probably sat at home for the next week and a half, 2 weeks, just watching the news, observing, wondering what the hell was going on. And then it was, time to get back to normal. But it was just bizarre. Now, obviously, since then, I've dug into it, and I can't say I know exactly what happened, but I know it didn't happen the way it was played out or sold to us on TV. There's just too much evidence out there now as to what really happened. I won't get into all that. I'll let you guys do that throughout the rest of the day. But we've definitely been sold a bill of goods 20 years ago today, and we're living through another being sold a bill of goods right now currently with the whole Rona nonsense. And for me personally, it's pissing me off, and we need to take back our government from every level. That's from city council to county commissioner to state House and Senate, as well as the U.S. Congress. That's the only way we can get back control of our country, is for us, real people, to get into place. That's all I got.
Awesome. I was playing.
Am I talking to myself?
No.
We hear you.
Yeah, we're here. I was playing the BBC video in the background without any sound while you were talking, which added pretty decent visuals to what you were talking about. But
yeah, you know what? If you're able to, Glory, and everybody else is okay with it, I mean, since we're talking about it, put it up on the share and play it. That way everybody else that's listening can see what we're talking about.
Well, we do have 4 callers waiting, so.
Oh, okay. All right. No worries.
Thanks for calling
you guys,
in.
I
That
won't
was
take up
awesome.
any more. Yep. No, won't take up any more time. Thank you all for what you do. I've been listening since the beginning of this whole thing. Some of you like me, some of you hate me. I don't care. I love all of you. Anyway, love you. And where we go one, we go all.
All right. Well, thank you for calling, Q-Who.
Really quick, before you pull someone else on, if you go to the BBC's website, they even have a section where they talk about this and try to convince everyone they totally didn't know. They have a list of bullet points that essentially, it amounts to we don't know what happened at all. And it even includes this one that says we no longer have the original tapes of our 9/11 coverage, therefore we can't even say either way. I wonder how that happened. Bit weird.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we don't have those tapes, but we deleted them because we didn't want to, for plausible deniability.
Talk about gaslighting to the nth degree.
Yeah. If you read, I'll put the link out there for people who want to read it, because it's pretty surreal. Just reading them saying this stuff, it's just crazy.
All right. Well,
We have one.
Okay. Well, the next caller ends in 47 for their caller or their phone number.
That's me.
Hello, me.
Hello.
This is Big Cuyuna. Big Cuyuna coming in. How are you doing, Patriots?
Great.
Good to see you.
Hey, everybody has a red pill moment, and I believe 9/11 was mine. And what I wanted to bring to everybody's attention was Marvin Bush's role in all this. And that was the moment that I thought, something isn't right, because apparently he headed up a security firm, and they had the contracts for the Twin Towers, and I believe it was the airports that the planes landed or left from. And if we dug a little deeper into some of these other players, I think we could come up with some answers that the rest of the world may be hiding, And I just wanted to kind of call in and tell PSB how much I appreciate. Our whole family appreciates what you guys do. You are the news. There's no other place that I know of where we can get real, true information, and that allows us as patriots to make decisions for our families. So I just wanted to thank you guys and just say hi.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, wow.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Big Kahuna.
Hi.
Yeah, I listen to just about every one of you guys' shows. If I'm out in the shop working on the race car, Pam, I always got you guys playing. And just wanted to give you a heads up, Pam. My son looked into the SCCA rules, and we're going to start on the motor this week. So
We're going to put this car together and we're going to get some exposure for you guys.
Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome. Thank you. That's a great idea.
All right. You guys have a good.
Yeah, you too, man.
You guys keep up the good work.
Thank you. You too.
Awesome. The next caller ends in 30 for their number.
Hi, everyone. This is Ruby. Just sitting here trying to collect my thoughts on what I wanted to talk about. And Sam, I don't know if you remember me.
Oh, yeah.
We used to chat on Twitter every once in a while.
Yeah.
I was actually one of the first ones that called in when you had the call-in features on Halloween. And so I've been listening forever, and this is just so surreal because it's like, you know, I feel like I know all of you guys, but I feel like there's a relationship that it's one-sided. It's really weird, but it's just this whole awakening process I owe to you guys, every one of you guys. And my awakening point wasn't 9/11, although I did know that the world changed that day. You know, Vegas and Benghazi were my big awakening because I had a lot of friends and stuff that were at Vegas. But I just really wanted to call in and say thank you to you guys. You know, it's a lot of things. I was there in Jan 6. I actually just recently went. I live in Sacramento, California, and I just recently went to one of the rallies here with my friend that I went to DC with. And we happened to be, you know, we walked around the Capitol for the rally, and they actually came out on the live speaker and had the balls to say, "The Capitol's open. You're welcome to walk in and speak your mind." And we waited for them to say their little spiel, and we were yelling at the top of our lungs saying, "Don't do it. It's a trap. It's not worth it." It was just unreal. And nobody went in, thankfully. I didn't see anybody that went in. But just the fact that they even, you know, made that comment was just unreal. This was a day before Biden came out with the mandate, but you know, and there was only about 3,000 people there. It was a work day, so, but I was really hoping there would have been a lot more people. But I just really wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart, every one of you, because without you guys, I would be lost. And I know I'm not the only one. So that's all. Have a good day. Love you.
Oh, thank you for calling so much.
That was wonderful. It never gets old hearing that, does it?
Thank you. And I wanted to say that she said it's a one-way relationship. I know you guys out in chat don't realize it, but it's not a one-way relationship. When one of you disappears, we wonder where you are, if you're okay. When one of you's having a bad day, we talk about, oh, did you see so-and-so's having a bad day? It's not a one-way relationship.
Exactly.
We pray for you.
Well, I'm a lurker. I don't do chat. So, you know, I wish I could. I can't do it just from my work perspective, but I listen all the time. So thank you for that. And I know that it's just kind of a surreal relationship, but I just want to know that, I mean, you guys are all, I hear it all the time from people, and it's true. You guys have affected so many lives, and this whole process with Q and everything, I mean, it's just awakened so many people, and we truly are blessed. So thank you.
We are blessed to have you as well. Very blessed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I don't know about you, but I still get chills when viewers and call-ins, you know, do that. It's so sweet and so kind. We need to hear it once in a while, and they're always there. Chat does it too. Thank you.
All right. Next caller is Owl Eyes.
Hey, y'all. I don't really have that much to say. I was just, my question was, where was little George? I seen that picture of, all of our glorious ex-presidents, but I didn't see little George. And then I thought I seen something in live chat that said he was there.
George W? Little George?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he was, wait a minute.
I thought he was, but let me look at the picture.
No, I think he might have been. A bunch of them snuck out to that field out in Pennsylvania instead of being in New York.
Ah.
So they were at different locations. So they're kind of mixing them together. I just saw it. Hold on, I'll find out.
I mean, I was just thinking, how odd is it that he wouldn't be there when he was president at the time?
Yeah, it looks like he was out at a different event. I don't see anything showing.
Yeah, he was in Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Yep.
So, some of the, I think some people know when to stay away. You know what I'm saying?
So
some don't.
He did his own thing then without the rest of them.
Yep. Sure seems that way.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Where was Biden? Was Biden in Shanksville too?
Good question.
I think Biden was in Shanksville too.
Biden just wants to.
Yep, Biden was in Shanksville too. So they picked the. Some people know to stay away. We'll just put it that way.
I think, it's like rubbing salt into an open wound. And I really think they get a lot of pleasure out of seeing the hurt and agony of people while they, throw their authoritarian ways around. I'm just wondering what we're going to do about this vaccine mandate. I'm anticipating being unemployed here probably shortly. I'm sure it's probably going to come, and I'm thinking, well, what can I do to try to fight back?
Start by not quitting. Make them fire you. Make them fire you.
Well, I will.
Good.
I'm going to make them fire me, and I'm going to sue the hell out of them. Okay.
Good.
But in the meantime, they're silencing all of us, and like these roundtables are great. And I was thinking about Red Pill Roadshow or whatever, and how I'm not sure how they set any of these things up or whatever, but how awesome would it be if we were able to have like roundtables or something like this, where we could have people like the frontline doctors come on to talk about the treatment options and the signs and symptoms of disease process and the signs and symptoms, and have them come on. And then have nurses come on and talk about what's going on out in the field, and have lawyers come on that could talk about, have constitutional lawyers come on and do something about the constitutional, and then also attorneys as far as lawsuits, and someone like, Earth Garden coming on and doing something about natural remedies, and actually have like a symposium or something where a lot of people come together and they can do this all at once and get a lot of good information out at one time. Start really getting the word out before they continue to progress with what they're doing. Because I think people need to know that they do have other options. And right now, a lot of people they're not even aware of it.
I love that idea. I don't know how we can make that happen. Maybe doing it once a month and doing different topics. Because it takes a lot to get all those people together, all those kinds of people. But I'd like to see that, like a virtual symposium kind of thing. I kind of like that name. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, and I think, well, if they shut us down, then you would have to have a backup plan. And I was thinking, what about like holding things in churches? Churches, I don't think so. Because I'm in the medical profession, I have to always be constantly do classes and stuff. So And my other life, I'm also a real estate broker, but whatever. But I'm always having to do classes. So a lot of my classes are in, you can have them in hotels where you know, conference rooms or whatever. So I'm thinking, well, how would you do this if they shut you down, the internet down, still to be able to get the word out? And I said, well, how could you possibly cut costs? And I was thinking, well, what about churches? Because churches, they're trying to shut down Christianity as well. And churches, you might be able to actually have something like this held at churches where people come in and talk. And then also have your virtual going on as well. I don't know. I was just trying to think of different ways to do things. And in the meantime, have people that could be there that could be filming, which I know nothing about filming, production or whatever. So that if you were to do something at, you know, at a conference room or whatever, have people that would still be there that could film everything and film questions or whatever, and then still post it, but yet at the same time still have periodic roundtables with a lot of people that come in to get the word out, to really push back so that people understand the disease process, that there are therapeutics, the legalities, our constitutional rights. I mean, just multiple things. Things that you can do naturally, like with Earth Garden Living, with a pine needle tree, whatever. Just have a whole bunch of people that come in and they do something. Uh-oh.
Are you on Gab by chance?
Am I on Gab?
Yes.
I am, but I'm not. I did Gab a long time ago, and then when they got taken down, all my stuff got deleted. But I can actually find myself on there, but I can't access my account right now.
All right. The reason I ask is because I have Spectre here. I've got a pinned post right at the top of my profile, what I affectionately dubbed the COVID file. I've done 2 releases, probably going to kick out a 3rd one here shortly, but a lot of what you're speaking of, I already have kind of in a massive spreadsheet. A lot of the evidence in that you speak of, a lot of the frontline doctor related stuff, a lot of the exemption forms, Nat, right at the top of the sheet. You can go download that right off my post in that's pinned at the top of my page over on Gab if you're over there. I'll see if I can dig up the link here real quick, drop it in chats. But yeah, what we're talking is well over 10,000 articles, Nat, since it started last year. By the time you add up all the links, it's probably north of 20,000 links to, you know, all the various studies, things of that nature that have been revealed since its inception.
That sounds awesome. That sounds
Just to give you a
awesome.
little
How do you get it to a large? How do you get it to a larger audience though than just your Gab though? See, this is
Download the spreadsheet, handhold it, print out articles, whatever you see fit. I mean, you can go through and find stuff on masks. You can find stuff on lockdowns. You can find stuff on protocols. You can find stuff on all the various things that you can't speak of because of medical misinformation on YouTube. And of course, like I said, right at the top, probably the most pressing one that people are going to want to try and find are all these exemption forms. And there's a number of places, Nat, that have them. I opted to put those right at the top so people can go right to them and figure out what form they need. I do have a couple other ones, Nat, that Chris, you always play Jack Hibbs. I did go grab their form off of his Calvary Church, Nat, and I'm going to add that one in as well. So
okay.
I have a different answer, and I've been making lots and lots of phone calls over the last couple of days. My answer is personally that, well, the OSHA regulation, which is all this is, an OSHA regulation, has not come out yet. The minute it drops, I think they're up to 20 something AGs and or governors are going to file suit. And so we don't know where this is going to go. But regardless, some of these woke multinational companies, like, for example, I'll just say Walmart, for example, if they start threatening their employees, my personal answer is, or even if you have a large federal workforce and you have a federal office in your town and, you know, a lot of people work there, I personally, if it were up to me and I was able to organize the way I wish I could, I would go out with signs and boycott those companies and say, how dare you fire your employees? We love your employees. Why are you ruining families? And they will cut it out real fast. Say, you know, you shop here, you're supporting people who are destroying families. That's personally what I think people should do. I mean, I used to stand on the side of the road and I'd say, you know, I have information on, and then whatever, like local stuff they're trying to do. This is back in my Tea Party days, but we still do the, you know, I've stood out here in Oklahoma since I moved here. People will pull over on this. If you stand on the side of the road, and they will roll their window down and shake their hand like, give me your information, you know. And we used to hand out thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of paper on the side of the road. Just having a little, or if you can get someone with a piece of property with like a parking lot and they'll let you use it, say like pull in, and you can talk to the person in the car and hand them your piece of paper. That's how this is going to happen, because for the police to go out and arrest, you know, even 50, even 20 people who are saying things like, you're destroying our community, you're firing people, how dare you fire people? The police aren't going to want to mess with that. Not good optics. So, you know, hopefully police and sheriffs are going to say, I'm not going to be removing people and stuff from their workplace over an OSHA regulation. So, anyway, I'm just saying, don't feel powerless. We can do this. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Even if it's just you with flyers and something on your jacket that says, you know, we believe in you. We don't want you fired. I have information, and hand stuff out at a big intersection in your town. At least you're doing something. So that's what I've been working on the last few days. So don't feel hopeless.
I'm glad you brought that up, 80s Aaron, because one thing that everybody should be doing right now, if you're on Twitter especially, go archive the tweet that Ron Klain just kicked out yesterday or day before that says they know exactly what they're doing and that they're using this OSHA business as a workaround to the Constitution. That's your defense in court right there. They know exactly that what they're doing is unconstitutional.
It's very flimsy. I've looked at a lot of opinions and, you know, looked at some OSHA stuff. It's very flimsy because the only way you can have an emergency order in OSHA is if you can correlate like direct harm. They're talking about like an oil spill, right? COVID is not like that. It's going to be, how are you going to argue that in court? I don't see how it's going to hold up. But, you know, in today's world, you never know. But people who feel they're afraid to be fired, this is the perfect time for us to move in and show unity. It doesn't matter if they're a Democrat or whatever. They don't deserve to be fired, okay? Right? This is not a job performance thing. So everyone should look at this as a major opportunity.
Well, it is an opportunity because this is causing emotional, psychological, financial stress to people. And then if people lose their insurance, that's going to be physical stress because they're not going to be able to get the care they're needed. So the way I look at it is this is class action lawsuit. And these employers who think that they're doing the right things, they're sinking themselves. I mean, these corporations are sinking themselves. But anyways, I don't want to stay on the phone because I'm sure y'all got other people calling in. And I just want to say prayers to Rooster and his dad. I haven't seen any updates because I've seen earlier that they were putting his dad on the vent. So I just want to say prayers to him and thank God for Patriot Soapbox.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
All right, so we do have a backlog of callers here. Our next caller ends in 41 for the phone number.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Dottie. I just wanted to call in and throw something out there. It's something I have a little bit of personal knowledge with. It was when they showed Bush in the classroom with the kids. I happen to know that different entities such as the Secret Service and Air Force One drill for keeping the president safe in situations such as this. And I think if they were really worried about the president's safety at the time the towers were hit, they would not have walked in, whispered something in his ear, waited 5 minutes, whispered something else in his ear, and hauled him out of there.
Hello, is there somebody there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, I'm just calling in to make a comment.
Yeah, could you please wait your turn? We are backlogged, and
How many you got in advance there?
Probably about 3.
Oh, okay, I can't hang on that long. I get charged by the minute, you know.
What does your number end with? What does your number end with? And I'll call you back.
6857.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, that's it's. I think that's.
No, I was wrong there. 76.
Is it the 67?
7683.
Okay, yeah, I see it. I'll call you back when it's your turn.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
All right, go ahead, Spanish Dottie.
Well, I was just going to say they wouldn't have waited that long. They would have simply gone in and got him on Air Force One and got him to safety.
Yeah.
I think that after the first building fell like it did, I knew it wasn't just some terrorist plot. But when I watched that play out, I knew that they were not afraid for his safety, or they wouldn't have let him hang out at an elementary school and just, chat.
I think that makes sense.
I mean, they just heard noises in the audience when 2 guys all but tackled Trump and pulled him off the stage. And that was nothing like, seeing planes hit buildings in New York. They wouldn't have taken their time like that.
Yeah, it was kind of a PR stunt, I think, just to have him just nonchalantly kind of brush it off was really, it was almost like he anticipated it and he's like, no, not right now or something.
Yeah. It's like he was like, oh, okay. So anyway, that's really all I had to say, but I would like to thank all y'all for keeping me sane these last 4 years. And special thank you to Breaking Spectre for teaching me the Constitution.
Oh, appreciate you tuning in.
All right. Thank y'all. Bye.
Bye.
All right. So our next caller actually joined in through the Skype thing, and they actually haven't been able to hear audio through this thing because for some reason the link didn't combine. But you are on the air now from Skype. And I am not seeing them or hearing them. So maybe they walked away. But let's see. We did have a caller who calls in our show a lot from Toronto who has a story he wants to share. So I'll bring him on shortly here.
Insert elevator music here.
I'll say something controversial. I'm one of those people that, in my research, sometimes I really wonder about Bush Jr. if, in reality, the 9/11 thing was so compartmentalized that Cheney, I think was involved, a whole host of people, right? But I'm not so sure they told Trump Jr. When I watched that video and some of the things that happened, I think he probably knew his old man did it, but I don't think they keyed him in. They wanted that look of surprise to be genuine. So,
I think you mean Bush Jr., right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bush Jr. So, yeah, I don't think he was keyed into a lot. I think he basically didn't have any clue. And now that you see the way Trump had no clue what the depths of the State Department were doing and all that, it's even makes me think even more that that Bush was in a total little teeny box, and all these other people associated with his dad and Cheney were doing all this other stuff. But that's just my opinion.
I agree.
All right. I did get the Skype guy back on here. Caller from Skype. Are you there?
Can you hear me, Glory?
I can.
Hey, guys. Yeah, it's Gord.
Gord Eckstein. Oh,
I managed to get through.
Haven't seen you in forever.
Yeah, brother. Just trying to get through, And I finally figured it out. I managed to get in through Skype. How is everybody? I missed you so much.
Oh man, I missed you calling into our show, and I'm sure other people missed you calling into their shows. But where were you, since you're in Canada? How did 9/11 unroll for you?
That's right, boys. God bless you all. I'm working on a new song for everybody.
Awesome. I can't wait to play it on Common Sense Show.
I'll get it on there. I'll get it on there as soon as it's complete. The song is entitled Trump Won.
Awesome. So do you remember what happened when 9/11 happened in Canada? Did they cover it the same way they covered it here? What were your...
Oh, yeah. We got primarily we were watching all the main feeds, like from CNN, and that was when we still believed them, right? And
Susan?
He's taking a smoke break there.
Yeah.
Sorry, no one can see you but me, so. Keep going, Gord.
I'm getting bounced back right now, so.
Oh yeah, you only want to listen through Skype. You don't want to listen through a streaming thing because it's delayed.
Yeah, okay, so let me get the other stuff out of the way. Okay. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, hear you fine.
Okay, great. I was watching on CNN, basically, because that was when we still believed CNN. And I couldn't believe what was happening. But the moment I saw that plane go into the tower, I thought about William Cooper's book, Behold a Pale Horse. And he told in that book that there was going to be some major event that was going to be used to try and dampen down the freedoms of everybody. And he proved correct. Now, the elements behind this have not been found out. The only thing that we've known and have figured out from other people that have worked was that nanothermite was used in the buildings, put in there days and weeks before. And also there was an Israeli art group that was putting art fixtures on all the walls. If you remember the photographs of those art fixtures, they looked a lot like the same kind of formed explosive.
That's right, Gord. We were talking about that just yesterday in one of the back offices. Tell us more about it.
They were part of an Israeli art group that was supposed to be installing on all the floors this art exhibit that they called it an art exhibit, but it turns out that it was formed explosive that they used to help bring the building down. Because there was a major fire some 6 to 8 weeks later in South America, where a tall building caught on fire and burned, but it did not fall. It didn't fall apart, not like what happened at the Trade Center. That place was brought down intentionally. Can you hear me now still?
Oh, we hear you. Just nobody's responding.
No, that's what I sort of found out by just doing a little bit of research on it.
Yeah.
Pam, are you there?
Who?
You, Pam.
Pam, you're there?
Yeah, what's going on?
It's good to talk to you, Pam. God bless you, brother.
Yeah. How you been?
I'm all right. Still writing songs. I'm telling you, because of this coup thing, it feels like I've been to Mars twice, you know.
Yeah.
I've literally gone there and come back twice for the amount of time I've had to spend at home, you know.
Yeah, I'm driving you nuts. I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we're going to fight through this. Do you guys watch any of that 107 stuff? Like, he seems to be some kind of mystery cowboy that showed up from out of nowhere with a lot of inside information.
I guess if I could offer my thoughts on it, and I don't typically watch him, except for the few cases where it showed up on the channel here. But I guess bullshit artist kind of comes to mind.
Sorry.
Yeah, you know, it seems to me that they're trying to infiltrate this to try and put more disinformation out and make it even harder for people to deal with, you know?
Yep.
To try and find out the real truth, you know?
Yep.
But we will prevail. In 2022, the Democrats are going to lose horribly. And before that time, Joe Biden will be removed from office by hook or by crook. He will be gone. Kamala Harris will not be allowed to take the position because she is not an American-born citizen. She was not born and raised in the United States, which makes her ineligible for the job of president. Justin Trudeau is going to lose the election, and the Conservatives will have a slim majority.
Yep.
Yeah, Toronto, or Mark from Toronto has been calling in and talking about that and letting us know on Common Sense Show about what's going on there in Canada.
Well, I'm going to start calling back in more on the Common Sense Show just so I can get through there, because I can still get you through Discord.
Yeah. I see you messaged me on Discord like a while ago, but yeah, we can't receive calls from Discord, but you can call in through Skype like you're doing right now during our show.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. I'll do so with that. And as long as it's as the Skype number is put up there, and I'll just see if I can make sure that it's there.
Well, it doesn't change, so you can just save that link and then get in that way.
Okay, I'll do that. You guys take it easy. I just thought I'd call in and let everybody know I'm still alive and things are going good. Pardon me. And keep fighting the good fight. Everybody keep your heads up and stay frosty. Keep your powder dry and watch the skies. God bless you all.
Awesome.
New tune.
Good to hear you, man. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, and our next caller is actually from Canada. Mark from Toronto is actually on. If you want to say hi to him.
Sure.
Hey, yeah, are you in the Toronto area, or what area?
Yeah,
what city are you in?
I'm in downtown Toronto on George Street, the garden spot of the city.
Oh my God! Yeah, well, I used to drive taxi down there, and it got to the point where I drove mostly at nighttime, and you'll be interested to hear the story I have to tell you. And when you get off, I'll tell the story about the two Cantor Fitzgerald people I drove after 9/11.
Oh yeah. Go for it. Well, I'm done, gentlemen. You take it easy. Mark, where are you located?
I'm right at VP and Shepherd, right on the corner. My candidate is Sabrina, and she's running in this riding. I think it's called Don Valley North. And the guy who's running west of us, so it's everything north of Shepherd up to Steeles. And then the other guy who's running just west of us to Yonge Street, Dan Lee, he's the candidate there for the Conservative Party. And he owns two drugstores. He's Korean, and his campaign manager is Brett, is a friend of mine. And we chat, by text mostly. And it's going to be interesting. Anyway, I don't want to take up too much time talking about that, but
all right.
Okay, Gord, we'll maybe we have to meet one day.
All right, brother. God bless. Take it easy, boys.
Yeah. You still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay. Yeah. The interesting. I don't understand why about 9/11, why the American media, they got all these programs on, yesterday, the day before on the Buffalo TV channels. We get all those. It's pretty standard on every cable. We get all 4 channels plus PBS. But the airports were shut down over North America that day, and all the planes coming to the United States from Europe, they fly kind of north, and they're in the North Atlantic. So that's the way the way the world turns and the shape of things when they're flying. Like if you're flying from Asia to New York City, you fly over the North Pole. You go north. That's because of the way the world turns, and so on and so forth. But they landed 38 planes coming from Europe. They landed them, or they forced them to land in Gander, Newfoundland, and any other planes that were on the way to, say, Chicago or Detroit and so on. They landed them in Toronto and Montreal, and people were stuck on the ground. I think the airports were closed in North America for 3 days. And so, but the day after 9/11, there's a couple of guys here in Toronto working for Cantor Fitzgerald, or they were visiting here, but they worked for Cantor Fitzgerald out of New York. Now, Cantor Fitzgerald was a very unique company. They compiled information financial information was used by banks, it was used by governments, financial institutions, and other stockbrokers. And that day, those two guys, they lucked out because they were away from the office on 9/11. They were here in Canada, and the only other two people who survived were off sick that day, and everybody else was killed. I think there was over 600 employees working out of New York City for Cantor Fitzgerald. So it was a very, very necessary compiling information company. And so anyway, nobody could fly from Canada to the U.S. And I picked up these two guys downtown Toronto and drove them to the Pearson Airport, the main airport here in Toronto, and not to fly a plane, but they rented a car because they had to drive back all the way to New York City. And of course, they didn't know how many of their fellow workers were dead. They had no idea, but it was interesting. But they were excited, in some respects, because they didn't realize that there's no way they could fly back, So they were excited to be able to rent a car and get back there as soon as possible. So, but what they did because Cantor Fitzgerald was such an important company for the banks, the governments, other brokers, other stockbrokers, financial institutions, and so on, internationally even, that all the other brokerage companies in New York, they lent them employees so they could set up the new Cantor Fitzgerald. So they ended up, when it reopened, they had about 100 people working for them doing the same job that they had been doing. So it is interesting. But I think, I'm trying to think how many planes landed in Toronto. From it's basically Canada's biggest airport, so it's a critical airport. And I'm trying to think of how many planes. I can't remember. Probably, I think it was maybe 60 or 70 planes, and people were stuck here for the 3-day period where no flights were allowed. And of course, the first people allowed back to get on a plane to fly back to the U.S. From Canada were those were verified Americans. You're born in there and so on and so forth. So that's important. By the way, Gord was wrong about Kamala Harris. She wasn't a natural born citizen. That's the term used. Yes, she was born in California. The reason she's not a natural born citizen is because both of her parents were visiting the United States at the time of her birth on student visas. And I think her father was from Jamaica and her mother's from India. And so she's not a natural born citizen, and that's the term. But she definitely was born in California. So, Gord, you're listening, because if you're writing a book, you got to be accurate, man, because if you got mistakes in it, nobody's gonna buy it. Nobody's gonna recommend it. But we knew this about Barack Obama. We knew that he was not a natural born citizen, but nobody forced the issue. And that's why he ended up becoming president. The deep state, put him in there. The other side of the coin is that now we know, and this is going to be interesting, there's no way they're going to let, Kamala be president if anything happens to Biden. And the next person in line is Nancy Pelosi. Well, we got Nancy Pelosi on a treason charge already. She hasn't been charged, but she would be the next person in line after the vice president to become the new president. And she is the one who signed the documentation to certify that Kamala Harris is suitable to be president or vice president. And so therefore, the very instant that Nancy Pelosi tries to make a move, all they have to do is arrest her, charge her with treason, military trial, send her off to Gitmo, have the trial. I think in Gitmo, they have to do the appeal in a military trial, actually anywhere, U.S. military, that the retrial or the appeal has to be within 30 days, and they have the other trial. You don't get visits from friends. You don't get visits from your CNN friends. or family. There's no communication, and you're appointed a military lawyer. So we're talking a triple play here. You know, if anything happens to Biden, Kamala's out and Nancy Pelosi's out. So if anybody knows the true laws, what they are for who's the fourth person in line, if something like that should happen, I don't know. There's many, Christian prophets, senior guys in the U.S., 30, 35 years in the ministry, and they're saying God is going to put Trump back into power. And so, one of the quotes from, I think, Pastor Hank Kuhneman is, September is a month to remember. So it could happen anytime, could happen on the 17th. We're expecting big things this week. We know one of the favorite guests of Rush Limbaugh was Larry Elder. And for those who don't know, he's a black guy. He's a talk show, radio talk show host. And I think he has his own local TV program there in California. And the recall vote for the governor of California, Newsom, is this next few days. And
Uh-oh.
Oops.
What happened there? I want to mute whoever that is.
I fixed it.
Cool. Well,
are you still there?
Sounds like no.
Well,
really,
I think when I did that, it crashed my Skype. So.
Oh no! Shit. Yikes.
Okay, he's still there talking, not knowing that he was disrupted.
Yeah, we lost you about like 20 seconds ago. But really quick, before you start off again, I got an answer for you on the line of succession. Third in line, so it goes vice president, then it would be Pelosi, then the third in line would be President pro tempore, which is Patrick Leahy, and then after that it would be the Secretary of State, which you. Yeah,
I do like. Okay, I do like the way you're.
This next week, Larry Elder is going to knock, Governor Newsom out of power. So basically overnight, because Governor, all the political appointees, Larry Elder, he's going to replace all those crazy Democrats, and it's going to change the whole country. And this is the most important thing. Here's another thing, Pam, or anybody there. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Without searching off the top of your head, how many electoral college votes does California have?
Oh, man.
35.
36.
Yeah.
It's bigger than Florida. Florida's 20. I think New York State is 20. It's like twice as important, almost twice as important as New York State and Florida put together. It's like critical. The population in California, I think it's about 37 million, which is basically the same population as all of Canada. So this next week, man, this is going to be so exciting. I mean,
yeah.
I can't remember how many times, listening to Rush Limbaugh over 20 years, that Larry Elder was on as a guest of his. I mean, I'm sure Rush Limbaugh, he's going to be so happy, smiling down from heaven. And, it's going to be a crazy week. It's absolutely going to go nuts. People, I can see Democrats jumping out of buildings in New York City when Larry Elder takes over in California. Anyway, I've taken a lot of your time. I'm sure you got other callers you can handle, but yeah, it's interesting, Pam, about the succession thing. So
yeah,
I do want to comment on that one real quick, because I don't know if you happened to tune in a couple Thursdays ago where I had painted a case. Tom Luongo penned an article along those same lines, and I think an angle that people tend to forget about is that Davos, the Klaus Schwabs, the Great Reset, the reason that they had to have the
can anybody hear me
COVID
there?
Stuff. Hold up. The reason they had to have the COVID stuff is to obviously shoehorn the Great Reset in. And of course, Joe makes sense because he's a complete lackey. He can be controlled. Now, you're right in that somebody like Kamala is no good, not just from the standpoint that, she doesn't belong there from a natural citizen standpoint, but also from the standpoint that she can't be controlled from the Davos folks. She's only about Kamala. Everybody hates her. She was the first one out in the Dem primaries, if you recall. So she's out. At the same time, Pelosi's out for her reasons. And I think if you recall from Luongo's article that he actually thought that perhaps somebody like Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, would probably get appointed based on a succession. And whether Kamala immediately resigns or Pelosi immediately resigns and they appoint, however that's going to work, there's a possibility somebody like Yellen could, just because she would be a complete lackey for the Davos folks.
Okay, guys, I'm finished my end here in Toronto. So blessings to everybody. Hold on to your hat, tighten your jock straps. It's going to be a rough ride. Anyway, bye for now.
Cheers.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna get that guy back on here that was interrupting. I guess he has to pay by minute, and so that's why he can't really hold. But I'm gonna call him back right now, real quick, and add him in here. So. Okay. Oh man.
Our call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Oh no.
Chris Blake.
Oh, didn't mean to dox him there. Let's try getting him in here again.
Call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
All right. Well, with that, Best Nani Never or Ever from California is next, since I can't get that guy on here.
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We hear you.
Well, what a somber day. And I've been watching, some 9/11 stuff. And I saw Bush talk about basically domestic terrorists, within. So that's us, he's accusing us. But do you know that he is the only living president that has a no-flight zone over his property? I wonder why. I don't know if you're hearing me. Are you hearing me?
A no-fly zone?
Yeah, he's. If you watch Monkey Work, he's the only president that's still alive that has a TSR no-fly zone over his ranch in Texas. And then Disney, of course, and, in Florida, and Disney in California, they have a no-fly zone. And then there's the Brown Center, they call it, the White House no-fly zone. It's George W. Bush. I wonder why. I just wonder why. That seems odd that Barack Obama and even Trump, he doesn't have a no-fly zone over his property in Florida or in New Jersey. So it's very strange.
Or many other Trump properties.
Yeah.
It might be that. It might be that there was a credible threat at one point, and they instituted that.
Could be, but terrorists calling us terrorists. I'm just saying. So I just wanted to say thank you. I've been listening while cleaning house, and It's getting tough out here in California. Oh my gosh. My daughter lives in Los Angeles County and she works for the Port Police, and they have mandated the vaccination. My two grandchildren, one is 16, one is 17, they've been mandated in their school to get the vaccine. And so she's getting hit from all sides, her children. And I just have to say, she's a Democrat. She's always voted Democrat. And she has been red-pilled. She is wide awake, not to all the other stuff, and with the 9/11 and all the other stuff, but the COVID and everything that's happened has really opened her eyes, and it's at her doorstep. She's worked for the city of LA for 20 years. And she's, basically she's looking at losing her job. She will not take the vaccine. She cannot get a medical mandate, because of Kaiser. They referred her to and they said no. She's got high blood pressure. So she's basically going to let them fire her. And if you get an exemption, you can't promote. So it's just tough. With my two grandkids, one is going to a school that has fire. I don't know. It's some kind of pre-training for the fire department. So, that's what he wants to be when he grows up, as a firefighter. Then my granddaughter, sports. She wants to do school sports. And, the whole thing with the vaccine, it's really, I think this, especially in California, is waking up a lot of people in California. And I don't know. So if people out in chat can just say a prayer for my daughter to stand strong. She's, she's getting involved with a class action, but they can't file it yet. So anyways, it's tough. We need Newsom out. If he doesn't get voted out, which I'm sure he's going to get voted out, he's going to cheat, right, to stay in. And Larry Elder gets in, he's going to do away with all the mandates. So I don't know what's going to happen in the next week, but it could be glorious, and just waiting to see, praying.
Nani, I got a question for you. How did what was the crowd turnout for Heels Up Harris campaigning with Newsom the other day?
Oh, I don't know, because I didn't go. There was some probably nobody likes her here. Even my daughter, who's a Democrat, they took my daughter off the voter roll in the primary. Don't ask me why, but they did. She was going to vote for Tulsi Gabbard. She likes her because she's military. My daughter's, she's worked for the police department. She's worked for Hollywood Division. She's worked for, she's worked, right now she's assistant, like the personal assistant. It's kind of like a clerk typist to the second in command at one of the ports out here in California. So, she writes policy for the for the police department and the employees of that. She worked in dispatch at LAX during 9/11. She's just an amazing, smart, intelligent, loving, great employee. And 20 years. She's 40 years old now. She's like, Mom, I can't, I'm 40. I said, well, just because you have a city job doesn't mean you can't you could probably get in the private sector paid more money for your knowledge and expertise than you do for the city. she loves working for the city of Los Angeles. Don't ask me why. We've tried to get her and the kids out of California for years, and she just won't move. She loves her job. So, but she's not going to take the vaccine, and she will fight. And she even told her chief that basically, I just want you to know this is the only time I'm going to discuss this with you, because it's not your business to know if I'm vaccinated or not. But I'm letting you know I'm not taking it, and I'm filing for an exemption. And this will be the very last time that I talk to you about it. But I have a feeling there's going to be some, they have recourse. The employees have recourse. They cannot be forced to take a vaccination that is still under emergency use. Even the fact that they said, oh, the FDA approved it, that brand under the BioNTech has not been manufactured. So they're saying it's been approved, but we're going to give you the Pfizer or the Moderna, so which is under the emergency use. So there's a huge, Larry Elder has to win California. And he has to win California because he's going to do away with all the mandates. And I don't know. It's just, the world is crazy.
Welcome to the fray.
So crazy right now.
I saw Radic say, if you don't have religious exemption forms, as I mentioned, go ahead and download it off my Gab. If you don't have them already, we'll find somewhere it does.
Yeah, I got Jack.
Okay.
Yeah, I got
and
Jack.
The other thing,
Jack. Yeah.
The other thing I'll say too is if they don't go off religious exemptions, go with what I described a couple weeks ago on show, the Right of Conscience Act that was passed here in Illinois, Section 745 of our Civil Code. See if California has something very similar to that, and if the language isn't strong enough, hit them with Illinois too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I saw something on Telegram today. Basically, OSHA can't force you to take anything either. There's something in one of their codes that they cannot force employees to take the vaccine. I've given her all the forms she needs. There he is. I'm going to let you guys go. Please say some prayers. God bless you all. Head on a swivel. Hillary's talking about us. The 18th, I would say don't go. I would say stay clear and be safe and prepare. I'll talk to you guys soon. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate each and every one of you. Okay.
Thank you so much, best Noni ever. Now we finally got the guy that I had to call back on. You are now on the air.
This is Chris. Are you there?
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of a delay over the air. I'm watching you on.
Yeah, you have to turn off your whatever you're watching on when you call in, because there's always a delay between us and what actually makes it on the air, just because of internet and compression and all that stuff.
Yeah, I know. I understand, but I'll wait for a minute or so until you.
No, you are live on air right now.
I am. Well, I'm not hearing you on the air.
Yeah, you are on air.
You got to mute the broadcast on D Live or wherever you're watching.
Oh, I'm on Trovo right now.
Yeah, you got to listen to your phone, not your whatever device is when you call in.
Okay. Okay. This. God, this is really good. Anyway.
So.
I'll just shut off my audio on
Yeah, that's what we've been telling you to do.
Okay. Here we go. I just got a few comments to make on the actual events on 9/11. I've been doing a lot of research, and well, starting back in 2009, it was probably a little late for me to get started on that. But you know, that's when I got my first computer. So I'm just kind of an old guy. I've been listening to you guys for ever since you came on the air. It was when the cat was in the ceiling over in Philadelphia or in Pennsylvania. You know, so I don't know. I've called in a couple of times on different programs, but it wasn't a big thing. There's more, I don't know, Governor Evers' projects over here, you know, is kind of stupid. But anyway, I've done a bunch of research on the construction of the buildings. That's the first thing that I delved into. I'm kind of a scientific-minded kind of guy, and when I saw those towers collapse, I knew something was wrong there. There's no way. You know, after I had investigated the construction of those buildings and the building of the tubular, you know, there was like square tube welded up construction on the outside of the thing, and then the inner core was built the same way, but it was way bigger. Okay, and the architects claimed that 60% of the strength of this building was on the core, and then 40% was on the outer walls. But if you look at the construction of the outer walls and how they were connected to the inner core, you can see, I mean, by the thickness of the metal and how far they were spaced apart on the outer wall, that there is no way that any aluminum aircraft is ever going to be able to penetrate that. It may have dented it a little bit, but it was never going to penetrate through. And the let's see, we had videos of the nose of the airplane poking out the other side of the building. That was just total crap. And then there was videos of the airplane entering the building and then passing in front of a building that was behind the Trade Center, and the wingtips were disappearing. That says to me, that's CGI. And, you know, what you want to say? Have you got any comment? Hello?
That was one of the things that I noticed and pointed out to people when I was looking at the film clips for the first time.
Who is it?
This is Dee Dee Haugen. I'm
Haugen. Okay. I've been on here for a long time. I see your name on chat. Okay, we're good.
Yeah,
I've never been on chat. I've never been on chat. Okay.
I co-host sometimes on the late nights, so we can let Pam sleep. Okay.
I know. I watch it 24/7. It's on my TV 24/7.
Oh, okay.
So
Nice. But yeah,
yeah, it's my favorite channel.
Mine too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I love all you guys. You're just a great bunch of people. But
Thank you.
You know, I go at things on a scientific level. Okay, and you know, Chris Croy and Eddie Zarin, they're very logical thinking people.
Right.
Right? And there's a lot of crap that comes over on the chat that that's probably most of the reason why I don't get on there. You got to fight with idiots all the time, right? They can't think. And you know what I mean? but I'm a scientific kind of guy. So, the closest I can come to the truth on 9/11 is architects and engineers for 9/11 truth.
Right.
You're familiar with it. I know you do. They have 3,000 people on there that are signing on with the scientific proof. You cannot bring down buildings like that.
Right.
Unless it's controlled demolition. And Building 7 pretty much just puts the big frame around the whole thing. I mean, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Building 7 is the signpost of the whole thing. It was a planned deal. And I can't believe that some idiot in a cave in Afghanistan is going to do that.
Right.
Those chemicals, 9/11 Truth says there was evidence of the nanothermite that was used in that demolition. It's in the dust throughout the whole city, and that's the sign point there. So, if that's what was used to bring down the buildings, and there's evidence of it in the photographs, and the fact that there was molten steel in the basement months after the building came down, then that has to be the truth. Are you with me on that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm more of
it's not DEW energy. Because energy in equals energy out. You cannot destroy a building with like that with two weapons unless there's an enormous amount of energy going in. And where are they getting that? Where would they get that from? The grid? Or are you telling me a satellite up in space is going to have enough energy from a solar panel on the thing to bring down those buildings like that? No, it just doesn't make any sense. Even the warships now that are using the directed energy to shoot down a rocket, that only lasts for a few seconds, and that's generated by a nuclear reactor on the ship. It's just ridiculous to even consider that.
Well, it's not that it's not that it's ridiculous. It's just that that's something that people will automatically, people that know things, they'll automatically go, well, what about this? So it's not ridiculous to think about the concept.
I think some of that's
the concept may
purposeful,
not be
paid for
ridiculous, but you have to figure out where they're getting the energy from. You ain't going to get it from a solar weapon out in space. No way. And if it was ground-based, there would have to be a gigantic surge of energy from the grid to get it done. It just didn't happen. It was done with thermodynamics, and the evidence in the dust proves that. The question, architects and engineers never really got into who did it or what, but there is evidence that it wasn't some idiots from Afghanistan that was doing it. Nanothermite is only produced in government labs in the United States. So what does that tell you? It's a demolition chemical that is only produced in government labs. And how is that acquired to and distributed, and how long before the actual demolition does it have to occur, and the applications of it? This is just logical thinking, right?
Well, let me ask you a question, I guess. Based on the conclusions that you've reached, how does that square with what Q brought up about saving Israel for last? Reasons not yet specified. Do you think those two things have something in common?
They may have. They may have, but I have no evidence or anything else other than the only thing I saw in regards to Israel during that attack was the dancing Israelis on the bridge and on the roof of that building. That was documented. So they must have had foreknowledge. Maybe it was a cooperative thing, but I have no idea. I mean, you have to have evidence to draw any kind of conclusions, right?
Yeah, it's all speculative right now.
Draw them there. There's no evidence other than, well, and then the Israelis. I saw reports of them going back to Israel and claiming that they were there to document the event. I've seen that, but that's the only evidence I have that Israel was involved. I think it was a collaboration of multiple people, our own government included. Our own government included. I mean, Rumsfeld, wasn't that Rumsfeld that came out like the day before and said they were missing like $2.3 trillion in cash, and then the next day, the very place in the Pentagon that was investigating these events was blown up.
That's just a coincidence.
Then also,
yeah, it's just a coincidence.
Yeah. Then also, that those photographs coming from the parking lot in the Pentagon at 1 frame per second was just ridiculous. When they had all kinds of hundreds of cameras all over, they couldn't find a picture of the airplane flowing in there. All I saw was like 1 frame of a streak in front of the camera, and it looked about the size of a what do you call them things? Not a drone, but you know what I mean. And then the next frame was
it was a missile.
Was the front of the building blowing out? Yeah. What'd you say?
It was a missile.
I don't hear you real good.
We were saying that it was a missile in the Pentagon is what it most likely was.
Well, that's all I have to go on. I mean, it was just a little bitty streak. It wasn't anywhere near the size of an airliner. And then we had pictures afterwards that there was hardly any debris outside. You know, it wouldn't comport with the airliner. Oh, and then Flight 93, the one that plowed into the ground. There was like nothing left of it. You know, and there's all kinds of evidence out there. Do you remember ever hearing any reports of the improbability that there was ever any capability of a cell phone to call from an airplane at 35,000 feet? It was impossible back then.
Well, it's still impossible now. But if they called as it was, you know, within like 1,000 feet from the ground, they could have called.
Oh yeah, 5,000 feet, but they were at 35,000 feet when those calls occurred, and you can't.
35,000 feet still can work. 20 years ago, they did have analog and digital
inside an
cell phones.
airplane. Not a cell phone from inside an airplane. And then there were reports.
Also remember back in those days, airplanes had phones on the back of the seats too, that you could pay
But guess what?
tons of money to make calls from.
Boeing said that there were no earphones on the back of seats in that airplane. That was a relatively new technology back then, and they were just starting to install them. And that particular airplane did not have it, so it couldn't have happened. There was reports on that. I've seen several, but this was back in the day. This information is probably already wiped off the internet because it contradicts the narrative, right? But I remember that back when I was first trying to dig into it. The first thing I did was the structural integrity of the building, and the fact that the engineers that designed it were to be impacted by a 707, and multiple hits at that, and that's the burning temperature of kerosene, which is basic jet fuel, does not burn hot enough to melt steel or even weaken it. So, and then the nanothermite thing, the evidence in the dust and all that kind of stuff. It just didn't make any sense. So that's where I'm at. Okay. Did you cut me off?
No, we're here. I just wanted to interject, he's very well versed, in this, the whole engineering aspect of it. And one of our own as well, Eric Finch, just sent me a DM with, we talk about Silverstein saying over the phone or whatever, pull it. Yeah, it's real stuff. That's still up on Gab. I
heard that too.
Yeah.
The fact that he double indemnified his insurance for terrorist attacks like a month before it happened. What does that tell you?
Yeah. There's so many of these things, and they are getting harder and harder to find on the internet. They're like Spectre told us earlier, I think it was Spectre, they really are whitewashing the story of 9/11. Looks like we got another caller too coming on. Yeah.
The whole thing is bogus.
And I think you're right. We need to keep it alive. We need to talk about it. I talk about it. People don't want to hear it, but I'm telling them anyhow. I'm with you, bud.
Yeah, there's more evidence against the official story than there is for it. I don't care how many pages you write on the NIST report or whatever the heck it was. It just doesn't make any sense, any of it. So.
Yeah, Building 7 is the biggest red pill for people.
Eyewitness reports of the people that were in the firemen and whoever was in there that had explosions foam on their butt, in the basements and crap like that. And then you see the pictures afterwards of these beams being cut off at 45-degree angles, like it was done with a blowtorch. You can only do that with thermite. It burns. It doesn't explode. It burns fast. It's like gunpowder in open air. But it's pretty crazy. Hotter. And that's how they got rid of the concrete too. I think they sprayed that concrete with thermite. And when the initial blast went off, that justified the concrete, because it wasn't just a lightweight concrete. It wasn't like regular concrete. It was a lightweight trained concrete, so that the beams that went from the center core to the outside wall, the beams could hold it up, because it was basically a freestand building. You had a lot of open space between the core and the outside wall. And if you've seen, I saw you show a video earlier about the construction of the building, and they were just like bringing up great big columns and stuff like that. But I saw other videos of them actually making the beams in a plant. They were box beams on the outside and the inside, and they were being made up out of flat plate steel, being welded together on all four corners, and they did them in like 3-story sections with plates of steel going in between them. I actually saw the videos of them building the thing. It was kind of interesting to me, because I worked for a company that actually builds welding machines, and that was kind of an interesting thing for me to watch. But it was a great big long building, and they had like robotic machines going up and down and welding these corners on these beams, and the thickness of the plate steel was incredible. There is no way an airplane is going to be able to fly through that, especially when they're only 18 inches apart. I mean, how is it? People have to be, well, I don't know, just non-scientific.
Well, Chris, thank you for calling in. We do have another caller here, but yeah, it doesn't make sense. And the biggest red pill on that was like Building 7. When that fell, it's like, wait, how did that fall? It's not even anywhere near it. So
I mean, right, you're right. If Building 7 fell like that, imploded, then what does that tell you about the other two?
Yeah.
Well, they had to have it set up way ahead of time.
Yeah, definitely.
And who was involved in that? I can only guess. But I'm suspecting some very high-level people in the government.
Yep.
Yeah, it was definitely planned by smarter people than someone in a cave in Afghanistan, for sure.
That's one thing. I mean, they picked out a couple of scapegoats, right? I mean, we already know from reports from AP News and stuff that Osama bin Laden was in surgery in late 2001 before the attack, and then he was on dialysis after that. How long do you think he lived after 2001 in a cave in Afghanistan? The whole thing is just bogus.
Yep, got to question everything, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, just go with what makes sense. It's Occam's razor,
Yep.
The easiest explanation is probably the truth.
All right, Chris. Well, thank you for calling. We got to move on. So,
all right. I'm sorry I took up so much of your time, but I just had a lot to say. And I've been digging it for a lot of years, so I don't know. Maybe
first time you've been able to get through, so I was like, blah, I got to get it all out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm with you. I'm with you guys all the way. I mean, you're the most. At least you're attempting to bring out the truth. I don't know if it always comes out that way. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll catch you later, and thanks for talking to me. I'm up here in Wisconsin. You remember Conscience Abe?
Yeah.
Oh, you cut me off. Yeah.
Said the forbidden name.
I live about 5 miles from him, but we're okay. Yeah. I know he had some problems with him, but I enjoyed him.
He was fun.
Yeah.
But anyways, we got to move on. Later, Chris.
All right. Well,
Thanks for calling
yeah,
in.
We'll catch you later. Thanks for talking to me, and we'll catch you later. Bye.
All right. So we got one more caller. And will this be the last caller we take?
I think so.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, so last caller ends in 42. You're on the air.
Hello, caller. You're on the air. Hello. You there?
Yeah, hello?
Oh, here we go. Yes. We got you. Ooh.
Make sure that you are listening in through the way that you're calling in, and turn off the stream if you're listening, because there's going to be a delay.
Okay, I'm not sure. Are you talking about me, right?
Yeah, you're the last caller.
You are live.
All right. Okay. Well, my name's Daryl, and I live over in Pepper's neck of the woods. But I just, my heart goes out to all the loved ones that were lost on 9/11. I believe that, all of us good-hearted people know exactly what happened that day. And it just breaks my heart that they use these tragedies to create the Patriot Act. With the coronavirus, they're taking our constitutional rights away. And I'm pretty upset about this. I've only been in, I've been really following politics the last 3-4 years, because it really made me sick. But now I'm really upset that these people, they say they care about us and taking care of us, and they're just fooling us, like sheep. Exactly. It reminds me of that picture of the buffalo running across the plains, and they're all following one buffalo, and they fly right off the cliff. I'm kind of worried about that's what's happening to America. It's just really concerning, because Q, I listen to a lot of that, and there's some things I've been putting together. I use a lot of common sense when I get information, but there's a video that I watched on PBS that it was called, it was a Q video. It says, what happens when the largest criminals are in the highest places of our government? And that really sticks in my brain, because these are criminals, and what they're doing to us, they're trying to take away our freedoms. They're trying to take away our rights. And there's a lot of good Americans, that fought for this country. And I just, my heart really goes out to the people that have been sacrificed for our freedom. And these people are just trying to take it from us. And we know who all those people are. And I was reading something that, our presidents are actually groomed. Donald Trump wasn't groomed. So I just want to put that out there. And I believe in the Illuminati. I believe in the cabal. I believe in all them bastards that are trying to ruin America. And there's a lot of good Americans that are actually starting to realize their freedom's being taken away. And I'm just so grateful to be a part of PBS or PSB, excuse me. Sorry about that. And I do get a lot of my information from you people, because you guys do some really good dives. And my heart really goes out to all the loved ones lost on 9/11, And that's pretty much what I wanted to say. And I wanted to say thank you, just for being out there, because I can come on here and, and just listen to, some good whole, deep dives to where I can make my own opinion instead of being forced to listen to stuff that is just not true. And I just want to say God bless all my brothers and sisters. And, it is biblical, what's happening. And I do listen a lot to Pastor Jack Hibbs, and it is, but we got to stay strong, and we got to be there for one another. And I just wanted to share that.
Well, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
All right. We do have one more caller who snuck in. Pink Panther is on here.
Hello. I got in just under the wire, huh?
Yeah. You got in after I said this was the last call, but he was.
Yeah, I know. I had just pushed 3 when you said that, and thought, well, I'm going to hang on and see what happens. Thank you so much for taking the call. Yeah, I just wanted to just share real quick with a lot of the comments I've seen just recently about the prospect of nanothermite. Nano would only refer to the surface area of each particle. That's really about it. What that does is it gives more atmosphere between each particle. The particles, now see, I want to give an example because when the railroads were being taken out was when I was on these little work crews as a kid, and we were putting in roads, taking rocks out of the dirt and then putting in, say, inch rock, and then it would, smooth it out, and everything had to be really smooth. And we'd coat it with tar and all this, and then pour asphalt over it. Long story short is that some of the railroad tracks were still in use. And I was on one end, it was just coming out of Beverly Hills as you start to go around a bend near the Cedars-Sinai Hospital and here in LA. Anyways, what it is that when you have two adjoining pieces of track abutted to each other, end to end, you slip over what is like a boot, and it's cast iron. This boot will fit over and then clamp to each portion of the track, the one on the left and then the one on the right as you're facing it. You slide your bolts through, you clamp it down, and it's got a cast spout that comes up that you fill with the popular one, as long as you two metals that are antagonistic to each other, but one of them has to be an oxide, such as you would use iron oxide, which is basically just a big pile of rust. You could take any rust. And then you take granulized aluminum or powderized aluminum, you mix the two together, and then you pour that into the spout that goes into the boot, and what it does is it's coated within, it's encapsulated within. When you are able to fire that off, now basically what you're doing is that you're raising the state of electron activity. So once you can get an electron to go over to the other side, the oxide being a positive charge will want to go to the negative where the oxide is. When you've started that chemical reaction, it's going. So what happens, you've got this huge amount of electron activity creating heat. And that heat, one metal is trying to rob the oxygen from the other to keep it going. And that's what drives the whole reaction. So now the aluminum is going to take that oxygen from the iron, and now you're going to have pure iron going down into the spout that's going to coat and weld your two joints together. You see? So then when that happens, you take the boot off a matter of, say, a couple of minutes after the reaction has finally bubbled down and it's clear, there's no more smoke. You take the boot off about 2 minutes later with gloves and everything, you unwrench it, and you've got yourself a perfectly welded piece of track. And there's no clack, 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 clack. And then you ship off slag, and then you grind it smooth. All right, especially the top and then the sides and all that stuff where the wheel will mate with the rail. You want all that absolutely smooth transition. So that's how thermite works. And I've heard it proposed that I think it was during Clinton's administration that when that guy, I think it was Muhammad Atta, the one that went in and they supposedly tried to bomb down in the basement of the Twin Towers. Well, it's been surmised that when that so-called, that false flag went off, it was like a thermite bomb. But what happened was that, quote, cleanup crew that went in there had actually rigged the towers, or at least fortified the rigging of the towers with a spray. Some people were saying they were getting sick, or there was something different in the air. after they'd done some refurbishing and all that. And I would imagine if you've got like a heavy presence of an oxide in the air, particularly if it's iron oxide, it kind of has that, there's an odor to it. It's like walking into a machine shop where they work with steel all the time. You can kind of smell it in the air. But like I said, I just want to give the chemical reaction between the two. It's usually aluminum and then iron oxide, or it's aluminum oxide and then it's iron shavings. It's between the two. It's which one do you want? And then there's also the ladder of metals, one metal acting upon another. If one's an oxide, you get a pure metal of the one that's just above it. It's a table.
So wait a second. So with the aluminum from the airplane hitting the iron of the beams that were rusty, that would cause a natural thermite? No. The jet fuel would not be raising it high enough. In other words, you have to raise the electron activity. With the impact speed of the plane and the aluminum scraping it, would that friction cause enough to set off thermite? 600, 700 degrees. I'm estimating you'd have to get up to about 700 degrees before you could start that chemical reaction. Only one time was I able to do it, like I said, out there and just coming out of Beverly Hills. And a bunch of these guys who were my dad's friends were saying, well, how are you going to do it? You don't have an arc welder. You don't have a gas acetylene. And I said, I'm going to take some matches. And I did. I took a couple bucks of matches and took all the sulfur off. The sulfur was used to lower the temperature. It's like what sulfur does for gunpowder. It lowers the ignition point, the ignition temperature. Throwing in some magnesium could also do that too, right?
Magnesium does it on its own. Now, if you have an oxide with that magnesium, like iron oxide with magnesium, you've got yourself some problems, bro. Huge problems. Because again, you have an exchange of ions. An oxygen ion wants to go to the other side where there's a negative charge. Okay, and it burns on the way. It carries all of chemistry is nothing but an exchange of electrons, them binding together with protons. That's what it is. And if you have too much activity, that means that you have an exchange of electrons. It's going too quickly. You're driving a reaction. It's called driving.
So, would you fall under the camp of when they were replacing the asbestos that they put some sort of thermite in there in place, anticipating?
Yeah.
Anticipating this?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it would be so easy to granularize it, put it in a liquid medium, and then shoot it out through a gun, and then just coat beams with it. I mean,
How hard? How easy would it have been for the whole building to go up in smoke just by them doing that without a plane?
The plane to me is just like a candle on a cake. I won't say birthday cake, but that's what it is. Basically, it's diversion. Now, I'm not going to say the person's channel because I just started recently watching it, and the guy's been out for like 6 years. He always sits in a dark black suit, and he always has a black tie, and he sits behind a desk, and he's going through all of these. Some of the theories are a little bit out there about Atlantis and all this sort of thing. But what I was going to say was this, is that the CIA and all of their shenanigans that they pull, this is one of the shock and awe. That's what it is. They shock the psyche so much that people are left in awe that that there's no firm ground from which to try to draw a conclusion from. it makes it that ever more difficult because the CIA has worked on shock and awe before. They did it with the Titanic when they switched the names on the boat, remember, on the ship. They've done it repeatedly. And it's that shock and that awe that leaves the psyche without an anchor of a previous experience to see, well, let's see, maybe this could be related to what, you understand what I mean? It's uncharted territory. That's basically what
you got the trauma of the shock that totally removes logic and people react by emotion.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So then that way, when you have, after the shock and awe, then you could start building, or it probably was pre-done, but you start releasing your pre-built, well, it could be this, it could be that, this and that and the other. And there's very little, real evidence base upon which to, drive those theories forward and say, well, okay, I could see what maybe this and maybe that. No, it's an inside job. It's all there is to it. There's people involved. It was a long-term goal, very long-term goal, and it was well orchestrated. And anything that came up, any alternative belief system, or the way that they were, quote, brought down was, naturally not by jet fuel. No, not even with a Venturi effect, a perfect Venturi effect, from below with oxygen driving up through it like a chillum, I mean, I don't know if anybody knows what a chillum is, but if you smoked hash or smoked pot, you know what one is. Anyways, long story short, it's not like a chimney flue. Yeah, no. Particularly after you'd seen how it actually just went down on its footprint, both of them, and number 6, the other building, 6 hours later. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, how perfectly they went down looked like controlled demolition.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, especially building 8, that particular one, because of the way it was constructed, and it was oblong, and you're going to tell me that you're not going to have any pulling down, which is always going to run a straight line unless there's a shooting effect from another wall, another stationary object, shearing or pulling away. No, just having it all implode on itself. Right. I'll get back to you with my pocket calculator. Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, really, please, guys, these guys need to cut it out. When I tell you what, when I first heard it, I was living on the street in Westwood, and my best friend, who used to clean up with me at a Middle Eastern restaurant, mind you, in Westwood Village, right at stone's throw from UCLA, we were the cleaning crew. We called ourselves the wrecking crew. It was just him and I, for the most part, unless some other clowns tried to bounce in, we bounced them out. But we got in there and we were always clean and mop. Well, working in a Middle Eastern restaurant wasn't really popular after that point. They were closed for like 8 days. And when I first heard about it, I was asleep from the evening before, and a friend came up and said, "You wouldn't believe it." He said, "The towers are down." And he thought it was another set of towers. And he thought it was like the Pentagon towers or something. He says, "Thank God they are," all this stuff. He was kind of a rebel in a good kind of way. And then all of a sudden later on in the day, oh no, it's the Twin Towers that went down. And every time I saw it played out on television, it was like, no, there's just no way that jet fuel is going to do that. There isn't. You have to have a chemical reaction to two dissimilar metals, one of them being an oxide, and you have the exchange of oxygen from one to the other. That's what drives your reaction. That's what drives it. aluminum oxide, you find the antagonist for aluminum, there you are. You have your aluminum oxide, and then you have your base metal, and then the oxygen ions will want to go over, and then that's how you drive your reaction. Yeah, I mean, it's a madness show. It's a light show. Yeah.
Well, the worst thing about the whole thing is that, you know, thousands of innocent people died 20 years ago today.
Oh, huge. But see, the thing of it is that
the fact that it was most likely an inside job makes it even worse.
Oh, yeah.
1,000 more have died from cancer, from the chemicals.
Yeah, so more people died afterwards.
Big time. Yeah. Well, I'd heard that they did quite a bit of extensive, quote, inspection on the interiors, you know, of the, in other words, after that, I think it was Muhammad Atta or something like that. That was the first guy, the one-eyed imam or something like that. Anyways, what happened was that after he was in the van or something like that, and he blew off a van down in the basement, they decided to go in there and, you know, find out what was going on with the structures and all this stuff. And they said that they had done some extensive refurbishments after the first attempt. All right. Well, that kind of lends credence. I think that kind of gives the opponent, the one that actually pulled the job, the welcome mat, as it were, to get in there and retrofit it. Yeah. They had to have sprayed something in there or coated it with something. And it doesn't take much. It really doesn't. Because once you've started that exchange of oxygen that wants to go over to a negative charge, and you start driving that chemical reaction, you drive it at key points, and then it's a wildfire. It's a prairie fire after that. It's a chemical prairie fire exchange of positive that wants to go to the negative in a rush, and that's basically what drives a chemical reaction is ion movement. Yeah. So that's I just wanted to bring that up. Also, this too is that there was a core to the building, an absolute core of concrete and rebar, and then everything was built out from it. So you've got this huge, thick core of concrete. Now, oddly enough, how do you get the moisture out of that concrete so quickly so as to make it fall upon itself? And not to mention the steel rebar that's on the inside of that concrete. You know, we didn't see a lot of mangled mess sticking up. We really didn't. Concrete pretty much went poof. So again, you're driving a chemical reaction. You have to have an extreme heat and something to be able to draw that moisture out of that concrete to turn it to absolute dust. Absolute dust. And then what else worked on the rebar that was inside of that concrete? What is it, like inch and a quarter, inch and a half thick rebar? That's some pretty stony stuff. You know, I mean, you're not going to do very much with it unless if you have a chemical reaction, and the heat is driving it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's the only way. I'm going to say this to you real quick. When I said that I was sent up to that school up in the middle of Northern California, they put us through that, quote, science that nobody knows about. The teacher plainly said, "Oh, that science. Oh, that's what we give them. That's what they know. All those decimal points and movements and all this stuff." And no, it's not. No, it's not. Based on a very simple number system, very, very simple number system to drive chemical reactions. their naming and terminology and their quote number for the element on the element chart is completely different from our element number chart. And then there's also the magic box numbers. There are 4 blocks, and those 4 blocks contain a group of numbers. Within each block, you have 3 by 3, each adding up to 33 on each side. Yeah.
What a convenient coincidence. Good Lord.
Well, 33, yeah, figures in quite a bit. And electrical, you go in steps of 3, 5, 7, and then 10, 15, 20. Yeah, that's in coils. Electrical, all of your electrical engineering. You go to spend 4 years inside of a whatchamacallit, a university, spend how much money? You take an electrical engineering course from this style, let's say school of thought, all right? It's completely different. It's completely different. Yeah. It's vastly easier because you work in ratios. You don't work in this division, It's all in ratios. The golden ratio, Fibonacci sequence. There's also the effect, magnetism effects. It's not just eddy currents. No. You look at the angular movement of each eddy current. Yeah, when you look at nature, the way that these folks have inculcated some people to think, you can see the absolute dimensional beauty of the way God created it. But they have bastardized it, and they use it for destructive purposes, very destructive purposes. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's anyways, I felt kind of at odds because it's very difficult for me to come forward and say what I know. I just can't just come right out and just blah. Oh, there it is, right on the table. It's not easy. And then I guess above all, having been a survivor of that, those episodes. Well, it was my parents. It goes back to, it wasn't a family thing; it's a clan thing, and I don't mean that other one. I don't mean that one. I'm talking about as familial relationship. All right, whom is considered family? Well, hell, I don't know. Now I don't know if some of them were actually blood relatives. That if it was just old Joe that Grandma knew back in Arizona, and he just pulled up in off the road, and hell, I don't know. What I mean to say is that the structure of the family and everything was vastly different than what most children were raised with. Yeah. And it had to do also with the church that was part of it. And I gave an interview to Chris, and that church was specifically with the McMartin and all that business. Yeah, that's a very, very deep, deep, dark hole. And you could see why they did not want that revealed. No.
Yeah, absolutely.
No. Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't want to get us off topic though. So I want to get.
Yeah. I don't want to get off topic.
Yeah,
I did want to talk about the chemical reactions and how they're driven.
Right. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the way that happened was not normal or natural, right? Watching the building disintegrate. But we got to move on because I got a couple things I want to bring up and I want to share with everybody.
Thank you, Pink Panther, for the material science education today.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, maybe at a later date I can go into just a little bit more detail. And I thank you for taking the call at the last minute. I didn't want to get that 2 cents in though. Okay.
Yes.
You folks have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in, Pink Panther. I appreciate it.
Radix, floor is yours.
All right. So first of all, I want to say to Glory, thank you so much for taking calls today. I really appreciate it. That was awesome. And I want to say,
it is a lot easier for people to do an actual phone number than the Telegram workflow.
yes,
we can actually hear it in here.
I know. I've got to talk to you later about this because I want to kind of find a way to make it easier for calls to occur.
Well, I just need to train some people on how to do it.
Okay.
It's in a server in the cloud. So,
okay. Yeah. I mean, that'd be awesome. I really appreciate it. Thank you for doing that. So everybody could hear each caller and stuff. That was really cool. He's over there saying, "We love you." And I want to say to Spectre, you made a fantastic moderator. Very cool. Thank you for hanging out all day and doing this.
Yeah, we made it work. Appreciate it. Glad everybody was able to join that wanted to. And well, just what it is. We made a go of it.
Yeah. And all the hosts that came in today, I really, really appreciate everybody showing up for this. I don't know whose show that we're cutting into at this point. I know that Deb said that she needed some coverage or she might need help with her show. And so, I have some stuff that I wanted to share with everybody. We're not going to be able to get into all of this or cover all of it, but I did want to read one article and BK drop one that is actually like a positive one. So I wanted to share that with you guys. But first, we have to share this meme. These are the people that we are dealing with. Okay. The bug men. Bugman. That's who
awesome.
We're dealing with. Oh my goodness. It's crazy. Where did I put the article? Oh, son of a gun. I just had it. Is this it? No, that's not it. Where did it go? No, wait, let me get it. I did just have it.
Oh, I guess while you're doing that, I'll say that ADA's Aaron and LC Mac, Pam, thanks for allowing us to use up your time that you would normally have shows here today. And if we get through this here, I guess Edie's Aaron, you'll probably be up next, or if you want to hang out for the next show, I suppose, huh?
Well, it's my show now, but then next is Deb at the top of the next hour. So that's fine. I had a few things prepped, but I figured I wouldn't have my show today. So.
Okay, I will be quick, I promise. If you do have stuff you want to cover.
Well, no, something I really want to cover. I just did it because I didn't know how many people would call in. You never know.
I know. That. We get shy days, and then we have days where everybody calls in.
Right, I miss taking calls big time. So, yeah.
Yeah, if we can get some people trained to run that would be fantastic. I love it. Thank you, Glory. I love Mark. He's great. Mark always tells me about all the stuff going on in Canada. So, Mark, this one is for you. This article here. This is a Canada article, and this is some, positive news about 9/11. Boo Boo, what are you doing? My daughter's doing a spider crawl. It says one town. It's a what? It's a cat crawl. One town's beacon of 9/11 kindness, Gander shines on. This is super interesting. I don't know how many people are aware of this story. Gander's runway became a parking lot of diverted commercial airliners on 9/11. More than 6,500 passengers from 38 jets were fed, housed, and clothed by residents of this small town in Newfoundland. Charlotte Ganoush I'm probably butchering that, was a Canadian third grader when 4 hijacked airplanes were used to perpetrate the deadliest foreign attack on U.S. soil. She hardly understood it. What she knew was that thousands of passengers on flights suddenly barred from entering American airspace landed in this small town in Newfoundland, and that she was sent home from school. A troublemaker back then, by her own admission, she read the room and stayed quiet. When her mother, between hurried phone calls, asked her to go up and look through her books and stuffed animals to donate, she was mad. Teeth gritted, she did it anyway. Like most children in Gander on 9/11, Charlotte got the rest of the week off from class as schools immediately turned into shelters. But I need some lights. Okay. But this was no snow day. Oh, no. You almost knocked that light on me. Oz fudge. Sorry, guys. This massive light almost fell on my head. A little bit more. Yeah, thank you. Okay, sorry. Oz Fudge, who was on patrol as police constable, saw kids helping their parents drop off food, clean sheets and toothbrushes, and some even cleaning toilet bowls. It had just done the cockles of my heart, he says. Charlotte returned with her parents to her school and understood something major was happening. Sleeping on the gym floor were 770 passengers. That is crazy. Cell phones were not ubiquitous, and many of them had no idea what happened until the community set up TV screens. So they didn't even know why their planes were diverted. Charlotte witnessed the horror on their faces as the images flickered. It's a hard word to describe. She takes a long pause. There was something so big happening, and I don't think my parents actually explained the concept of terrorism. I think the focus wasn't on that for us, but it was really on what we can do and how we can help, because that had to be a priority for everyone at that time. Over the next 5 days, she watched her mom tirelessly bake batches of tea buns and muffins, her parents doing their part to deliver food. She has no doubt that's why she became a baker. In a flour-dusted outfit and her sweet little cookie starts with C shop, she just opened off the main stretch. Mrs. Gouchou also has no doubt that it set the tone for what she hopes the bakery will mean for the community. She's cultivating the basic goodness Gander came to encapsulate on 9/11, goodness that's captured the world's attention ever since. It was a very defining moment, even at age 8, she says. Gander may not look like much from the ground. The Trans-Canada Highway passes beside it, and motorists can get what they need without even turning into town. From high in the sky, it's different. Planners built periphery streets in the shape of a goose head, discernible from above. For Gander, it's the airspace that matters anyway. The airport, opened in 1938, was a staging point for World War II allies and later a refueling stop for transatlantic jets. So it was a logical landing point during 9/11. Gander received 38 commercial jets carrying around 6,500 passengers, half the number of the town's entire population. Most in Gander and surrounding towns had a job they could do, taking people into their homes, offering hot showers or a quiet place to reflect, lending their cars, tracking down kosher food, helping to refill prescriptions, or taking care of pets that had been in cargo. That is insane. We saw people from 95 countries that needed help, and we poured out love and compassion for complete strangers, because that's what we would want if we were stranded in their place, says Claude Elliott, who was a mayor at the time. They couldn't believe that complete strangers would bring them into their homes and say, hey, just sit there. I'm going to work. You can stay here for the day. Take my car, go for a ride. They asked, is this real? But that's the way we live here. Those actions, he says, were instinctive well before 9/11 on a rugged island where you stick together to survive. But since then, they've defined this town, inspiring the hit Broadway musical Come From Away, and have reinstilled simple lessons that 20 years later and in the face of the pandemic perhaps resonate even more now. When you look at it, you see two spectrums. What you saw was the worst of mankind in the United States, the 9/11 attacks, and you probably saw the best of it here, says Mr. Elliott. The more of that good news story we can get out, no matter what the story is, it's good. Get it out because it seems harder to get out than the bad. Well, obviously, because the news capitalizes on the bad stories. For host and guest alike, the story doesn't end on 9/11, but continues to reverberate. Kevin Turiff, an American in Austin, Texas, was a passenger on his way back from Paris on 9/11 when his flight was diverted here. He still remembers the simplest gesture, a young boy handing him an air mattress, comfort from the cold floor. It's a very humbling experience to be a recipient of kindness, he says. It made such an impression that he started a Pay It Forward Day at his company. Today, it has grown into a kindness charity, Pay It Forward 9/11, that this year is focusing on random acts of kindness that forge unity. The kind the U.S. said it wouldn't forget after 9/11, but so clearly has in its riven politics, says Mr. Turiff. That boy who gave him the mattress, which quickly deflated, but that's besides the point, he says, would have been around Ms. Ganosha's age. It's fitting, although coincidental, when you walk into Cookie Starts with C, the first thing you see on a big bulletin board is the words Pay It Forward painted in black cursive above it, where residents can buy treats for a stranger. One index card attached with a push pin reads, one piece of cheesecake for a police officer, another muffin and medium specialty tea or a coffee to a man who is just surviving. It sets the tone for the place Miss Ganush wanted her bakery to be, a tone that harks back to elementary school, she says. With 9/11, my parents just bought sandwiches, books, muffins. Like, it doesn't seem like a lot, but a simple offer of a hot shower or a comfortable bed can mean a lot. That all kind of funnels through my life. We can do a lot of small things and they add up to be really big things for a lot of people. Diane Davis was Miss Ganusha's teacher on 9/11. She says this very lesson, which her former pupil is carrying forward, is one she learned herself from 9/11. A retired teacher has helped sponsor Syrian refugees in Gander. They often thank her with food, but sometimes they bring her gift cards for gasoline. The first time it happened, I was upset because they don't make a lot of money. I've done it my whole life. Said, no, you don't have to. But I realized that I take away their opportunity to get satisfaction from that, she says. So now I take it and say thank you. She tears up as she recounts the 5 days she spent helping to house, feed, and care for so many others. But she's hardly the only one who feels 9/11 right at the surface. I think that's a good place to end the story. You guys can read the rest if you would like to. Let me drop the link to that and to live chat for everyone. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, I think it's nice to have stories like that occasionally. And one of the things we did on this channel, if you guys have been listening for a while, I think it might have been, was it last year? Yeah, because we're in 2020 now. Okay, so we did an article where I think we collected like stories from our audience for 9/11 and we published it into like an article. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, you little snoot. That's not what I want.
Human Events was doing the same thing this year. They had put something out a few days ago ahead of 9/11. They were looking for reader submissions. So they may have something out today. Pretty sure it was either Human Events or Humans Are Free. I forget which one.
Oh, that's so cool. Well, if I could find it, that'd be great. Oh my gosh. I'm sure that we did this like last year. I forget what it was called. Let me see if I can try to. BK, do you remember this? Okay, wait, is this it? How many of these did we do? Oh my goodness. Jeez. There's so many different. I just typed in September 11th, and there's 21 pages to search through of all different articles. It's like way too much. Thank you, Dee Dee. Have a good one. All right, let's see. There's this one, 9/11, a personal story. This is from Miss Bijerain from near Manchester, England. That's exactly what okay, so we took different people's stories that we received from them that they sent in, and we published them. Yeah. Okay. So this one was Miss Bijerain from Manchester, England. I called to see my mom at 1 p.m. We were having a catch up and coffee. The television was on in the background showing an afternoon chat show. I can't remember what we were talking about, nothing of importance. The program was interrupted by what the announcer said was live shots of New York. It was showing large amounts of billowing smoke coming from a New York skyscraper. My mom and I started talking and were fixed on the screen, on the scene being portrayed. I think I said something like, "Oh my God." A voice from the TV was explaining that what was thought to be an aircraft had flown into one of the World Trade Center towers. I said to my mom, "How on earth could a plane do that?" You could see it was a beautiful blue sky day, no visibility issues. As we were watching, a second plane smashed into the World Trade Center tower. That's when we agreed what we were watching wasn't an accident, but a terror attack. We were both in complete shock. The chaotic scenes we were witnessing unfold horrified us. Reports were coming in that a number of aircraft were missing that had taken off from different airports throughout America and had not been located yet. So that was one of the stories. This was another one, Southeast London by Black Mirror. This is where he was that day. Everything was prepared, information memorized, speech practiced, equipment deployed, photocopies printed, furniture arranged, even a classroom television on wheels strategically positioned to display the grade 4 syllabus in action. I had brought my packed lunch and performed my breathing exercises. Every eventuality had been covered. It was Meet the Parents Day in the first week of our first term of my first year teaching in a primary school. Appointments started at 9 a.m. and I sat at my super organized desk looking out the side door for my immaculately ordered classroom. The first pair of parents timidly crossed the playground to be impressed by their child's new teacher, and I was ready. Tie straightened, breathing calmed, greeting sheet in hand, welcoming smile on face. I was ready to go. What could possibly go wrong? The look on their faces was wrong for a start, as if they just lost their door keys and wallet and their favorite pet. Well, good morning. Have you heard what's happened? Was not exactly the response I'd expected. The best laid plans of mice and men could not have prepared me for what came next, as these agitated and rather distraught people recounted what they'd just heard on the car radios. The Twin Towers in New York had been hit by an airplane. At that moment, New York City seemed as close to us as London, a half-hour drive. It was a visceral feeling, very physical and immediate and serious. This should not be happening, not today. This should not be happening. Reaching through the cognitive dissonance, I suspended my anxious getting to know you chat and, as IT coordinator, instinctively punched the TV on switch on the remote. Up came BBC News 24 on the screen, and our worst fears were confirmed. The surreal sight of New York City engulfed in thick black smoke, together with panicked and disjointed commentary from God knows who. Simultaneously, a second set of parents joined us, and the head of juniors entered the room speechless. We stared at a screen in disbelief. What could you say? Is this live? Is it an accident? Are there people in there? Do you know anybody in New York? What the hell is going on? I didn't give out a single welcome to grade 4 info pack that morning, and my best laid plans went asunder as the classroom filled with shocked parents. Some stayed perched on tiny chairs, bringing latecomers up to speed, and others rushed home to the comfort of their plasma screens. We were all silent at the moment. A mom called out, "There's another one," and we witnessed the second plane plow into the South Tower. 15 minutes after the first impact, we all knew this wasn't an accident, as some had hoped. Unequivocally, unprecedentedly, this was no accident, and it was something unimaginably new. Our speculation was cut short again when a rather disheveled head mistress herself appeared to inform us a third plane had hit the Pentagon. The Pentagon? How many more? Were they going to hit London next? Who the hell is doing this? Is anywhere safe now? People were completely caught up in the events that were unfolding in front of their eyes as if they were there personally. They had questions where there were no answers, and a genuine feeling of indescribable anxiety permeated the room, as though something immense had begun, yet we knew not what or by whom. At one moment that morning, I remember stepping back and thinking, well, this is an ill omen. I have a classroom full of weeping and traumatized parents. This does not bode well for my career. The next minute, Building 7 collapsed, along with any doubt we'd entered a brand new and very different century. As it turned out, for me, it was the beginning of a wonderful year, one of the best, spent with an incredible bunch of fourth graders and supportive parents. Perhaps the bond we formed on that day, September 11th, 2001, brought us closer and got us through together. Black Mirror. Yeah, very interesting. I remember that we did this a while ago. This was like last year. This was another one, right on Patriots, a 9/11 memory by Magnify. Working in a small high-rise in downtown, I was immediately on high alert for safety of myself and others. My mother was traveling by air that day, and I wasn't sure if she was okay. Quickly found out she was fine and gathered myself, prayed, and calm came over me. You know, peace beyond understanding. If you don't know, search until you find Christ. We will need that peace in the next weeks. That September day was a Pearl Harbor awakening for many. I was 32 with a new son. I love September weather in Western New York. I remember the overwhelming thoughts of this beautiful country and the fight ahead for patriots called to arms. Then I remember pulling up my bootstraps and realizing we had work to do, God's work. I knew Oklahoma City Federal Building was an inside job. We were under attack from an external enemy working with the enemy within. I have not lowered my initial DEFCON levels since that morning. May God continue to be our shield, our buckler, and our high tower. Right on, patriots, in the spirit of patriot revere. We are the watchmen on the wall. We cannot lose, for we have already gained everything. Those that fear not second death are invincible in him. Right on till the trumpet in the name of Yeshua Yamashiach, Jesus the Messiah. Magnify him in all you do and say. Some trust in chariots and some horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God. Psalms 27. There is a lot of other stuff that, as you can see, 21 pages of articles that mention the search term September 11. So if you want to look on our website, there's tons of stuff to look at. I recommend you do so if you're interested in reading more of that stuff. But moving on here. There's this graphic that was made by Groyper. I know Groyper has a Gab account. I'm not sure if he posts anywhere else, but this was just Kroll and Associates. This has all the people that were somehow connected to Jules Kroll and the Kroll company, established in 1972 as a CIA front company. On 9/11, all the senior executives never went to work. Their offices were in the Twin Towers. And so it's connected to like Wall Street, 9/11 insider trading, CIA, Pentagon contractor rules, so like defense contractors, Enron, the Soviet Union, Boris Yeltsin, Deutsche Bank, Robert Maxwell and Ghislaine Maxwell, Alan Dulles, USAID, the JFK assassination and cover-up, the FBI, Bear Stearns, all of this stuff is like tied in. Leon Black and Apollo financing. So that's a very interesting graphic here. I wish he would go into a little bit more detail of how that all connects together. That would have been great. But I just found that interesting for people who were wondering. I thought that was a pretty good graphic. Okay. So this is the first article I wanted to cover. This is published back in 2007. And it says 9/11 was executed, computer-controlled P-Tech. The title of this is I Made a Promise, The Journey of a Wall Street 9/11 Whistleblower. Very interesting. This comes from 911truth.org. That's the source. The author is Michael Cain. In the special report, Michael Cain recounts the personal story of J.P. Morgan IT professional Indra Sai, a heroic 9/11 whistleblower who was fired, harassed, and physically threatened for exposing the Saudi/terrorist-linked origins of one of the government's most pervasive software systems, and thereby offering the 9/11 Commission more truth than it ever wanted to know. Quote, P-Tech had all the markings, unquote, said Indra Sai, all the markings of a CIA front company. I think there is a CIA within the CIA, Indra told From the Wilderness. From the Wilderness is a publication, by the way. I think there is a shadow CIA that does the Iran-Contra type of things. They get funding from illicit methods, and that the Saudis are in on it. They might have trained some operatives and later it backfired. It was blowback within blowback, perhaps. That's interesting. What I do know, what the money trails do show, is that the Saudis are complicit. In other words, the ones that are extremely fundamentalist, the ones that promote Wahhabism, I'm not saying it's all of them, but parts of them are working hand in hand, lockstep with elements within American intelligence, whether it's official or unofficial. There's proof of that, unquote. March 2nd, 2005, Wall Street whistleblower Indra Sai has had her professional life ripped away from her because of keeping the promise she made to some 3,000 victims who died at Ground Zero on 9/11. She made that promise at Ground Zero on 9/11 as a civilian EMT. Indira was supposed to be on the 106th floor of the World Trade Center that morning, but she was late. I made a promise, said Indira during a lengthy FTW interview, that if anything fell into my lap, I wouldn't look the other way. And I'm keeping that promise. And something did fall into her lap, something big. Indira is an IT professional who started the first Boston's Information Technology Group in 1970. So that was obviously a long time ago, and had worked on Wall Street up until 2002. She'd been an IT consultant for Bank Trust, the United Nations, J.P. Morgan, and American Express. In 1988, she started TibetNet, a derivative of the Defense Advanced Research Project, DARPA Internet, the service on which you're likely reading this report at the moment. On September 11, 2001, Indira worked for J.P. Morgan in a field called risk management, involving computer systems and programs designed to keep J.P. Morgan's entire information and financial structure safe. She had also worked with a DARPA-funded technology group with close ties to the CIA. This provided her with contacts deep within the government in corporate America. She was working on a program for J.P. Morgan, the next generation of risk software, whose function was to think about all the information going on throughout the enterprise as bank business was being conducted worldwide. It would detect money laundering and other crimes in real time and then do something about it. Perhaps alert an intelligent software agent or a person, or shut down the transaction immediately. This capability could be accomplished using an evolution of promise software. That brings us back to who? Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell. Hello. And the United States Justice Department, Louis Freeh. the Justice Department stole Promise from Bill Hamilton and Inslaw, and they weaponized it. This was after they had Inslaw modify it, or I think upgrade it, and then it was modified and then given to tons of different countries' intelligence agencies, and they had put a back door in it. So, yeah, very, very interesting. FTW has extensively covered the Promise software controversy, the software stolen by the Justice Department from Inslaw, which over the past 2 decades has evolved and merged with artificial intelligence. So what Promise was prosecutor, it was like a prosecutor's programs that they could track defendants in the legal system, right? Like nationwide. This was something that was like linking it up. So if you had somebody that had a court case in one state and then one in another state, you could connect that, right? It was to track people through the system, but they weaponized it and turned it into like a surveillance thing instead of just something for prosecutors at the Justice Department to use to track people in the system. So there's a lot of stuff out there on Promise. You guys should look into that on your own, read about it, because the other thing is there's Promise, then there's a later program called PRISM. PRISM was an NSA program that Edward Snowden provided documentation about. Then there is the NSO group Pegasus software. Pegasus is very similar to Promise. So it's really interesting that they all have similar names, right? Promise, PRISM, Pegasus. Does anyone find that kind of strange? I just think that's an interesting, I guess, coincidence. Quote, we were moving into the realm of much smarter software, next generation software that would collect information on the fly and sort of think about it, said Indira. The CIA was interested in the technology behind Indira's risk application at one point, so was the Defense Department. Indira's vision was to create software that could respond to, quote, extreme event risk, unquote. 9/11 was an extreme event. Risk management involves devising ways to stop big problems from happening throughout the enterprise. She needed a company to provide a key piece of this enterprise software. All the industry gurus recommended P-Tech. Indira was unsure whether P-Tech was right. After all, they were a small company, and with software this expensive, you couldn't afford to choose wrong. But everywhere she looked boosted her confidence in P-Tech, especially when viewing their list of prominent clients. Now, I would say this would be like your first red flag, right? When you see this really small company with super expensive software, and they're kind of like the only ones that have this capability, right? They're the only company out there, and they just so happen to work with like the entire federal government. That's your red flag that maybe, just maybe, they're an intelligence cutout. But, you know, maybe, I mean, for people who are not like that don't know about this stuff, that would not be a red flag for them, I guess. So just putting it out there that there you go. So she looks at their list of prominent clients: the White House, Treasury Department, Secret Service, CIA, FBI, both houses of Congress, the Air Force, the Navy, the Department of Energy, the IRS, Booz Allen Hamilton, IBM, Enron, and even NATO, all used, and as of this writing, some still use P-Tech software. IBM, a global strategic partner with JP Morgan, had selected P-Tech for their preferred vendor program. All of this convinced Indira that P-Tech was the right choice. After getting the extensive site clearance JP Morgan required, Indira invited P-Tech to the premises for a one-day evaluation of their software. But according to Indira, everything was wrong that day. They didn't come with anything needed to do the one-day evaluation. But P-Tech's chief scientist, Dr. Hussein Ibrahim, suggested to Indira that they develop the software on his laptop. Yeah. Talk about suspicious, right? Quote, if you know how these things are conducted, it was a showstopper, says Indira. P-Tech would have been able to walk away with the blueprint to Indira's program on their laptop, and JP Morgan would have been left with nothing. Indira decided Ibrahim's position was a definite deal breaker. Risk blueprints worth millions of dollars aren't given away at an introductory meeting. Absolutely not. It's intellectual property. The industry doesn't work that way. To this day, Indira is unsure of why Ibrahim would have even suggested this. He's not a stupid man, she said. He knows this is not how business is conducted. So her investigation begins. With P-Tech's people still in the office, Indira called Roger Burleton, who runs business process renewal in Vancouver. Roger told Indira, don't let them out of your sight and don't let them leave with anything. This was coming from one of the men who recommended P-Tech to Indira in December of 2001 and was using them himself. But a lot had transpired since then. This was now May of 2002, just 2 months earlier. Jacob Mizra, who was on the board of P-Tech, was the target of a terror financing raid. Indira tells this reporter she felt Roger knew more at the time than he let on. Roger recommended Indira speak to Jeff Goins, a former P-Tech employee. This is where Indira first heard of Saudi terror financier Yassin al-Qadi, and that he had been and may have continued to be an investor in P-Tech. Al-Qadi said he met Dick Cheney in Jeddah before he became vice president, and that they still maintain quote-unquote cordial relations. Indira confirmed Jeff had taken his concerns to the FBI. In short order, Indira was talking to the FBI agent Jeff had spoken with. Quote, if there is an ongoing investigation, that is fine, Indira told the FBI, but you have to give me something to hang my hat on to pass on to my supervisors. Otherwise, I'm just passing on propaganda, and I won't be caught dead doing that. The FBI agent sent her a video produced by Joe Bergatino for CBS in Boston on CARE International. The people in the video that the FBI were looking for right after 9/11 were P-Tech employees. Mohammed Muboyed and Suhail Lahir were both P-Tech employees, formerly worked with CARE International. What does that sound like? CARE Foundation, right? But spelled a different way, CAIR. But this is not the CARE everyone knows. This CARE listed its corporate office in the same suite as Al-Qifa's Boston office. Al-Qifa was a Muslim organization whose Brooklyn office was named as the locus of the 1993 conspiracy to bomb the World Trade Center. Mohammed Mubayed, who is still employed by P-Tech and used to be the treasurer for CARE, once made a donation to Al-Qifa's Brooklyn office. We should not forget the FBI had completely infiltrated the terrorist cell responsible for the 93 bombing with Egyptian informant Ahmad Salem. The FBI had dropped him from their payroll right when the informant himself was designing the bomb used in the World Trade Center bombing. Boom. Did you guys know that? I mean, obviously, it's a pattern with them. Before it was Al-Qifa, Indira says CARE was part of Maktab al-Khidmat, MAC, the accounting mechanism put in place by the CIA in 1988 to pass BCCI money through to the Pakistani ISI when bin Laden was the U.S. intel fair-haired boy. In late 1993, CARE and Al-Qifa both launched efforts to make the Islamic religious movement more high-tech. A CARE document announcing the project says, quote, it is the duty of every Muslim, especially those with the latest technical expertise from the U.S. to contribute this knowledge that Allah has bestowed on them, unquote. So is that why MAC was being run out of P-TECH under its new co-opted name, CARE International? Your country is not the country you think it is, says Indira. She took Joe Bergatino's report down to Virginia and interviewed P-TECH employees herself to get it straight from the horse's mouth. Having further confirmed her worst nightmares, she demanded the FBI agent who gave her Bergatino's report reopen an investigation into P-TECH. He said he couldn't. She told him to tell his supervisor. He already had and was told there was nothing they could do. Remember, the FBI was one of P-TECH's clients, or was it the other way around? What do you do when the FBI tells you, Indira, you're in a better position to investigate this than we are? Nice. Sent to the principal's office. Indira brought all of her information to Mark Coglan, Chief Information Officer at JP Morgan. Instantly, he called security, the general auditor, and the CEO of JP Morgan Chase. The next day, Mark told Indira he had nightmares. A CIO will know the type of damage that an enterprise architecture firm with that kind of software can do, says Indira. They contacted the FBI. Mark informed her the FBI confirmed everything she'd put on the table. Everything, exclaimed Indira in shock, even all the bits and pieces I wasn't sure about. Mark sent Indira to the general auditor. Before the general auditor would meet with her, she was sent through his security people. They treated me like I was crazy, like I was a terrorist. She finally met with Bill Morgan, general auditor of JP Morgan Chase, who, in no uncertain terms, threatened her. He asked her where she'd gotten her information. As she named her individual sources, Morgan said that person should be killed. To each name she mentioned. According to Indira, the Chase mentality was shut up and stay in your place. Indira told this reporter JP Morgan was a great corporation which encouraged individuality and creativity until it merged with Chase. However, Senate investigations headed by Carl Levin revealed JP Morgan was one of the main banks involved in laundering drug money, as was Chase. Corruption was no stranger to JP Morgan nor to Chase. Bill Moran told Indira if she shut up about P-TECH, she would have a long and prosperous career at JP Morgan Chase. Indira no longer works there. But Indira, everyone knew what P-TECH was about. The same industry gurus who told Indira to use P-TECH were now telling her everyone knew what it was about. Well, I didn't, yelled Indira during her testimony to the first 9/11 Citizens Commission on September 9, 2003 in New York City. And neither did the 3,000 that were murdered on 9/11. What exactly does that mean? Everyone knew what? When P-TECH first popped up on the scene in 1994, they were a very small company, but incredibly well-funded. They put up huge hospitality booths at industry trade shows, and at the time, they had only one client, R.J. Reynolds. They started to get very prestigious clients that other more experienced and reputable American software firms were going after. So who's playing who here? That was the question Cynthia McKinney had for Indira at the 9/11 Citizens Commission hearings. Are we really to believe every major government and military agency in America has been duped into opening their informational barn doors to Saudi terrorists? It had all the markings of a CIA front company. I think there is a CIA within the CIA. I think there's a shadow CIA that does the Iran-Contra type things. They get funding from illicit methods, and the Saudis are in on it. They might have trained some operatives, and later it backfired. It was blowback within blowback. What I do know, what the money trails do show, is that the Saudis are complicit. In other words, the ones that are extremely fundamentalist, the ones that promote Wahhabism. I'm not saying all of them, but parts of them are working hand in hand, lockstep with elements within intelligence. Whether it's official or unofficial, there is proof of that. P-TECH is the information architecture extension of that hand-in-hand relationship. The CEO of P-Tech is Osama Ziad Al-Qadi visited P-Tech in 1994 and provided $5 million to start up the company. A quarter of the $20 million P-Tech raised from about 50 quote-unquote angel investors, according to CNN. Al-Qadi was introduced to Ziad through BMI Inc. of New Jersey, a critical component of this nexus that will be discussed later in this report. What we try to do is keep Al-Qadi interested because he's connected to a lot of venture capitalists in Saudi Arabia, Ziad said. He's known as an international businessman that has connections. CNN says, according to all accounts, Al-Qadi showed little interest in the company and never invested in P-Tech again. But according to Indira, Al-Qadi funded P-Tech well into 1999 and beyond that, funded the 2001 Horizon software venture, the Arabic version of the P-Tech software. Hussein Ibrahim spent most of 2001 setting up Horizons in Cairo, Egypt. Additionally, Al-Qadi's lawyer said he had sold his stake in P-Tech by 1999. But if this is true, how can CNN say he showed little interest and never invested in P-Tech after 1994? While CNN may technically not be lying, the reporting is askew. Beyond this, Al-Qadi is linked to the Saudi royal family. Al-Qadi's wife is part of the Jamjoom family, and her father, Qadi's father-in-law, is a former high-ranking Saudi finance minister. This is the same royal family with whom the Bush family and Dick Cheney are certainly no strangers. This comes from a Department of Treasury report produced on July 14, 2003. Indira was able to get her hands on a copy of the report, which this reporter reviewed on January 21st, 2005. The BMI octopus. At the same time Indira had stumbled onto Yassin Al-Qadi, Robert Wright was on the stairs at the Capitol in tears, apologizing to the 9/11 victims' family members for a fouled-up investigation into Yassin Al-Qadi and much more. Indira didn't know of Agent Wright until seeing him on television. When Agent Wright said he was investigating a company with 26 subsidiaries, it was BMI, and P-Tech was their crown jewel. Though P-Tech wasn't a direct subsidiary of the New Jersey Islamic banking firm BMI, Dr. Hussein Ibrahim, P-Tech's chief scientist, who inexplicably asked Indira to develop JP Morgan software on his laptop, was vice president of BMI from 1989 to 1995. BMI had also leased computer equipment to P-Tech, and as mentioned earlier, it was BMI that introduced P-Tech to Yassin Al-Qadi. Al-Qadi was an investor in BMI. The FBI says other BMI investors include Musa Abu Mozark, who operates openly as a top Hamas leader based in Damascus, Syria, and is designated by the Treasury as a terrorism sponsor. In 1999, a BMI employee told the FBI that the company might have financed the bombings of the U.S. Embassy in East Africa in 1998, according to a sworn FBI statement. Agent Wright had been investigating the president of BMI Inc., an Egyptian citizen named Salman Bahieri, who was later convicted of lying about his ties to terrorist leaders. Wright was working with Gamal Abdel Hafiz, an FBI agent born in Egypt. The code name of the operation was Vulgar Betrayal. Agent Abdel Hafiz, by what may be more than just coincidence, was a friend of one of BMI's accountants. Because of this, he was asked by Agent Wright to have a meeting with Bahieri and wear a wire, but Hafiz refused. It's hard to emphasize how odd it was for an FBI agent to refuse to cooperate with an investigation when he'd been approached by a grand jury subject, said Mark Flessner, the former prosecutor involved in the Vulgar Betrayal investigation. It was surreal. I've never heard it happening in the history of the FBI. When this hit the news, FBI agent Carmody from Tampa, Florida, alleged Abdel Hafiz had also refused to record a phone call with Sami al-Haran in 1998, a claim Hafiz denies. Agent Abdel Hafiz claims he feared for his life and felt the FBI could not protect him if he wore a wire on Salman Bahieri. He referenced threats made to him when he first started working for the FBI as a translator in 1995, saying he felt the FBI didn't take adequate steps to ensure the safety of his ex-wife. But that was before Hafiz became a full-fledged FBI agent in 1996. Astonishingly, after this occurred, Agent Abdel Hafiz was promoted to one of the FBI's most important anti-terrorism posts, the American Embassy in Saudi Arabia. Ding. The day he arrived, the USS Cole was bombed in Yemen. He quickly became involved in that investigation and was later promoted to assistant legal attaché in Riyadh, with a GS-14 ranking the second highest level an agent can obtain. He was at that post on September 11, 2001. Sound fishy? We can add FBI agent Kamal Abdel Hafiz to our list of those inexplicably promoted for so-called failures around terrorism investigations and 9/11. This list includes General Richard B. Myers, General Ralph Ed Eberhart, and FBI Special Agent Dave Frasca. Ultimately, the Vulgar Betrayal investigation was discontinued. Agent Wright spoke about how his investigation was blocked and thwarted, writing a manuscript titled Vulgar Betrayal. Attorney Larry Klayman of the conservative legal watchdog group Judicial Watch has said the Vulgar Betrayal manuscript hits Bush and Cheney hard, and former Attorney General John Ashcroft is not spared either. This leaves little doubt as to the origins of the obstruction of Wright's investigation. Wright was eventually barred from speaking to the media. But it gets murkier. According to Indira Sai, Governor Kian, who headed the 9/11 Commission, sold a piece of property in New Jersey through BMI Inc. This was revealed in the same Treasury Department report referenced earlier from July 14th, 2003. Regardless of what Kian knew, the extent of BMI's ties to funding terrorism, this is a direct and unacceptable conflict of interest. Imagine how embarrassed Governor Keene would have been if his own commission revealed he'd sold land through a terror-linked organization. He should have immediately recused himself from the commission or publicly promised to get to the bottom of what BMI really was. It's not surprising that neither BMI nor PTEC are mentioned in the final 9/11 Commission report. Yes, exactly. Interesting indeed. What do you guys think of that? I will put the link out for everybody in live chat. Give me 1 second here. And then I'm going to pass this over to Aaron. I know there's just a couple minutes left for you, so I wanted to make sure that you were able to cover anything you wanted to cover. Where is it? Where did I put the article? Oh, come on. What? Oh, here it is. Okay. No, dang it. Where is it? Here it is. All right, here's the link, guys. Okay. Erin, are you still here? No, actually, she's not here.
Looks like she might have dipped out and Deb's in, so I don't know. We might be handing it over to her.
Yeah, I see Deb is in here. I see Dee Dee's here. Yeah, so, you know, that obviously was that article. There's still so much more in there just to give you guys, to show you just how much information is in just that one article. This is where we left off. There's still all of this stuff here, right? This is an interview that was conducted with her, you know, that you guys can read also. So very long, gets into Kissinger and NATO and a bunch of other stuff. So there's a lot more to read in that. Let's see. What else? Oh, okay. There was this. So obviously there were many players involved in 9/11, from the CIA to the Saudis to other terrorist groups, to, of course, the Mossad. FBI documents shed light on apparent Mossad foreknowledge of 9/11 in attack info released by the FBI on 5/9/2019 brought fresh scrutiny to the possibility that the dancing Israelis, at least 2 of whom were known Mossad operatives, had prior knowledge. That was these guys. Let me put the link to that out there for everybody.
Wasn't there something along those lines too that Trump brought up that the media latched on to about dancing Muslims or something like that they immediately latched on to during the campaign in 2016?
Yes. Yes.
As if that didn't happen, and just because Trump said it, well, it must be wrong.
Right. Yeah, of course. And there certainly were Muslims that were like celebrating when 9/11 happened in that area. There was. Let's see. Okay, so that has a link there. What is something else? Shoot. Okay, there's something else to share with you guys. Here's another little thread. I will drop the link to that in a minute. Who leased the World Trade Center only 7 weeks before the 9/11 attacks? Larry Silverstein, who had breakfast in the World Trade Center's windows on the World Restaurant every single morning, but on the morning of 9/11, he didn't show, nor did his daughter, who worked in Building 7. Yes, Larry Silverstein. Silverstein is personal friends with Rupert Murdoch, a key player in the Zionist-controlled media. Former Israeli president and war criminal Ariel Sharon, along with current Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. And obviously that's not current. This was in 2020. Frank Lowy, owner of retail conglomerate Westfield America. In May 2001, Westfield paid $127 million for a 99-year lease on the retail area beneath the World Trade Center. Lowy was a member of Israel's Golani Brigade that fought in the so-called War of Independence. Who authorized the lease of WTC complex to Silverstein? Louis Eisenberg, chairman of the New York Port Authority. They're all also prominent members of the ADL and United Jewish Appeal. Who pushed for the privatization of the World Trade Center? Ronald Lauder on the New York's Privatization Committee. He was a principal force behind the privatization of the World Trade Center and Stewart Airport in Windsor, New York. Notably, the flight paths of 175 and 11 converging over the airport morning of 9/11. That's the guy from Estee Lauder, by the way. Like, he's like the heir of Estee Lauder. Let me get the link to this for everyone. Okay, here is the link to this thread. Who ran security at all 3 airports involved in the alleged 9/11 hijackings? ICTS International Huntley USA, which is owned by Ezra Harel and Menachem Atzmon. Both men are Israeli Jews. ICTS International ran security at Dulles, Logan, and Newark airports on the morning of 9/11. This is the logo of the company. Who was on board Flight 11? Daniel Lewin, an Israeli who was confirmed to be a member of the Israeli commando unit Sayeret Matkal, which specializes in anti-hijack takeovers and assassinations, which according to various sources, he was either shot or stabbed. That is pretty crazy. Who had the contract to run security at the World Trade Center? Kroll and Associates, which is owned by Jules Kroll, run by Jerome Hauer, who was appointed to run Mayor Rudy Giuliani's Office of Emergency Management from 1996 to 2000. That is also kind of wild. But how could Israel disable NORAD and disrupt American air defenses? That's where PTEC software comes in. And again, PTEC was run by the Saudis. Okay. It was clearly from the article we just read, it was basically the Wahhabist Saudis that created and were funding PTech, but it was also sort of like a CIA front company. So I guess the CIA has, as Indira said, there's like a CIA within the CIA that works with terrorist organizations to get money for like black budgets. The computerized national security systems that should have automatically scrambled jets in the event of a national emergency like 9/11 were running on PTech software. Is that why the FBI agent wasn't able to get his investigation into PTech made successful? Michael S. Goff, PTech's marketing manager, also worked for Israeli database company Guardium, whose director is Israeli Amit Yaron. Guardium has all the characteristics of a Mossad front company. PTech and Meter Corporation shared an office in the basement of the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration during the 2 years prior to 9/11, where they worked on interoperability issues between the FAA, NORAD, and the U.S. Air Force. PTech and the Meter software was installed in the computer systems of most U.S. government agencies, including the armed forces, who quickly shipped all the WTC scrap metal overseas. Alan D. Ratner's Metals Management and the Sims Group. Ratner sold over 50,000 tons of steel, evidence from the crime scene, to a Chinese company. Ratner's a Jewish American and a firm ally to Israel. Some key players in the 9/11 investigations were also American Jews with ties to Israel. Alvin K. Hellerstein, Michael B. Mukasey, Michael Chertoff, Kenneth Feinberg, Benjamin Chertoff, and Stefan Kaufman, who spearheaded and wrote the patently fraudulent 9/11 Commission report. Philip Zelikow, who is a dual citizen, who co-authored PNAC papers, which called for a Pearl Harbor-like event. Rabbi Dov Zakheim, comptroller of the Pentagon, 2 large sums of money disappeared from the Pentagon during his watch. Oh, remember, Rumsfeld brought this up on September 10th. He said that like $2.3 trillion was missing, and later another $1 trillion. Lovely.
You remember who else were signatories to the PNAC as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was a large group of people.
Rumsfeld was one. Jeb Bush was one.
Jeb Bush?
Jeb Bush.
Oh, yep. Lovely. Low energy Jeb. Who else was part of that think tank? I know there's a list of them. I don't know off the top of my head, though. I don't remember. Richard Pearl, known as the Prince of Darkness, was the chairman of the Pentagon's Defense Policy Board at the time of 9/11. In the 1970s, Pearl was expelled from Senator Henry Jackson's office after the NSA caught him passing classified documents to Israel. Oh, my goodness. Another solid ally of Israel, Paul Wolfowitz, deputy Defense Secretary and a member of the Defense Policy Board in the Pentagon at the time of 9/11. Douglas Feith headed reconstruction in Iraq, effectively in command with Wolfowitz of War Department on 9/11, Under Secretary of War for Policy, fired from the National Security Council in 1976. If he was fired way back then, how was he still like in power during 9/11? That is insane. He was fired from the National Security Council in 76 due to suspicion of passing classified documents to Israel. Dual citizen of U.S. Israel, created the Office of Special Plans shortly after 9/11, which was where all of the fake intelligence accusing Iraq of developing WMDs and having ties to Al-Qaeda came from. Elliot Abrams, key National Security Council associated with criminal Zionist / pro-Israel think tanks, AEI, PNAC, CSP, and GINS, closely associated with other criminals, Pearl, Feith, Wolfowitz, and Bill Kristol. Oh, Bill Kristol, everybody's favorite tweeter. Convicted of lying to Congress, but were given a pardon by Bush. That's real nice. Mark Grossman, Undersecretary for Political Affairs on 9/11, met with General Mahmoud Ahmed, head of Pakistani's ISI and 9/11 financier on or shortly after 9/11, a dual citizen of the United States and Israel. Yeah, Pakistani's ISI is also tied to 9/11. Ari Fleischer, White House spokesman for Bush on 9/11, hardlined Iraq WMD lies to the press, dual citizen of the U.S. and Israel, connected to the extremist group called Chabad Lubavitch. Were the Jews or Israelis forewarned of the attacks on 9/11? Yes. Israeli instant messaging company Odigo admitted that 2 of its employees received instant messages warning of an impending attack a full 2 hours before the first plane struck the North Tower. Odigo Messenger. Inexplicably, the warning was never passed on to authorities. One feature of Odigo's instant messaging service allows messages to be sent out based solely on a recipient's nationality. It is worth noting that of the roughly 4,000 Israeli Jews believed to have worked in the World Trade Center, only 1 died on 9/11. Odigo has offices in New York and in Herzliya, Israel. Herzliya is the headquarters of the Mossad. Odigo was later brought up by another Israeli telecom company, Comverse. The former CEO of Comverse, Kobi Alexander, is a dual Israeli U.S. citizen with longtime associations with Israeli intelligence. He's also been charged on several counts of fraud. Zim, an Israeli shipping company, vacated its 10,000 square foot office in the North Tower only days before 9/11. By doing so, Zim, 49% of which is owned by the Israeli government, had to pay $50,000 penalty for breaking its renter's lease prematurely. Later, FBI agent Michael Dick, who began looking into this suspicious move, was removed from his duties by none other than the head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division, Michael Chertoff. That's the end of the thread. Very interesting. So just so everybody knows, that's in just how long have I been on air? Like an hour? How many people have now been tied into this? How many countries? How many countries' intelligence agencies? Like, seriously, are they all working together? Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Hamas too, by the way. So
Gee, I wonder if all these same outfits are the same folks that are behind the November 2020 election.
It's very interesting. And it's kind of crazy how when you look at like people that were previously removed from positions like for suspicion of spying, how were they able to get back in there, like without people noticing? Like, it's just kind of crazy when you think about it, so that was just a little bit of stuff that we covered in just that period of time in just an hour. You can kind of see that, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of information. There's an article here by Christopher Bolin. PTech 9/11 and the financial collapse. PTech is the one thread, the one golden thread you pull on, and all of this is unraveled. All of this stuff took money to fund, and it was funded through major financial crimes, money laundering and looting of the S&Ls, looting of the banking system. It's all being done systematically to keep the slush funds up for the game at play. That is Indira, the lady who we just talked about, that was the PTech whistleblower lady. So I'm going to go ahead and head out now. I know it's time for Deb's show. I see her here. Hello. Maybe she's not here.
I'm here. Hey, Radix.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. The idea was they're having a memorial not far from where I live, and I was going to go to that. But this morning I was woke up with an upset stomach, and I had to be grandma today, and I'm like, I don't feel like driving. So, because I was wanting to do boots on the ground type thing, and just didn't work out.
Yeah, that would have been nice, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But sometimes it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll be here for the duration, but any host or mod who's out there, they're more than welcome to, come on in and we'll talk, or we'll laugh, we'll cry.
Yeah, right.
We'll sing songs. So
yeah.
Yeah, appreciate the offer, but I think I'm about toast for the day. So
yeah, you've been here for hours
as well, and I did drop another interesting link in that regard in chat for you guys to take a look at too, and that was what came out this on the 5th, I guess it was, about a 3,000 page, or a family of Brit killed on 9/11 presents the government with 3,000 pages of evidence, towers blown up from the inside. And I think a lot of that was passed over to architects and engineers for 9/11 truth as well. So yeah, still a lot of info on that coming out yet.
I don't know if y'all realized it too, and this happened in October of 1999, so it's about 2 years before the towers, and it was like 3 months after JFK Jr. crashed in the ocean.
Oh my gosh.
But there was a plane 990, and on that plane were like 13 Egyptian generals or high-ranking military officers who had been they were going back home from a training exercise. And you know what they were training for? They were training on fighting terrorists.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Pretty interesting, huh?
Yep. 13.
I mean, honestly, you cannot make this stuff up.
No.
That's how it is with the 9/11 stuff. I mean, the crazy thing is when you begin researching it, it never stops, right? Like it literally never ends. You go down one little rabbit hole, it leads to another, and then another, and then another. And there's so many people involved. There are so many connections. It's impossible to keep track of it all in your mind and stuff like that. So it really is just one of those topics that I also think kind of red pilled a lot of people, especially older people. When 9/11 happened, I was a kid. I was in, I think, 8th grade. So people that were older, that were in maybe their 20s or 30s when 9/11 happened, it's different for them because I think they had a better understanding of what happened. And for kids, I mean, it's just like a surreal thing. You don't really understand the significance of what is happening and, like the magnitude of it and how brazen it was. As a kid, it's just like, something's happening on the television and like we're told, it was a tragedy and a lot of people died, but there's sort of like a disconnection from it because you're a kid and you just you don't get it then. And then as you get older, you start to look into it more. Then you start to get it. But I think for people who are of the older generation, that this happened when they were in their 20s or 30s, maybe 40s or 50s. When you're older and you see that happen, you understand exactly what's happening at the time it's happening.
Well, I didn't. I was actually in. I was actually working for the state of Texas. I was working for the fire marshal's office at the time. And we had 2 floors, and I was acting as a receptionist, but it was before I had to go and open up the phones. And I was talking to some coworkers, some girls downstairs, and one of the supervisors came in because he keeps a TV, and one of our fire marshals. Anyway, he comes in and says the Twin Towers were hit by a plane. And we were like, what? And we went in there, and I saw the plane, and I thought it was the replay, and it was the second plane hitting the tower.
Oh, wow.
And I remember I went up, the supervisor started, people were starting to come into the office because we're in Central Time. So it was about 7 o'clock our time. So when the supervisor started coming in, And one of the supervisors, right now I can't remember her title. I think she was the assistant fire marshal at the time. Anyway, I told her, and the first thing that came out of her mouth, oh, it's jihad. I'm like, what? I didn't even know about jihad. I didn't know anything about Muslims. Wow. I didn't know anything. And my daughter was in first grade, and I was kind of like, do I stay? Do I go? She's not going to want to know. People were leaving work and, go be with their kids. And I'm like, well, she's not going to understand what's going on. So I stayed at work. They weren't going to get, if we left work, I know this is going to sound selfish, but I'm a single mom. I needed my time. It's like they weren't going to give us personal time off. They weren't going to give us paid leave if we took off. We had to use our own time.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's the way some of those people were working at that time.
Jeez.
So, and I can remember, flights being grounded.
All right, everybody. Well, I appreciate you guys tuning in here today to remember and commemorate the day, September 11th here now, 20 years later. Hopefully you've enjoyed the broadcast. It's been a long day. Put in the old time at the soapbox here today. You got to see a lot of different folks come on, various show hosts, various people call in, things of that nature here today. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Yeah, you'll be able to see this archived on the old channel here. So again, appreciate you tuning in, and we will see you back on the next one. Take care.